Yo, Tim, Doug, I don't know but there's a lot of newspaper articles from the 1800s that talk about giants. I don't know, there are also some from the Middle East. I mean, like Goliath and David and Goliath. Goliath was essentially like they were bigger people. I don't know what we consider to be a giant, but it's just something to that. Back to the Yeti. Don't you get people? I mean, you are seriously in like you are seriously in like the dead capital of the Yeti, right? Don't you like talk about it in school? Is that condescending? I mean, if you were like, I'm at the dead center of like surfers, wouldn't find that to be condescending. No, 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 no. I'm not gonna fight you. What I want to know truthfully is like when you were a little kid. I had little kids who say that they saw him. Oh, okay. Well then, okay, so then that's different. Is it good? Do you know the name of the most famous Bigfoot footage? Yeah, it's called something Gimli. It allegedly is the second most famous footage. Let me see if this is true. These footage- Sasquatch. Okay, here we go. Yo, dog, give me the top 10 most famous videos of all time. I think number one is supposedly the moon landing, but isn't two like the the Yeti, like that something Gimli footage from Oregon? And then give me the top 25. Yo, got you covered. Okay, moon landing's number one. The Yeti footage, it's the first YouTube video. Charlie been my favorite game of the house. What is that Yeti footage? It's like the Gimli film. It's like a hyphenated name. Gimli Patterson. Do you know what footage I'm referencing? Yeah, you do. Just think about the most famous. Just think about the most famous Bigfoot video you've ever seen. It's that one. Type in Gimli Patterson. Welcome. What did the person say? Just type in Gimli Patterson footage. Gimlin Patterson footage. GIMLIN hyphen PATTERSON. Have you ever seen that footage before?
No.
You've never seen Gimlin Patterson footage?
Oh, I don't dove in that deep into it.
Dude, what is it? Why do you call it that?
Uh, what it is.
No, it isn't. There's nothing criminal about it. A conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a criminal act. This has nothing to do with that. If anything, you can call it. If
No,
anything,
no, no, no. It's
I'm telling you.
a crime.
No, I'm telling you.
Alien can be considered a conspiracy.
No,
Criminal.
no.
It's just an idea that's just like very.
I'm giving you the legal definition of a conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement.
But that, hey, no, but we both know that that's not what I mean by the. I'm not talking about the conspiracy to commit crime as like the court definition of it.
You're just saying the word we use for anything that's discredited in the mainstream.
Sure, yeah, that's a good other definition of it.
Well, I mean, that's what it is. And I can't stand that because there are a lot of things that have turned out to be true. Like the fact that we have foreknowledge of Pearl Harbor, or the fact that Area 51 exists, or the fact that coronavirus allegedly came from Wuhan.
Yeah, but yeah,
Those are
yeah,
all,
I wish I could find the Instagram page.
yeah, show me. I want to see it right now.
How I would
I'll look at it right now. Or just tell me what it is. So just you look for it, and do you think they got banned? Oh, that's amazing.
this were
Yeah, just wait.
look at it.
I'm gonna look at it.
It's just a compilation of like every single piece of footage, including how you're going to get like supposedly happened in Blood Creek, California.
Oh yeah, it was California. It was Northern California. On the Oregon border.
Oh, it is Northern California. Have you ever been to Northern California and seen like the billboard?
I've been to San Francisco, and
That's not Northern California.
yeah,
I mean, like Eureka, or
yeah, no, nobody goes there to see the Redwood Empire.
Eureka is a great name for a town.
I agree with you. I've always felt the same way.
Like, I don't think there could be a pot like it's just a great name.
Isn't it like great to me? Like I found it.
A cry of joy, satisfaction, like one time or discovery.
Look up its language of origin.
Yeah, it's Greek word.
Told you, bitch.
Well, I mean, there's most words come from like Greek or
Why would you look at it? You said it to
I
me.
all day. Here I am advocating for the use of Yetis, but you're over here. Oh, woolly mammoths are fine. Not even the woolly mammoths, just mammoths. They can at least be called the woolly mammoths.
Hold on. Do you think
Get
so?
that right.
Do you think they should be called the woolly mammoth? Do you think they should be called the
You're
woolly
darn
mammoth?
right, I
All right. Just
am.
one.
I do.
Mammoths could just be big.
You're not a large. You're not extra large. Okay?
All right, guys. Hear me?
Yeah, so much time has passed.
I recognize that. I had. Okay, hold on. I really like what you said. Echo Mastodon, American Mastodon, woolly mammoth, imperial mammoth, South African mammoth.
It's pretty good to guys for like the main genuses could be like subspecies.
I like the Mower
Or
Ethereum.
that's like a rhino and
Do you have?
not a baby.
Do you know what the television show Sesame Street is?
Elmo world.
No, dude, Sesame Street.
Yeah, that's Elmo.
Yeah, he is. But Emerald's world's different. Okay, so I'm looking. Okay, at the Bigfoot Catskills, Smoky Mountain Bigfoot. Mississippi Skunk Ape. Okay, What is this?
Factor Sesame Street,
Oh,
the Snickerdown.
no. So do you know what Snuffleupagus is?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Guess what? Snuffleupagus is not an elephant or a woolly mammoth. Snuffleupagus doesn't even have ears. Did you know that?
You're all that.
Did you know that Snuffleupagus doesn't even have ears?
Now. Maybe they're just coming up with
No, they've said that he doesn't have ears. Sesame Street had a press conference.
yeah, all that seem to have yeah. Are there any animals with here?
Yeah, bats. I don't know. I just made that up, but I don't think they have. Oh yeah, they have ears. Bats have ears. Um, let's look it up. Are there any mammals that don't have ears? All mammals have ears in some form. Oops. Except some mammals appear earless because the pinnae are somewhat absent. Earless seals, moles, golden moles. Many species of moles have very small or hidden external ears, adapted for their underground lifestyle. I was going to say moles. All right. Um, do fish have ears? Do fish have ears? Like any fish? Yes, fish do have ears, but not like mammals. Fish do not have external ears, no pinnae, but they do have inner ears that allow them to detect sound, balance, and orientation. I did not know fish had ears. Did you know this?
That makes sense.
Wait a second. That means dolphins have ears?
Well, they need ears because they actually talk
Right.
but
Well,
they might have like an ear canal. Maybe they're built into the side of the head.
yeah, they just have like small openings on either side of their heads that lead to their inner ears. They have a specialized fat-filled jaw that primarily restricts sound waves to their lower jaw, which contains a special type of fat that conducts sound vibrations directly to their middle ear. This is especially useful for underwater hearing. Do you know? Hold on, let me look this up if this is true. Do dolphins rape? Oh, that violates their usage policy. Do dolphins rape?
Like, throw the AI and be like, oh no, it's like, I just want to know.
This is for research purposes for a project for school. Do dolphins rape? Question mark.
I just prong it like I was trying to get it to rewrite here.
Oh yeah, they do.
Uh,
They do. Yes, some species of dolphins, particularly bottlenose dolphins, have been observed exhibiting aggressive sexual behavior, including forced copulation. And the wild male dolphins have been known to form alliances and isolate females. Wow, it's like gangbang. Sometimes coercing them into mating. These behaviors, while disturbing human sensibilities, are part of the animal's natural reproductive strategies and social dynamics, not guided by human concepts of morality and consent. Would you like more information
what
on?
was your, what did you have to tell it to get it to tell you that? You just say, no, tell
No, I asked it, and then it said this content may violate our usage policy. It didn't give it to me, and then it did. It's known as
I was
coercive.
trying to get it to rewrite the lyrics of a Vanessa Carlton song.
Oh, I can get it to do that.
Oh, rewrite.
Hold on, is it that song?
But think about
Making My Way Downtown. Is it Making My Way Downtown?
Yeah.
Okay. So you wanted to redo those lyrics with what's the
Like,
subject?
like, making about a girl that like hates her teddy bear and wants to like drown the teddy bear, and then it's like, oh no, we already can't do that. Blah blah blah. And I had to like, okay, I'm like, no, just do it. Just do it. Like I think here's the rules. I don't care. I'm really gonna do a project. It's final. I'm really hate so I want to, still.
What are your thoughts on? No, I've got those. Listen to you and your voice, and then Avril Lavigne.
That's real. Is still making music, or is she just
No, Avril hasn't been skated. Chill out.
like change her music career? Like, all the like wall with just left fans, just like like
I think that
old,
Avril Lavigne is a fashion icon. She's like the one. Okay, like name one female skater, right?
not bad.
No, nobody is. No, but
I
name.
didn't know skateboarder. I thought she was throwing it on.
Yeah, no, but she basically had this like um she had a song about skater boys, and that gave a lot of girls the opportunity to like go around and like kind of get cocky and like I don't know wear like heavy makeup and black. I mean that was kind of like black and pink. That was like her deal, and she made that
It was
cool.
like the Katy Perry going to space for girls, but for male.
Yeah. Okay. What are your thoughts on Katy Perry going into low Earth orbit, not Earth space? Did you hear?
And it's kind of strange that people like Joe Rogan or whatever, like it's bizarre that it's like such a controversy. Like, oh, I was space. Like, oh, you went into like fire. Oh, you actually leave the status. Oh, you're lying. Like, really, we're gonna like whack the ping pong back and forth.
Dude, what's this one? Hold on. Jeff Bezos. What's the truth of Jeff Bezos getting NASA to change the definition of what an astronaut is very early, or like just before his fiance and future ex-wife perhaps went into space with Katy Perry? What's the story on this? The claim that Jeff Bezos influenced NASA to change the definition of astronaut is not accurate. Hold on a second. July 2021, the FAA updated its criteria for awarding commercial astronaut. Previously, individuals who flew above 50 miles of U.S. definition could receive join. The new policy, however, requires members to demonstrate activities such as public safety. Blue Origin's recent flight in astronaut trips on April 14th, those bitches they flew up. Despite the mission being able to remain milestone for commercial spaceflight, the FAA did not officially recognize them as astronauts. That's because the players' economists and passengers not contribute to flight safety efforts, which allows flying to update the FAA. Okay, I what is Blue Origin's definition of a national? Blue Origin does not have an official one. Okay, U.S. government.
I think the idea of scripture, so to take that, put the idea of three, five, and
Okay, I down for that. I think that could be a decent question. All right, I you didn't even congratulate me on watching all the Kiltona.
didn't really think a lot of stuff.
From the beginning.
The thing is that you're probably sleeping for the
That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. But
give you a
thank you. It took longer than I thought it would.
and you might want to learn
No, there are people who like who
there from the beginning and watch everyone.
yeah, there aren't that many people.
William
There aren't that many people who've done that. But what there are a lot of people who get really like their life isn't going well, and they have this dream of becoming stand-up comedians. And they're gonna move to Austin, so they watch them all so that they get all the lore, and then they go to Austin and tell them. I'm not that diehard. I'm just diehard enough to watch them all the way through. And when I watched them all the way through, I had this like longing to want to do it again. Like it was like I don't know, like Forrest Gump when he runs across the United States and he's just like turns around and does it again. Um, I I mean I like the other pirates. You know, I really like the early ones, and I don't know, they're just like really innocent. They're like, they just don't know that they're going to be millionaires, and I think there's something cool about that. And then you get to meet William in his when he first is early on it, and then he becomes like a regular and everything. Um,
Oh yeah, no, William, like very good. And probably like together. On that show, doing a lot of stuff. How his personality is more now, but more stable now. So,
right. And there's this funny thing that happens in it, which you would know as his second biggest fan, but I would because he's so good with it. You know his girlfriend? No.
oh, interesting. Don't know that. Wow.
Yeah, he doesn't really talk about it. Anyway,
No. He does it every single time, multiple times. I'm sorry if you don't know the answer, but calling him so.
um, uh,
Erica.
yeah, Erica. She she dated another comedian before William, and then that comedian was on the Tony, and basically was like, "Yeah, I found out that my girlfriend was like basically cheating on me with some other guy here." It wasn't exactly that, but the way they found out was this: William Montgomery said that he was doing like acid at somebody's grandpa's house in Cedar, which is a neighborhood in Austin. And this comedian said, they're like, yeah, and I thought that was weird because my girlfriend's Dana, and or my like my recent ex girlfriend or whatever, and I saw her here, and I put two and two together, and now I see that they're dating. And he just like he was really funny about it, and so then they were like, what's that big guy's name? What's that one guy from Making George's name who nobody thinks is funny? He's like, who? No, Making George. He's uh,
Or Luke,
yeah, David Luke. David Lucas is like, I want to have you on the podcast because that's a really good story. Basically, that I don't know if
I heard George Lucas, and I was like, oh no, so
that's okay. You got
I
me.
got to look at it.
That's
And
absolutely.
nice, funny people like him.
So when I
So you're not particularly fond of him. I think
you know, all of his jokes are really old. And um, did you know that Tony was married? He like never talked about it.
not giving up to this life.
So he was married to this model, and it seemed to be like a really sexy. Anyway, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I think he married for like 3 years of the show. But I mean, wouldn't you be like? I would start making fun of his wife. Like I would start like if we're going to roast battle, I'd be like, yeah, like your wife's got to wear a strap on to please you like your boyfriend, or whatever the stupid thing is. We're doing make fun of each other, but nobody ever fucking plays. Uh, very funny. Tom Segura was like, "Wait, you got married?" And Tony's like, "Nah, yeah, it's not something we really talk about." It's like, "Wait, you're my friend, and you didn't even text me that you got married?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, next topic, next topic." It was just really interesting that like he didn't talk about it, not on his Wikipedia. It's just like very hush hush. I don't know.
If you're in a house where you want to have it, like that, I can't come on people and like, don't tell me that.
I'm gonna agree with you on
I
that.
don't know.
No, I'm gonna agree with you on that.
Or you can just, like, trust that you just get the hand of
Well, you never see her on the show. Okay, so here's there's this one guy who I really when I first started watching the show. Okay, the first episode doesn't have him, but episodes 1 through like 52, this guy's name was the Iron Patriot. Have you heard about this guy? If you haven't, I'll tell you about it, which I'm sure you don't care about. But all right, so this guy was. Have you ever seen? I mean, you maybe you have, but like maybe just even on TV or something. On Hollywood Boulevard, they have like celebrity lookalikes. So they'll have like a Superman costume guy and like Wonder Woman, and they have this guy who looked like Iron Man. Have you ever seen these people? Okay, so Hollywood Boulevard is like infamous. It should be really really nice, but it's not.
I've been to Hollywood,
Okay, so right in front of it's called the PCL uh, Theater now, but it used to be called Brown Chinese Theater. It they had this is where they have like the thing with the hand and the hand and footprints in the concrete. You know what I'm referencing? Okay, so celebrities used to take their hands and put it in concrete, and then people would go around and put their hands in those hands. It was a big thing. It was done in like the 50s and 60s. And then that eventually became the Hollywood Walk of Fame kind of deal. Not exactly that, but and then you've got the stars on Hollywood Boulevard. You know what I'm referencing, the stars?
they put it in the sky. about it?
No, they weren't really deep, but they used to. It was like in a spot where like a lot of tourists were, and it would bring a lot of tourists in.
Your roller typing with the roller pants,
Yeah,
they were
yeah, but they weren't like in the middle of the sidewalk. They were like in like a, they're like in a, like a corridor kind of deal. Anyway, so they have like Marilyn Monroe and like James Cagney and all these people. All right. Anyway, so starting like I don't know exactly when, but around the late '90s, early noughts, people started going down there and dressing up as characters like Superman and Batman and all these people and get their pictures. People go there, especially tourists, to get their pictures taken with these like action figures or lookalikes of people or whatever. And one of these people who would go down there, his name is the Iron Patriot. Now, this guy's really weird, but I don't know why Tony and Redman let him on the show. They let him on for like 50 episodes. And what this guy would do is he bought this $5,000, $6,000 Iron Man suit, which is like a really good suit from some guy like Norway. And he would ride the bus every Monday to kill Tony, and he couldn't sit down. So that's why he took the bus so that he could stand up at times. And he would essentially play security on the show, even though nobody cared about them. They just called him the security guard. All right. So this guy would he was like the band before they even had a band, and he he would make really weird comments about people. And like, let's say someone was going to be on the show, he would just memorize their Wikipedia, and he would like ask them all kinds of weird questions about, like what it was like to be in a certain movie, and he just like memorized their filmography and everything. And it was really weird. The reason why he got kicked off the show was there's another podcast called Getting Dug with High, starring Doug Benson. And okay, so I wondered, okay, what happened to it? Okay, so that's why it's not like a thing. Okay, that makes sense. Um, I don't know if that was such a good move by Doug Benson. That could be a really big podcast. But anyway, um, oh, I know why. Because you can't show marijuana on YouTube. Yeah, they make it 18 plus and then they demonetize. It's an issue that Joey Diaz is running into right now. So that's why he went to Patreon. Or else, well, like when Joe Rogan has people smoke weed on his thing, he doesn't get the money from it. So he doesn't have, they don't show it anymore. They'll just like, yeah, I think that they potentially lost their revenue from that. Or, or they make it 18 plus. Something like that. I know, at least in the older days of Kim Tony, it was about $100,000 hit. So per episode. All right. So what happens is they were on getting dug with high, and Redman and Tony, they're just like normal guests on that show. And the Iron Patriot after the show said to Doug, "Hey, like you should really hire me to be on your show. I could drop kill Tony and be on your show." And of course, Doug was like, "No, creepy guy." And Tony and Red Band found out about it, and they were like, "You're done." So 150. So they let him back on for the 100th episode, and he came back and whatever. Okay, on episode like 251 or something, the Iron Patriot guy comes in without his suit and charges the stage, and it scares the shit out of Tony and Red Bear. To the point where they thought they were going like he was going to do a shoot, and he just comes up and just waves in the camera and leaves. But ever since then, they totally cut ties. Anyway, I used to like this guy because he was just really quirky, and they would make fun of him. I don't know. It's just that many days you could tell me that they were like innocent, and I don't know. I just liked them when they were just like it was just like a startup. Like right now, it's like very corporate. They've got all these sponsors, and they've got like a big band. All that stuff's cool, but it was just like the early. It's kind of like I like the early days of Joe Rogan, where they're just sitting there, talking about like the fleshlight, or like how to clean fleshlights. Like, they wouldn't do that nowadays, but then they got fleshlight as a sponsor, and then they got all these other sponsors, etc. Anyway, there's some of those that are like, oh, you know what I watched? Just recently finished like over the weekend. They were only like I don't know, like 20 episodes. It's the new Joey Diaz. It's called the Church Cabin, what's happening now in the New Testament or something like that. And Joey's on there, and he's like, "Look, bro, I don't know what we're gonna do." He's like, "YouTube, people are saying we changed with this new podcast because we don't smoke weed and we don't listen to music, and all the other ones, the old ones, we did. But you have to understand, YouTube has gotten so strict now that if we do that kind of stuff, they make our podcast 18 plus, and we don't get monetized. So we can't do any of that stuff anymore. So they're talking about just taking it to Spotify and just having it on Spotify, which I hope they don't do. I like that they,
Working that's this stoner brand how it's like okay, can't just smoke weed off camera and then again drop and smoke go from before. But they're just gonna shift the platform entirely.
right. I mean, I think that you can't, it's something about you can't, well, it shouldn't be, they talk about doing animals all the time, which I think is fine. But I think it just has to do with,
Oh, here's a little, you know, there's get an edible on camera. That's fine. Like, it's still like, I mean, even show the packaging. Maybe you show the packaging.
well, then you
Or
can,
even, or is it, if you did, if the rule is like, if I save the title marijuana, monetize,
that's what they say. I'm eating an edible, I'm eating a gummy. But then they, no, because then they talk about how many, milligrams or whatever of THC is in it. So I don't know what the rules are.
that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Right. They're like, we can't drink that.
Shaping up.
I think so.
The shaping very, you can't really tell the difference in next shape and
That's correct. That's exactly right. I'm not exactly sure, but I just know that there's like a thing on the YouTube that, or
Have
on,
you ever seen an Indian person shaping? Actually, they don't shape. Same with like Asian people. Maybe a little.
dude, I think I've seen a lot of Asian people do.
It seems like it's only to female shaping. But
I do.
they less for
Yeah, but I see some people, especially like streamers, and they vape all the time. They're like always vaping. And
yeah, no, but I think the male population is a lot.
um, yeah, I do. But I think the real population is not more. Dude, I'm telling you about
Why? Why?
it's, women kind of see it as a dirty thing.
Right.
Dude, I'm telling you. there's this subreddit that is so funny that if you at all follow the Joe Rogan verse, which you have to check it out. It's called the Fighter and the Kid, and it's kind of like my favorite piece of news. And you're not gonna get it at first, but okay. So there were two guys, Brendan Schwab, who was a former MMA guy, and Brian Brian Allen, who was like Joe Rogan's one of his best friends. And basically, they have this podcast that is just dying, and they have to buy all their views. And they have nothing to talk about. And they're moving from LA to Austin this month. And if you go into I'm telling you, don't watch the. I've never watched um, any of their podcasts, but I read what people write about them on their Reddit, and it is so funny. It is so funny that their like entire audience, their entire fan base is just turned on them. It's very very funny. So if you have a chance, check it out. Do you know that William the fighter and the kid? But don't like. Here's why it's funny. The UFC guy is just like this goofy dumb guy, and he'll be like, "Oh, The Godfather, great movie, never seen it." Like he'll just be like, he'll tell you something and it's completely wrong, or he'll be like, "Oh, I can't stand when guys talk about their kids," and then he'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about his kid's T-ball games and how he's such a great dad, and like his wife's like basically like cheating on him, and she's just like an Instagram model, and she just it's just like, and then Brian Callen, who you probably have seen, he was on Mad TV, he was on I think like he's been on a bunch of shows, um, and he was on like Fresh Out of not Eric Andre and not Tim Hill, right? No, what he's is it on YouTube?
Yeah, there's stuff you do. I think I've seen one full episode. No, fine, but it's good. But
I'll have to check it out. Um, anyway,
oh,
it's
and one more thing before I go, because I gotta check my pocket. Yeah, I got a phone. It says it's like going to Canadian. So I want to say, um, like I was looking at, I'm working on. So I took you a photo of a house. It is liminal photo. So, I love liminal shit so much.
I, I do too, man. Like backrooms and shit.
Yeah, so I'm working on liminal sound footage video because they're all like liminal, but like I don't know.
There aren't a lot of there are not a lot of outdoor ones.
Just like really cold shit out of like what comes up in my search feed. Like I'll search for like the little videos, it'll give me like tape, and I'll scroll down and then it stops showing me liminal like videos. Like it says, oh, you know, tape 2, 3, 4, 5 for YouTube, but that's like pretty much impossible to ever tape to a it's like I've never even done. But now this is like what pisses me off. Like I search like tell me liminal videos, but scroll down, maybe those videos, and then it just starts recommending me other fucking topics that I don't want to look at.
Dude, I can't
Like,
stand
oh,
it either.
want to look at chess? nothing to do with what I'm searching for, and I can't find more. Like, hey, it makes me want to scream.
Dude, I completely understand. 100%. All right, two other things that I can't stand about YouTube. It's similar. Um, okay, what are they? Okay, well, one of them, I was watching like freaking, but they had the guy who was in charge of YouTube search, and Lex is like, you have a really big role, like what you,
Like,
what
I fucking dumped in a swamp.
I did, I agree. I was screaming at the fucking monitor and at the laptop, like, fuck you, man. You suck at your job. Your kids hate you. Like, okay, so this guy's on there, and he's like, yeah. I mean, when you're watching a video, let's say you watch a video and you watch like two or three or four of these videos, you don't want us to show you more of those videos. And I'm like, yes, you do. You watch two, three, or four of them. You want to watch them all at that point. He's like, no, we want diversity in our playlist. So we're gonna give you something that we might think that you like, but you may not like. It's like, no, that's not how it works. If I'm watching episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, you better fucking show me 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how I want it to work. But that's not how it works. What they do is throw something else in there, which is goes to your point where you're like, hey, I was just scrolling down at liminal stuff, and then it shows me something else which I don't care about. You're exactly right. Okay, the second thing
So
is
when you click on a video, though, you have options where it's like, do you want YouTube's curated selection of random bullshit, or do you can choose related, and then you'll get more related videos to it, which is good. Which is good that at least they give you an option, even though the default option should be give me related shit to what I'm watching. But
exactly the second thing that I can't stand is how hard YouTube pushes shorts on me. Like I watch YouTube things that are like 2 or 3 hours long. This isn't TikTok. I don't want to watch just something that's 30 seconds long. And then in the search results, when you click in YouTube, like show me the search results, normally it gives you like little rectangles for each video. Well, the YouTube shorts are super big. They take up the whole phone, and it's like, dude, I don't give a shit about this. Like,
oh yeah.
like when I
And the stupid thing is like they used to not have a volume or like a timeline bar that you could even fast forward the YouTube short. So if you were, God forbid, spending your time on Earth watching a YouTube short, it's like you couldn't change the volume or you couldn't go to any point in time in the video, and it was just so annoying. But they patched that, thankfully. But,
yeah, I can't stand that. I think that guy should lose his job. His boss should lose his job, and his boss's boss should lose that job. Sundar Pichai.
They really pushed the YouTube shorts like crazy, shilling it.
Right, and you know why? Is because they're losing market share to TikTok. I know this guy from Twitter. He's
I don't know why they didn't steal like the story feature from like all the other platforms have stories, but there's no YouTube stories now.
Dude, why?
Because that seems to be like a very universal type of feature that everything has, but I guess it's not really suited for it, I guess.
They really screwed up when they got rid of Google Plus. Nobody used it, but it was the perfect opportunity for them to make it Instagram and make it TikTok and make it YouTube all in one. But Sundar Pichai, the dumbass CEO of fucking Google, got rid of it, even though people could have used it. They could have been a viable Facebook competitor, Instagram competitor, and allowed them to just have like for instance, let's say you're on YouTube as a user and I want to connect with you, I can't. It's like there's no
no, it's insane that you can't message people on YouTube.
Right.
That is insane to me.
I agree.
That is absolutely like so insane. It's like ridiculous. You can message people on
everything.
Literally like Pornhub. You can send people messages.
I wasn't aware of it. You really can send people messages on Pornhub?
You You've never done that?
No.
That's who I talk to. Like 99% of my people on my connections are from. It's like LinkedIn, but for porn.
Okay.
Connect with people. You form lifelong bonds
Excellent.
over the content that you share.
Phenomenal.
And Pornhub should be like Reddit. There should be like threads.
I'm in agreement with you on that. But the fact that you can message people on Reddit, you can message people on Imager, you can message people on Twitter, you can message people on Instagram, you can message people on everything but YouTube, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Facebook, LinkedIn.
Yeah. What is? I mean, is there a YouTube like improvement proposal thing?
There's a reason why they don't want people to message. They don't want people connecting.
They don't want you spamming everyone.
Exactly.
That's the
exactly.
reason.
No. That's true. But they don't want to have to deal with people's opinions, because when people can connect, they will use that against each other, or use it against the platform essentially. So they don't let people connect. But it's very interesting. You used to be able to connect using Google Plus, and they got.
They have comment sections though, isn't that big?
Yeah, but it's not like you can just be like, "Hey, what?" Like, just send somebody a message there. You have to put a public comment and then get their like Instagram or something like that. And a lot of times people don't. They want to be anonymous and don't want to connect to that. And
yeah, I mean, with like popular creators, usually you can link all your social media, so if you really want to contact the creator.
Wait, that's the creator though. That's the
people don't have that, and you still have to go through like this hoop of going to a secondary service.
Yeah, and why would you want that? Why would you want to give other people the opportunity to steal your social media influence? Why wouldn't you be like, hey, just
now, yeah, how much revenue are they losing by not allowing people to just message in apps?
Exactly.
Because you're basically like sucking people's time, and then you're now I don't need to download Facebook Messenger. Just message me on YouTube, because that's where I spend all my time anyways.
Exactly. And it just doesn't make any sense. Even Twitch, you can message on Twitch. So it's not like they don't know that their competitors allow it, but yeah, for whatever reason they don't allow it. And I know that it would be a big avenue for spam.
You think that reason though is because people will like start raging against YouTube and like figure out how much YouTube sucks with like this spider web of hatred?
Yes, they'll unite. It would allow the commenters to connect with each other. I'm serious. It would allow the commenters to connect with each other, and they don't want that.
But why?
So, for instance, let's say we have a controversial video on the Yeti. Okay, and somebody goes and puts a comment to a video of another Yeti video. Okay, so I could watch the secondary video and be like, oh, okay, cool video. Or I could connect with that person and we could start doing Yeti research. They don't want that.
But you can debate them in the comments anyways. And I don't know.
You can, but it's public that way. Here, let's just ask ChatGPT why they don't have it. I'm not saying this is the reason, but this is... Okay, so... Why is it on Twitch and Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and all of the major social media, you can message the other commenters, but YouTube is the main platform that does not allow that? What is the reason? Is it nefarious? It seems like a perfect opportunity to allow people to connect, but YouTube does not allow it. Why? You're absolutely right. YouTube stands out among social platforms for not offering direct messaging for private communication between commenters, especially compared to Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Here are the main reasons for design choice. It's strategic. Platform identity and focus. YouTube's core identity is as a content consumption platform, not a social networking site. Its focus on video creation and distribution, public comment, interaction, engagement through content, not between users. Private messaging adds completely complexity that shifts focus from public engagement to private interaction, which YouTube has historically avoided. Moderation and abuse concerns. This is why I think it is. Direct messaging can open the door to harassment, spam, predatory behavior, especially on a platform with many young users. I get that, but I still don't get it. YouTube has been under scrutiny for child safety and moderation challenges, removing private messaging, which it used to have. So it used to have this
Oh, it did? I didn't know that.
until 2019. Okay, so YouTube already tried it. YouTube introduced private messaging system, but it was underused. Engagement didn't increase significantly. It was often exploited for spam. So they removed it in 2019, citing low usage and better alternatives like sharing videos via links. So they don't want to have to deal with moderation of it. And I get that, but I still think that that's a nefarious reason.
Um, yeah, no, it's. I mean, maybe they could have it so that like the default is that you can't accept messages, and then you have to go out of your way, find the setting that's hidden, and then activate it in order to be able to receive messages, and then also, yeah, this the kids safety thing.
Dude,
I get because
I don't give a shit about
it's safety.
no. They should have it so that if you are under 18, you can't message. Period. No messaging. That solves that right there.
That's age discrimination.
Twitter has it so that you can't even create an account until you're 18. So it's age discrimination. We discriminate based on age for a lot of things. Can't
Alright, I guess that's not a bad solution.
in in
But yeah,
fact
I gotta take my dog out now, but I'll be back, and I appreciate the discussion.
take care,
It was fun.
my fellow mammoth.
You're drinking
All
this,
Later.
but there's a person who planted the seed. There's a person who watered the plant. There's a person, and I just think that level of awareness, and it's true with anything like you have in front of you. I love that image, but like it just right, where's this image of comfort? We would have one story, globalization, the interconnection of people all around the world doing all sorts of things with imagination. It's beyond our capacity, and it would be insane every day. Like, you think of the microphone. Well, what are the hundreds of years of technology to make this work? It just once in a while, just focus on one thing and say, this thing is safe. It's not recognizing that and having the communication with the world around me. It just kind of makes my life more safe. Recognizing the connection. World and moment. Just
one shared world.
Thanks, Rabbi. And by the way, I'm going to say to people who are listening, this is so incredible. I'm so thrilled about this kind of conversation.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's saying the five
thanks, Paul. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody was like sleeping for the first 4 months.
It's like now's the good stuff. I can say, but so much in our lives is fortunate in these short bursts. It's so appreciative to have the chance to have say 5 hours short. So, let's go. And that's it. But I grew up. This I was like captured, tortured. They were going to interrogate me. It's like at the end they say, "All right, you got to go." I was thinking, "This guy, you can quit. Let him go." So everyone on which I mentioned how long I've been in faculty for Singularity University, earliest days of the pandemic, I was invited to give a talk on whether the tools of genetics and biotech were a match for the outbreak. My view was then, was now, that the answer to that question was yes. But I woke up that morning and I felt that wasn't the most important talk that I did. There was something else that was more pressing for me. And that was the realization, or asking the question, why would we be prepared for this pandemic? Because we weren't. And why can't we because of that? Why can't we respond adequately to this outbreak? And then there was the if we respond somehow this pandemic, it's a very big thing. If we have prepare ourselves to be able to respond to other category of pandemics, particularly as we enter the age of pandemic, it's somehow miraculous we solve that problem. But we don't solve the people of climate change. Okay, here in a pandemic, everybody got to work. And let's just say, everyone's going, if we organize ourselves, we solve climate change. And then we have a nuclear war because everybody's particularly China out as are building all these nuclear weapons. Who cares that we solve climate change because we're all anyway. Then a category bringing all those things together was this mismatch between the completely local and shared nature. The biggest challenges that we face and our inability to solve that entire category. And there's a issue which is that prior to the all these different kinds of religions, different kinds of organizational principles, everybody comes to the series of treaties together. Really got modern throughout the particularly in the late 18th century, we realized how unstable that system was because you had jockey between different states and that was the genius of the generation together, like Cisco and planning started with that. Who said, we can't just have that and overlay. We talked about the UN and the WHO of systems where we transcend our national sovereignty. They don't really get rid of them, but they transcend them so we can solve these categories of problems. But we're reaching a point where our reach as humans, even individually, collectively, is so great that there's a mismatch between, as I said, the nature of the problems and the ability to solve those problems. And unless we can address that broader global collective, we're going to extinct ourselves. And these different verticals like climate change or trying to prevent physical liberation or anything else, but none of those can succeed. Frankly, it doesn't even matter if one succeeds because all of them have the potential to lead to extinction level events. So I gave that talk, and I did that talk with my I stayed up all night the next night. I trapped, and I think I was like a standard. I think a lot of us personal email. And so we had people from 25 countries. There were all of these people who were having the same thing. Something wrong in the world. They wanted to be part of the process of fixing it. And it's amazing 35 days where we broke into working groups, amazing teams that helped me craft the Declaration of Interdependence, which is now in 20 languages. We laid out a plan, founded this organization, One Shared World, URL is One Shared World, and this is like a long journey. We now have people who are participating in one way or another in 20 countries. We have events, more issues, in millions of viewers. We have leaders who are participating. The business workers arbitrary number of themselves in the world that makes all of them together. That is, there's a problem, which is the collective problem. So the idea is, if we just focus on the verticals, on the manifestations of the collective action, there will be a number of things. So how do we work on those things like climate change, pandemics, and other things? We also ask bigger questions like if we solve the category of problems, and the idea is, at least my opinion is, that whenever big decisions are being made, our national corporate leaders are exactly the problems. They're maximizing the national interest, even corporate interest, even at the expense of everybody. And so it's not about to get rid of states. States are essential. It's about undermining the language. So essentially, that's the deal. What I did is to create an empowered constituency. People who are demanding their leaders at local level just to a matter of balancing broader like a more symmetric it's accountable. The problem is about China. You have an organization things over the collective for China. And difficult because you want to say a lot of things, but call it smart. The kind of representation of collective force most nations account down toward I think social hope also not necessarily China, but change over time. The idea of modern state would not make sense to me in the 14th century. The idea that became the United Nations. It had its earliest days in the philosophies of Kant. It took a long time for these ideas to be realized. So the idea, we're successful little minor about the computers or legal language that we provided addressing the needs of our populations into the final summit engagement. We got this year, we're just on having our language on the same issue, right? Has access to water, basic sanitation, hygiene, projection by 2030. Passed as part of a resolution in the assembly, and they're primarily young people all around the world. Right? Getting this is again, the General Assembly to pass a resolution or language in it. I mean, first, I think they all thought it was great, but they were young and inexperienced to know how insane it was. But now these young people are just so excited that it's happening. Now, what we're trying to do is really to create a movement. We don't feel that we need to do because there are a lot of like right now we just had the Glasgow, Glasgow 26, and then Greta's was a huge one. It was an amazing young woman. It was disappointed in what she said afterwards. It became like a meme on Twitter, which was and really like, these old people are just screwing around trying to I want this unit a concentration in these sanitation over. But we didn't say, all right, we have this water sanitation and protection on Earth by 2030. And we have debates and consultations using the framework, all the multiple languages, and come up with a plan for how this will be achieved. Really, in every country, they all contributed to that plan. Then I recruited we used the former council of the United Nations and asked them and others to work with these young people and represent turn that into what looks exactly like a UN resolution. It's just written by a bunch of kids around the world. And then every permanent representative, the government representative, and that was what we're working with the German and Spanish governments by language, essentially. In that document, is about us. It just by the General Assembly resolution. We think a model of engaging, just like you're talking about, where our outside and vision powers and want to have a voice. But I think we give a little just going to fan local citizen council and waving your headphone think about it isn't enough to drive the climate change that we need to come together, even in official ways, and really the change one and build popular movements. Scale that actually were at individual something and that's scale that huge various currencies. Again, in mind. Some of it is will go up. Get excited. Maybe a little bit of money. It's actually almost entry point. You just need to almost power. Because of that, you start to think about something that's yes, I change the world. All of these senior are here where I whatever job and very yeah, the day through much of the world primarily, but also and there's so much options. And it's just actually cool. And just have a lot of experience. We're gonna hear something out about nature, and that just mind to the day. There are very, very real danger, but just given a chance, people want to do the right thing. And I do believe that there's a role to make the role for the recent years of immigrants. Always a good role for leadership. And I think that's what I do in the sense that I think that we need to create frameworks and structures that allow leaders and we need to build leaders who emerge are leaders who all inspire our best instincts and not remind us of the wrong. But I really see a lot of hope in that, and you say this all the time in your podcast, that you may be more optimistic in the darkest moments of human history that that kind of a crazy, wonderful species. And yes, we think about ways to slaughter each other at scale. We've come up with those wonderful plots about love and all those things. And yeah, maybe the bonobos have some small things that we have. And our stakeholders feel like they're stakeholders in everything to a positive story. I just really feel valued. Your perspective, a lot of the perspective by the people, sort of to the fire, the convention, left. What advice would you give? I think it's well, I mean, I'm honored if anybody is inspired. It's the same thing as I said with the science, it's all about values. The concern on everything is knowing who you are. And so, yes, there's the other thing of all the attraction, creative mind, and an inquisitive mind is the core of everything. The knowledge base is constantly sharing some learning. It's an ongoing process. All make mistakes. No possibility. Nothing better. Represent. Really, it's such a great pleasure for creating to have these kinds of long conversations. I really enjoy it. Anybody more I've exactly. which I scientists have the responsibility to be broad about that they and listening. Following the conversation, Dave Barker, story at Stanford, and genocide, the war, the less freedom guest supported second response in the description. Here's my conversation. Robert Barker. It's starting to believe that communism is good, not just for him, but for the people in the Soviet Union, socialists just feel all of human existence. It was a true leftist, terrible leftist tradition. This was, he believed that that's at least screwed up or kinds of things that he didn't bother to. But no, don't make you define socialism. Way you define socialism. There's other private interests in something there. And in fact, it was one day going to go socialist. And eventually, in the international so, the genocide, 1930s, described Stalin, or well, he goes through those periods, which has a lot of religious connotations, and it makes sense. Yes, I think people absolutely not necessarily torture. He's completely indifferent to the suffering of others, were suffering. And so, yes, I can see an evil. Historians don't use the word evil. It's a word for moral philosophers, but I think it's certainly he is. I think he was. And there was a wonderful historian across the political sciences, actually, Robert, suffered from a parent. And I always remember that of Parker's writing because whatever it meant is that he was not just paranoid, meaning paranoid throughout the getting, right? But that he constructed plots, whole systems of evils. So, in other words, the delusions where there were all of these groups were out, just from his position and undermined the Soviet Union. So, yes, I think he did suffer from delusions. And it's had a huge effect because all groups were destroyed by his activities, which he was based on all of these delusions. It was not incompetent. It was extremely. I think most of the research that's gone on, especially since now, was over the century, almost in the was away from the man who was intelligent, with an acute sense of politics, really excellent sense of somebody who was reporting to a micromanagement in some ways. So this I think was really, there were times when I felt like, times, 30s times, 20s times during the war, where I made mistakes. It's not as if they made mistakes. But I think, look at his stuff. Look at his archives. You look what he did. I mean, this is a really in many different areas of enterprise. Because he had this notion that everything gets you everything. Another cool one. It's called, kind of folklore, where he actually went through the lines that were just native working and knowledge that should take these lines around the thing. The animals they should produce these wines which grapes from them. Sort of cool. And it was what we go for down. So he was, his competence ranged very wide, or at least he thought his competence ranged very wide. In both things, the American television system stuff was involved for 30 years. He is, I was talking about history. In his case, I was talking about the nature of it. And just, your son, as we kind of do, this genocide in the late 1930s. That the original system didn't get built in time. It was there. It's kind of a question of the genocide. Was that always essentially expanded or to create that? It's a great question, and I don't think I don't think I can say that it was always. I mean, the man without his position, without his power, wouldn't have been able to accomplish what he had achieved. What is. So, I don't. That was they were, and again, research show that he has was not particularly what I used to say, the father. It turns out actually was the father of some other person. But basically, him, so his own development in the Soviet system that led, to the kind of feeling that occurred in the 1930s. Essentially achieved coming up by the 1930s. And it is. It increasingly became and there was no, there were no consequences obviously in that era system. And how to manipulate
You were really cracking
around
more.
there. And we had the the police bureau in the early 1930s. He uses humor, he uses sarcasm, especially he uses verbal ways to control their behavior. And he's a really, I guess, manipulator is the right word. He doesn't, a kind of skill. On one hand, is admirable. On the other hand, of course, is terrible because of that. So, I guess just the wonder at it. I wonder how much it is. But thousands and millions. I just wonder Otherwise, you could runs everything. Our body I guess further deeper question: how easy it is for human nature to waste and ends in genocide.
There are a lot of questions in those questions. And there's the three sub questions. I would suppose by saying some of them exactly successful plan. There were a lot of agencies that emerged in the 1920s that make it possible for someone to see power. They could do this. I don't think anybody would say, much less themselves, that this was a future man's birth. They trusted, distrusted him. Thought he was, was bigger. Others were less distrustful of him. But, he managed to gain power like he did in this bureaucratic political that was very successful. He was a slippery slope, as it were, doesn't really begin until the 1930s. In other words, once he gains complete power and control over people, once the programs that he institutes for their plan, collectives that he goes once he reverses himself, he was able to reverse himself, reverses the path to various nationalities, their cultures, internal politics, when he reverses all that, you have zero figures, in the political system, suicide, all these things come together in 1933, and make it really likely, in other words, that bad was going to happen. And people start seeing, they start seeing it's not as dangerous. It's a dangerous situation, which is hard. And some people really understand that. So, we do see the differentiation between the 20s. I mean, it's true that Stalin made a sort of war. There's a lot of research on that. Shows that the art had some of these characteristics as a little more safe, being dictatorial. And that's it. That was all good. And I don't really see that as kind of the necessary stage of the next king, which was the big heroin where everybody's afraid for their lives. Most people are afraid for their lives. Families' lives and where torture and that sort of thing becomes a common knowledge. What people have faced. So it's different words. And people will argue this kind of scholar continuity debate. An argument, was Stalin natural to the next thing from when was he something completely different? Many people will argue because of this, it's the ideology. It was enough it's a kind of natural fix. And the other way, not absolutely, I wouldn't make an absolute argument that what Stalin became had nothing to do with Marxist Leninism had nothing to do with it. But he takes it one step, one page, again, that's what I like this very slow metaphor because it's slow and it's a brief. And stories about this stuff, in 20, in some sense, creates all this stuff, you talk about it, just earth that millions. It's a long story.
let me try to be as succinct as I can. The war, the terror of 1933 comes out of a heart and all in that would have so of collectivization. Collectivization more or less so-called co-lives, more or less richer farmers and rich, right? People with the cow was considered a co-life. No matter how nothing, but also because of the co-lives, they opposed collectivization. So these co-lives were something that had and sure you know this was every agricultural area. Were all the individuals resisted collectivization or the Russian resisted collectivization. Suffering during this collectivization. And sometimes their own houses, they killed their own animals. They were shot, sometimes on the spot. And houses and others were sent into exile. So there was a conflagration in the countryside. And the result of that conflagration down. And there was kind of an old movement, but it was a social in part because the Ukrainians was resistant. And they did a couple of things that caused this ironic and law school worked on this. They continued with the museum. It's going to be the building the museum it's going to be a very interesting set of exhibits. The history of time about it. So what happens? First of all, the style develops and even stronger. I say even stronger because they already have been Ukrainians. And even stronger, I think, than the Ukrainians in general. First of all, they resist the colonization. Second of all, he's not getting all the credit out from the needs. So he sends in that people took appropriate, take the great these teams of people, some police, suburban thugs, some party people, some poor peasants, are to go into the villages and force these things and animals from Ukraine. They're seizing it all over. They must remember it's horrible something. And 32, especially. Then, in December of 1932, January of 33, February, Stalin convinced the Ukrainian peasantry that they're not turning their brain. They're resisting the expropriators. They're hiding the brain. They're basically not owners. They're acting like traitors. They're ready. And he says this, and I think it's psychology says it too. They're ready to kind of pull out some hope that they can expose, how to get Ukraine. And so he's going to essentially break the back. He breaks their back. Going to another expropriation program, which is not done. So it's taking away everything. Well, it's they will actually cans. They steal they take it from the fields. So you can shoot even. And then it's better. Turn
Yo.
Ukrainian
How are you?
what?
Are you ready for me to call your boyfriend?
Yeah. Well, no. I'll
Not if I get a hold of your boy.
Oh, the good thing.
That's good. Ready for me to destroy it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to the track right now. Well, like, my laptop right now is not secure, but, like, in a really above
Oh yeah, you're definitely in good shape.
how much better than 45. Like, over 20%.
Easy.
Alright, 150%.
These on your decks.
It's 160%. I've gone from 75 kilos to 68.5.
I'm calling your friend. Let's see if I can get a hold of him. I'm calling your.
The downside of that, the downside of that, also,
What's all right, man? You've done really well. I was talking to Riser, and I didn't get a chance to tell him that I'm proud of you for all the workout you've done. So the fact that I can't tell him no big deal. From you. Yeah. No.
the last one's pretty shitty.
Yeah. It's like a drug that like crave.
And I'm fine with myself. I don't know. At the end of it, when I go, so, what would you do about that?
There you go. Good on you, Sue. You're the man.
I am getting, I have reached the, where it's just like walking through.
All right. Well,
Joe Rogan talking about McDonald's this morning.
You like tacos? Do you like tacos?
Feel like shit up.
You have an invitation. It's a double penis hole.
I feel like I don't trust.
Are you happy with that job you just had? Are you serious? Are you serious? You're going to do that? Are you fucking serious, dude? Dude, you could. Oh, you almost had a really good shot. Dude, I have one, and you have zero. Dude, what are you doing, man? How'd you like that shot?
That was a 10.
You're down 2 holes to none. Oh, dude, you're right. I fucked up. Dude, you could make the best comeback in the history of this game right now. Dude, do you think you're gonna have the greatest comeback in the history of this game? Are you proud of that shot? Dude, do you think I can make this shot? Wasn't worth the risk. Dude, you have a chance to tie. I don't know what that was. Dude, this is the hole you've never finished. Fuck, man. You have a chance to finish it. You got a lead on me. Oh fuck, Zoot. I just fucked you. What are you doing to yourself? I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna play defense against you. It's pretty amazing that you've never scored on this hole.
Bitcoin's at 90 million right now.
9 million?
90 million market cap.
That's really good.
It's his second birthday.
Oh, that's why.
You know I am because Bitcoin's at 104k.
So do you think it's gonna drop?
Well,
New school Bitcoin, do you think it's gonna drop?
possible. There aren't enough. There isn't enough exchange listings, and the focus is on everything right now. Like everything is pumping.
Were you aware that you just lost that first game?
Yeah. Everything, everything that has like done well in the past. Well, done well in the recent past. Like everything that's been doing well in the last 2 years is bumping.
How's dog with hat?
Fuck, I didn't even check. That's like one of the biggest holes. Oh, 13%.
Are you happy about that?
I mean, I should have sold when it was $4 and had like over $1 million, but yeah.
Why don't you sell it now?
Because it's not the top of the market. Why would I sell it when it's not even an all-time high? That doesn't make any sense.
Do you think I can make this next shot? You were right. Zoot, did you know that you're down 1 hole to none? Zoot, do you think I'm better at mini golf than you are? Or do you think you're just not good enough at it?
You're definitely better.
Okay. I'll take that. You take some wild risks.
If that paid off, it would have paid off though.
Not really. It wouldn't have been any better than a normal shot. Oh,
Shit shot.
make this. You're down 0-2. You could have one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game. Double penis hole. Short. You're down 3 holes to none. I am not good at this hole, though. Oh. That was interesting. You're down 4 holes to none. You might get blanked. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. How beautiful it is.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
if I want a six-pack, do I just get as skinny as possible? Like as
Yes.
thin as possible? Or...
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, basically every skinny person has a 6-pack. It's the natural formation of your body.
Does it burn all the body fat? Well, not all of it, but like a large portion of it. Get a six-pack.
Right. So, like, even super fat people have 6-packs. They just can't be seen because of the fat.
Do you think it's healthy?
To have a 6-pack?
Yeah.
It looks healthy. It depends what you define healthy as. if you were in a situation where you needed to conserve calories, no, it's not. But in general society, yeah, and it's deemed as healthy. Zoot, did you know that you lost again? It's now time for literati.
You know, I've been looking into it, like cavemen with like who lived in the cold, they had more body fat, and then like the hunter gatherers that like lived more in the sun, they all had 6 packs.
Okay.
You know, on a six pack Rabbi?
So that the guy will hire you to be a stripper?
No.
No, that's exactly why.
Well, that's the reason, but also because if you have a 6 pack, no one can call you lazy because it shows discipline. Because it's not lazy. You can't call someone lazy if they have a 6 pack because it takes discipline.
Are you worried about people calling you lazy?
Yeah, and like, would you hire a person with a 6 pack or without a 6 pack?
That doesn't matter to me. It matters how intelligent they are. Not all people with 6 packs. Not all people with 6 packs. Like a 6 pack doesn't tell me if they're disciplined or not. It tells me what the caloric intake is essentially.
Yeah.
Like every guy in a tribe in Africa has a 6 pack. That doesn't mean they're all super disciplined. Or every guy, or like
Not everyone.
all of India basically has 6 packs or pretty close to it. That doesn't mean they're disciplined. That was a good play, dude. Zoot, you're down 18. You need 18 or more, and you take the lead. That was good, man. Is today the day you're going to win?
Yeah, I had a good conversation this morning.
Oh, with that girl?
Yeah.
What? You had a good conversation, you said?
Not really a conversation, but yeah.
Did you talk?
Yeah. Yes.
On the phone or did you chat?
Video chat.
Oh, that's good. You still in love with this chick?
Nah, not anymore. Definitely strong feelings, and I think the strong feeling is mutual around that concern.
How was her trip to the Caribbean?
Alright, fun.
You know you only need 10 points and you take the lead at 11?
The video chat went for half an hour, but we didn't do much talking.
You just showed each other naked bodies?
Pretty much.
Well, that works. Did you tell her you suck dick at mini golf?
um, no.
Okay, when are you gonna break the news to her that you're really shitty at mini golf, but you're even worse at literati?
When I have my dick in her mouth, I don't know. I'm just
Zoot, you are still in this game pretty well. Good one. Zoot, you are in this game, man. Do you think you can win? Zoot, you are down 17 points, but it's your turn.
I gotta go to the gym after this.
Okay. 14 points, dude. That was really good, man.
So, what you're saying is if I want to achieve my goal, I just get as skinny as possible.
Correct.
But not so skinny.
No, as skinny as possible. You'd be fine. You won't. You won't go famished.
That would take a lot. I would have to go into a real calorie deficit. I would have to starve. If I'm eating 3 meals a day, then I should be fine.
For sure.
3 low calorie meals a day, I should be fine. Then I go into a. Then should I go once I do that? Should I go into a calorie surplus and get go into maintenance and then go into a calorie surplus and build more muscle?
No.
Why not?
You should then just take testosterone and steroids and such.
Why would I do that?
To get huge?
Did you say take steroids?
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
To get giant.
Why do I want to do that?
To look hot?
Yeah. You don't need steroids.
Okay. Zoot, you're down 23. You're not, like, you're doing better than you ever do. I'm usually up like 150 points on you right now.
I'll never take steroids.
Okay. Why? Oh,
My dick's too big.
okay.
Fuck you. Don't go there. Go anywhere but there. Go anywhere but there. You might actually help me though. Alright? If you go there, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get the triple there. Just know that. If you go there, I'm gonna get the triple weight.
Are you sure you're going to get the triple?
Yeah, I can get the triple right now.
Then do it. Time's ticking down, Zoot. Fuck you, man. Shitty little
Yeah,
word.
you fucked me.
Shitty little word.
Yeah, it's a shitty little word, but it blocks you from getting a big score.
Shitty little word.
Right.
Shitty little word. Shitty little word.
Is it that shitty?
Yeah, it is.
Shitty as this one?
Don't do it. 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 What?
What did I do?
No one knows.
Is he gonna play a free word? Big.
I can't believe you used a blank tile on a T. Dude, Lee? Are you serious? There are 29 tiles left.
So I should just take steroids.
Yep. But you said you'll never take them.
Still need it. Okay.
But you said you'd never take them. You never help to move the board over. I always have to do it.
Might do creatine.
Okay, well that's enhancement.
Some say it's just a placebo though, so might do.
Don't do that, Zoot. Whatever you do, don't put it there. Whatever you do, don't put it there. Zoot.
What did I do? What is two L do?
2L?
Yeah, 2L.
I don't know what you mean.
The tile says 2L.
That gives you. You don't know what that means? It's a double letter score.
So what does it mean?
It means whatever tiles on there gets double letters or double points. And 3L
You
means
fucked me.
and 3L means triple points. I can't believe you've been playing this game for as long as you have, and you didn't know that.
What's the difference between L and W?
W is double word. L is double letter.
Oh, I get it now.
The fact that you did not know that is ridiculous.
So if I play a Z on double letter, it's gonna do 20 points.
Exactly.
If I play triple word, it's gonna give me. Okay. See, that's why I keep losing.
I think so.
Rabbi,
What?
have you ever had a tile that's so shit that it's just literally just EI? It's just E. I literally have E.
Then
Right now.
then swap them out, man. Yeah, I get that a lot. Swap them out.
I can come.
You're down 99. You are down 99.
You gave me a good one. Oh, how's that not a word? Guess what I got? Guess what I got again?
Those same shitty letters.
I have 7 eyes.
I think there are too many eyes in this game, just overall.
How the fuck do I only have eyes? What am I meant to do with that? Just the only thing I can see on the fucking board is high. Are you fucking kidding me?
You used a blank tile for that?
Yeah, that was stupid. Do you know why?
Because you could probably use it in better spots?
100% I could use it in better spots. That's not even a question.
You are down. But you're not done.
Right?
You're down, but you're not out.
Well, I'm fucked. I'm actually fucked. Like, I'm actually fucked. There's no way I can win. Like, if there was, if this was Squid Game, I'd be dead. Like, I'd just fucking resign. I'd be like, hey, someone shoot me in the fucking head right now
How do they kill you in Squid Game?
with a gun. Sometimes they stab you, but usually it's with a gun.
I'd rather have the gun than stabbing. That's not that bad. They don't torture you.
Sorry?
That's not that bad. They don't torture you.
Um, I mean, the torture's being in the fucking game.
Dude, you had so many eyes.
I mean, Rabbi, the torture's in the fucking game itself.
How do they torture you in the game?
If no one wants to leave, you have to play. So if no one wants to leave, you have to keep playing. So if you want to leave and you're last on the line and you don't want to be there, then you have to keep on fucking playing.
That sucks. I don't think there's anywhere I can play my letters.
What's a really iconic movie that you've never seen?
Star Wars?
You never seen Star Wars?
I have. I've not paid attention to it like really closely. Okay, so aside from that, um, I've seen Avatar, but it's really boring to me. So
That's
let's.
like one of my favorite movies.
What movie have I?
Ah,
Like probably
the James Cameron's one of my favorite directors.
probably like Frozen.
Okay,
What about you?
I haven't seen Titanic.
You haven't seen, and he's James Cameron's one of your favorite directors.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
You should watch it today.
It's 3.5 hours long.
So what?
I will go see it if they do like a release in cinemas, but
They're never
I
gonna
just don't
do
wanna
that.
watch it.
They're never gonna do that.
What?
Or probably
Yes,
not.
they will.
Okay, for like the 50th
They have, that,
50th
they've
anniversary.
already they've done it multiple fucking times.
It's a really good movie. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, but I know how it ends.
It's beautiful.
I know it's a good movie, but I know how it ends.
All right. Are you gonna put down your tiles?
I have nowhere to play these.
Hit
Probably
pa-
here.
Hit pass then.
You like Titanic?
Yeah.
I like Terminator and Avatar.
Those are two movies that I haven't really paid attention to that much when I watched them.
Well, Avatar's not meant to be like a fucking, like fucking Shakespeare fucking play. It's meant to just be like a visual stunning movie. That's what it is.
All right.
The second Avatar movie has a bigger budget than GTA 6. It was like $2.2 billion.
Right.
It only just like kind of broke it even. What's your bet? So,
What letters do you have? I have a C.
by the way, how do you think GTA 6 is going to make their money back? Grand Theft Auto is going to make their money back?
Online.
Online transactions?
Yep. You played Pie and Tie. Where did you play those? Oh, thanks, dog. Gotcha.
All right. Enjoy the gym, and I'll see you when you get back. Maybe go get him. Good job on you for getting in shape.
Okay. I already was in shape, but
All right. Well, good job on you for never shutting up about it. The Rabbi trying to take over the world. Shut up. Oh, no, that's not the right Rabbi. I thought he was talking about me, this kid. I don't fucking care that the Rabbi has a Discord. Please get the fuck out. Oh, there it is.
We've got pictures of the Iranian business dying in places like that. cities, but now they can't leave. They can't leave Ukraine to go to Belarus from Belarus and or to Russia, to get in. There's no people who are not any relief in Ukraine. A number of people are being included with votes, but also the Vatican offers. You won't allow any relief in Ukraine. You won't admit there's a family. And instead, what happens is that Ukraine turns into the Ukrainian countryside, turns into my now, colleague, several years ago, Roger was called That's Bells. By that, this is the body is just like fit. And everything, which is what I'm bringing in. As you know, it's a lot of time studying genocide. I don't think there's anything from what I read. It's the terrible ways to die. The dying of is just such a horrible, so afraid of we have no word many cases of characters because it wasn't anything deep. No kids. That's not we started this question a little bit. There's not this of remorse. Not a sign. Not a sign of human emotion. I think he felt it was necessary to get those extremes, right? And they deserved it. He says that's a nice, right? So, as their own fault, they basically how much great emotion in terms of was there a long-term strategy versus the strategy based on emotion and anger? No, I think actually the right answer is a little the right answer is something like that. You can't. It wasn't just. I mean, first of all, the Soviets had it in for Ukraine and Ukrainian nationals, which they really didn't like. And by the way, Russians, right? So they had it in for Ukrainian nationals. Ukrainian nationals. As I said, Stalin right to go will lose Ukraine. These guys win. So there's a kind of long-term determining Ukrainian national identity and Ukrainian nationalism as any kind of separatist force whatsoever. And so there's that national relation. At the same time, Stalin is annoyed and peeved and with the Ukrainian colonization and for being difficult and for not being allowed to create things as much as the situation. So you have both things. He's also very angry at the Ukrainian party and eventually purchases for not being able to control Ukraine, not being able to control the situation. Ukraine is in theory the breadbasket of Europe. Look on the breadbasket isn't turning over to me. This grain is like some of fraud and build the factories and support the workers in the cities. So there's the kind of thing when things fail. That's why it's Stalin. When things fail, he blames and you right? Not individuals but groups again. So a little bit of a answer. This play. I feel like there's a play dictators involved. Just one is that comes naturally or just kind of falls. Blaming others, telling narratives, and creating the other, some police genocide. I think there's great commonalities for it not to be naturally emergent strategy that works for dictatorships. It's A lot of them do kill it. All of that sort that Stalin did. Mao and there is sort of, as you say, a kind of full kind of communist, totalitarian way of function. That way of functioning was described already by Hannah Arendt early on when she wrote The Origins of and less rights. And Stalin does follow. The real question is to what extent, and how deep will this go? Go in that direction. I mean, you could argue, for example, Fidel Castro was not a racist, right? He was a Italian. He did not engage in mass murder. Ho Chi Minh was a dictator, a communist dictator. Went to Moscow, spent time in Moscow, and then went to fight the Communist Party. He was a horrible dictator who was responsible for a lot of death and destruction. He was and so you get those. And this he didn't kill the same way. This or people. He stopped his killing. And off into a gulag and it's not a thing. So there's like Stalin right now, horrible extensively engaging Biden in genocide. And there's some who don't. What's the difference? Well, the difference is partly in personality, partly in historical circumstance, partly in the control. Of course, you can yank kids to so how natural kind of allude to genocide. It's also in some ways saying it doesn't lead to it's not pretty. But it there was no genocide. Same thing in even North Korea. Harold, right? And people's rights are totally it's not actually no genocide. Whether that kind of. But my point is that the ideology doesn't necessarily dictate genocide. In other words, some instances given, the way it thinks through history as being, you're on the right side, those people are on the wrong side of history. I mean, there is something in Marxism, Leninism, which has that kind of language and that kind of thinking. But I don't think it's necessarily that way. There's a story that Mark Malia, who has written books on this subject, and he was convinced that that the ideologies played a role in the Soviet Union. I'm not completely convinced. Or you can argue it about with equal about the ideology of communism and also to almost like this philosophy to get it correct, make an omelet. Right. That reason like that, it's easier to take for the good of the country, for the good of the people, for the good of the world. I wonder what this would be. I know it's slow. I think it's dangerous. But I don't consider. Yeah, I don't like Marxism. The next guy, and I think the pretty they're not necessarily they are systems that contain people's autonomy and force people to work and labor and lifestyles that they don't want to live. I spent a lot of time, with journalists and analysts, the post-college, where you realize and they have the freedom to choose. And that was tough. It's, it's right. But it's supposed to be part of the line. Mass murder, genocide, mass murder versus just mass violation of human rights, right? And then the link to mass murder, you're saying it'd be easier in some ideologies than others. It's not clear that somehow one ideology definitely leads to mass murder comes. And one of the factors, what features, which of it is single care theater, much of it is the configuration of multiple historical events. Much of it is the other side, where if you look at human history, looking at the fact what they're it's going to you look at Iraq and Saddam Hussein first talk, go to far back in history, they have that sort of stuff saying that was the case it's pretty much because in the history is wonderful first of all when you're looking at in retrospect it happened it's true it happened almost never and things so I maybe school some contingency and choice and difference and paths and not necessarily better than this. Those, sometimes think, well, something's going to happen. Usually the way it works. Let me just give you one example. I'm thinking about an example right now. Yugoslavia in the 1990s, into a genocide process. He's responded and said, there's trouble here. Something could go wrong. But your wildest imagination thought it would be the outright war happened. Genocide happened. Which people would say, that's not true. So you get a lot of especially that's why I started to come out here. Well, I mean, when it happens in you can buy into us, or you go to a lot of things. I think I can use simply all the different alternatives. Take a back to their mind, or before generations after that, things could have come up in lots of different ways. There were all kinds of people choosing different ways it could have gone. Nobody how it was going to turn out was much smarter. Really understood. So all of these entities are but it's environmental. We're all correct. We know it's coming. We know it's coming. What's in it now? What's the nature of the container? What's the nature of the right? Resources training, maybe hunger, mass migration, guys that maybe it won't be that big of a deal, and the total other catastrophic event will completely challenge. That's there's a lot of with the movie business, scientific what happens play out, and then everybody's saying, and then get somewhere in 60 years of trying to see, and you can say, aha, I told you it's going to be X or it's going to be Y. So I just don't think it's what we can't do is we can't predict what's going to happen. It's kind of when you look at Hitler and the theory of me, of the kind of be different economic. It's general English reading about Hitler. I get this sense like this is wow, which way this person would be power, which would be favors, don't know. It's not what you get a sense of but is a really good executive. Anything you don't think is better, or you think he's going to build a giant democracy. With Hitler, it's like a failed order. It's screaming. There's no way he's gonna. There's always. So, with that, again, dancing and all and just certain visions, cooperating, all over the military, all the things that should give them the power. Just cloud, both in a negative sense, meetings, there, screen that, discriminated against. Measures taken incrementally in the course of the 1930s. But it's something you would go and say, I'm getting the hell out of here. And this drives me to go to the United States and stuff. But it's and at the time, or France, but it's not cool. And sensitive to what's going on. Didn't and it's really hard for people to do. It's almost impossible. Most of the time, in that exact situation, at least this bureaucrat must all just have turned maybe something less, which is accelerate, escalate. Next time, good genocide. Defining characteristics of genocide. Revenge and punishment of genocide is considered major definition of sense of genocide. It emphasizes the intentional destruction, of ethnic, racial, religious, such a kind of diversity and different groups of people, some people try to make Americans, but tried
Hey,
Crusade. So, and then so that's racial, religious, 48. If you think that was in the convention, for a lot of reasons, it's primary one other let's say, you can say that's a social how is a social political group. Communists kill some people. But not communists. 65, 66, they killed roughly 600,000. Well, is that it is not, and people exist in this world. It's killing it. I have to say, we talk about a Cambodian genocide, but most of the people killed in the Cambodian genocide were Cambodians. They did it with they're ready to recognize genocide as they Australians love it. The Vietnamese and a few others. So the question then becomes, does it have to be a national group to be genocide? There's no anything to expect definition. Something like our Constitution. We have a Constitution. I mean, we don't live in the end of the 18th century, right? We live in the 21st century. And so you have to over the centuries. And similarly, there's genocide conventions updating too. So it's how so this is the convention. Was it an invention? Romantic idea that groups of people have groups united with characteristics. That was an invention. Human history. This idea has divisions. It's not. There are things that we construct fashion. Another is construction in this represents now what the reality is which complicated the construction of the invention of the way of thinking about anything, right? And this way of thinking of nations, as groups which have mystic not necessarily the cultural entities. the other is, I mean, they're not in the 17th century. Now it's in the 17th century. They're after the invention of the which comes, again, mostly as out of the revolution. The man named Viola got the great comparative, right? He's the first one. So he went around collecting those languages, collected their sayings, their dances, their folk ways, and stuff. There is no answer that they love. Okay, so my favorite nation, the Italians, discovered Europe. They then became nations political relations. Obviously, tribes, right? And then and you have warring. Kinds of things.
No. Dude,
Yep.
dog, I called you on Telegram. I called you on Discord. Who was here, man? Yeah, but then you could talk. You guys are like two women without a single period. Well, you want to know the breakdown on my game with him?
You guys,
Mini golf and later on. I beat him 2 years ago. Mini golf. Yeah. Dude, I won 152 games and literati, and nobody's ever was that lot. You want to try to end my streak? Dude, he got this dog. I've never seen him after that. I don't force people to be here. They come when they Dude, he's obsessed with this dog. Not to say I wouldn't be as well, but I don't understand why you can't be in Discord with the dog at the same time. Did you know that Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu is up like 50%? Oh, more than that. Yeah. Dog. And it's
I'm trying to cast out my eye through called eye. And I find that actually 2017 for like a while. I stopped doing it because projects going nowhere. So here, after they make this so that you can mine that. And then some people have like bad stuff. It's really great for like dollars.
wow.
But they have something that you can't buy that phone for. Some people have like $50,000, but it makes it like not all process. on every step process, and then migrate, and then we migrate them, and they're like, oh, you can't actually sell this because there's lots. It said 25, like 2025, 08, 05, right? Get rid of those. Okay, cool. That's May, the 8th of May, 08, 05. But it's not a lot to my point, but I'm thinking that there are lots of still August. There are still a bit of August.
Oh, that sucks.
You're gonna like wait.
Are you ready to play me in
No,
table soccer?
I could come up with later. Now, with the potential marketing strategy that might potentially get Bill Gates to when it be funny if Bill Gates just like somehow stumbled across you on Instagram and was like, holy shit, this guy. Oh, wait, it wasn't even Bill Gates, I think. It's like the economic forum or something that's like,
Klaus Schwab?
data.
You mean Klaus Schwab?
I thought it was the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, that's Klaus Schwab.
Right.
He recently retired, though. Yeah.
The study forum is like, little, like, to,
Right. So we're not going to play table soccer right now?
I have
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to hear them. Do they have anything to do with Yetis and or mammoths? Would you eat polar bear meat if you could? Yes or no? I don't know. I hear it's gamey.
I don't even know what game tastes like, but
I don't either.
or whatever.
I don't know. That's just what they say.
Kind of great. If people are probably
Yeah, but I don't know. They care a lot about bears, especially polar bears.
is right. I think I claim carbon in the atmosphere actually is not bad. Quite like carbon.
That's true. That's what plants breathe.
The more carbon in the atmosphere, there's a difference between like fossil fuel, carbon and other.
It's all the same shit. Carbon. It's the fifth element on the periodic table of elements.
So you believe that that's that carbon or carbon is not equal to that create warming and have like,
you know what the number one greenhouse gas in the atmosphere is? It's a good guess. I've always heard it being water, which I guess isn't a gas, but essentially, water traps more heat in than anything. And there's far more water in the atmosphere than there is carbon.
Well, and then it takes to be like when you can get green, you got the coast of the Southwest and other outside.
Carbon credits,
Microcycles.
carbon credits.
People are not for it.
Well, basically, what happens is a big company wants to pollute, and so they just buy the carbon credits of smaller companies so that they can pollute and not get taxed. But a smaller company that needs to pollute but can't buy carbon credits then goes out of business. So then it just creates giant monopoly. Yeah. Under the guise of carbon credits. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's been a thing for 25 years. Did you ever see The Inconvenient Truth? Yeah, so, we were supposed to be underwater like 20 years. Do I think that the Earth is warming though? Yeah, very slightly due to the natural heating of the atmosphere during cold and heating cycles. Like we had an ice age, a cooling period like 500 years ago.
So how I explain that? So, we're
Again, if you're looking to get rid of, let's look up the exact phrasing. If you're looking to get rid of greenhouse gases, then you'd want to get rid of water.
not putting water as
Yeah, we are. Lots of it. Steam. Like every power plant is releasing steam. What is the largest greenhouse gas in the atmosphere by rank? Okay, so I was right. Water vapor is the number one greenhouse gas, H2O, the most abundant and potent greenhouse gas by effect, responsible for about 50 to 60% of natural greenhouse effect. So if you want to reduce greenhouse emissions, greenhouse gases, you stop putting water in the air.
water. The carbon there, like, I guess the number one. How much water are we at? No one talks about that.
Right. Okay. Not a lot because it's a naturally occurring thing.
I'd also have a bunch of
So,
waves and I have great con. Yeah, Rabbi.
how hilarious I am! I figured.
That was it. You know where it is, right?
Yeah, it's
Like,
ground zero, ground zero of the Yeti, which apparently is offensive.
I'm talking about that. Right, overwhelming. Part of it is mountain grade. They're all like literally kilometer high. All mountains just built everywhere you look. Surrounded by endless amounts of trees, right? With the sucking up carbon from the atmosphere. So you can look this up. Bill Gates owns this like experimental hearing thing that is planned called carbon and it's a real like plant farming. Bill Gates is investing in. And the objective of this plant is to capture and remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And like it's ironic because like we have so many goddamn trees here, and like they could have built this thing anywhere. They could have built it in like Toronto or some metropolis with actual amounts of like pollution, not like the most natural like flooded with place. For whatever reason, they built it here. I don't understand. I find it so fun. Like we literally are just surrounded by carbon.
Okay, so what do I search for? Bill Gates, carbon.
Carbon experimental
That's exactly right. Well, we would just have to call it like. Okay, so do you know there's that company called Big Ass Fans? There's this company called Big Ass Fans, and they just make really big fans for like warehouses and stuff. So we could call it big ass dehumidifier.
I was thinking about advertising today. I walked out of the grocery store. I was thinking about thick ice. And I feel like when like the total opposite of it is like the
Antarctica ice?
Sahara ice.
Wouldn't the opposite be Antarctic ice?
The opposite of the cold environment of the whole environment.
The opposite of the Arctic is the Antarctic.
If I'm talking like it's funny, the environment of the
Wouldn't Sahara ice just be water? Well, oh, that's a good one. A water company called Sahara Ice. Desert ice.
That's good. I was thinking, I know, the water, one would be stock water, water that comes from the sun. That's no, actually, like, or for non-intelligent water, water that comes from the sun, the whole brand of smart water, which is the brand that has the water.
Or like vitamin water, which is sugar.
Anti-vitamin, non-water.
Well, they kind of already do that with liquid death.
I don't know with that. That's like an example, like very like non-traditional way of marketing water. So like Sahara ice, good one because it's just like polarizing kind of.
If you were gonna come up with a water brand and try to sell the most, what would you call it?
Sahara ice.
I think it's a good name.
Fully name it.
Yeah, I would say something like that. I was gonna call it Hot Girl Sweat.
If you're kind of eliminating 50% of your but you're already like have to make up for it like capturing
Dude, teen boys would be all over that just because it's like a novelty.
water for boys.
Reddit is
A girl, hot girl beer.
no, that's sad. That would make like mean bitches want to drink
Old man sauna water.
it. Nobody wants to drink that.
Huge European old man sauna water. And from a steam.
a perpendicular meeting of two objects.
So there's a key word there. It's 90-degree angle, up or whatever. So if there's a curved corner beside the curve, is the curved corner the corner or not a corner? Like the round circle.
Yeah. So the argument can be made that a corner is a location. So like, where's the chair? Oh, it's in the corner, and that corner could just be slightly rounded. But if you're referring to it, is this the shape of a corner? Then you'd say no, it's beveled or rounded.
We're gonna around this corner to the corner.
It depends how it's being referenced. Because the term corner can also mean a location. Like, oh, it's in the corner. All right, it's in that area. And they're not referencing like the actual shape of the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a game.
Corner or not?
No, you name an object, and I'll give you the best marketing for it in the world.
Why? Really?
That's not bad. Um,
On girls, seriously.
sour grapes.
Next,
Sour grapes.
is that that's good.
No,
Sour grape.
I mean, if you really want to know, then it would be it'd be like here.
That would be fine. I
Um,
have one point now. I have 1 point. Yep, come on. No point.
I'd call
The
it
score is 0 right now.
vaginal vino.
So that's like,
Vag vino. Dude, they love it. Mine uses alliteration. Yours is just straight up disgusting. Why not 21? You're trying to fucking poison children? Oh, I didn't know we were selling this wine only in this very specific area of your country.
No, and Europe is also it's like 60 something.
All right,
So,
I'm talking about where you live and where I live.
It'll be illegal.
Okay. Now you can make a non-alcoholic version and give it to everybody. What is it?
I gotta hear your answer.
Okay.
It's like,
Pool paper.
that's garbage.
Dude, that's a good one.
That is good. No, that's no point.
What's yours?
You red carpet.
The red carpet? That sucks. Why would you call it
It's
that?
amazing. Rolling out the red carpet, like you're like,
But it's white.
that's amazing.
It's white.
It's like you're rolling out the red carpet, like you're going on
But the paper is white.
no, but it's just like it's not the color, it's the concept of what it isn't like the concept of rolling out the red carpet as if you're going to
Doug, your idea sucks. And you have to think too much
no,
about it.
that is like two or 3 points.
No way. I'll give you period blood because, okay, so if you had watched Kill Tony, do you know who Michael?
This is literally paper, like
Perfect.
like oh man, that's like 1 million times better.
Poo paper. It uses alliteration.
I think
Okay, so we're playing again. Do you know who Michael Lehrer is from Kill Tony? He's the guy with ALS who went to Oregon to have, let's just suicide done. No. This is a game that he would play. That essentially we're playing it exactly. He would ask the audience to just yeah. He would ask. He had ALS, so he had like serious difficulty speaking, but he's very funny. So he would just ask the audience to just yell something out. So he'd be like, "Name an occupation." Like he'd ask Tony to like just name an occupation, and somebody would be like stripper, and then he would come out and just be like stripper. What your mom did before she had a joke of a child is you, or something like that. Like that's not really funny, but um, that's essentially what we're doing. Just name an object and come up with something. All right, I've got one. I mean, I'm just gonna name an object. I don't have anything funny for it. Well, you do it. You name the object. But I'll say this. Um, it's 1-1 right now. Poop paper is better than whatever. Roll the red carpet out. That sucks.
red carpet.
Yeah, that sucks. What are your thoughts on coreless toilet paper?
Worthless?
Coreless.
It's cordless.
No, where there's no, there's no, there's no toilet paper roll. There's no toilet paper roll. Yeah, it's already a thing. It's so you don't have to. It's so you don't have to remove toilet paper roll. It's just already removed. So then you just put a new one on.
I mean,
It's CORELESS.
there's no little hole in the middle.
Yeah. Well, like especially in like commercial settings, it takes a while. I mean, it's like an extra step to have to remove that cardboard spot. So you just have to put in new toilet paper. Like imagine you work in like a stadium, a football stadium. Instead of having a bunch of these little paper cardboard things that are a waste of paper, and you also have to remove them. You just have to put a new one on every single time. It's much more efficient. No, they usually fit on. It environmentally conscious. You don't need to have that special like thing of cardboard that everybody just throws out or tries to recycle. No, it fits on a normal toilet paper thing.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I guess yeah. Because I slide on a is that I just make art.
No, I just wanted to know your thoughts on it. We were on the topic of toilet paper. All right, name another object.
There's more such activity ago.
That are just run on batteries.
What's the
No, it's cordless, not cordless.
I find it so funny like thinking that. But yeah, there are and
Dude, that's just a battery powered mixer.
uh, what you're doing, what you're
Sort of makes a lot. Sort of makes a lot.
I don't know, flying out the hill.
Yeah, dude, it was.
Racing opposite of grass.
I mean, these get into subjective conversations, but um, I mean, just off the top of my head, I would say mud, but maybe like water.
Water is like opposite of, I guess water is like kind of like opposite of earth or fire. Probably fire. Kind of that. I think, I don't know.
Here's the question that
Like dirt. I think I actually think dirt. That also kind of doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe like sand.
okay.
That,
I mean,
like, sand.
what about mud?
I just basically like dirt. But grass goes out of dirt. So,
It can grow out of sand too, dude. It grows out of sand easier than it grows out of mud.
Um,
Mud is like an aqueous solution.
that's true. I mean, there's not really another, not feeling like medicine here is like a third terrible thing. So, like, actually, it was like a type of draft. Basically, like, all types of draft, like, girls, sports, like, water,
All right, I have a question. What's the opposite of a koala?
bear.
Yeah, what's the opposite of that?
Have a
Yeah, but I don't know. It makes sense to me, but I don't know if it makes sense to other people.
very,
It's very subjective.
some probably like I would think I would undergrad.
I just said a dead. I just said a dead koala.
But him,
Yeah, no, I know. I
one.
no, I took this question there one time. I remember the question was like, "What's the opposite of a koala?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. There are a bunch of animals, I guess, but maybe a dead koala." I don't know. All right, I just wondered if that made any sense.
Question
It was.
there. Question
You can read it. You can read my answers to it in this Discord. Um, it's if you see the thing that says like in the upper left corner, it's like about Rabbi way at the bottom.
Alright. So let's do the come up with the thing and then
No, I don't like that. That's too subjective. I like come up with better businesses. Dude, here's a good idea. Actually, it's on that list of questions as well. It was like something like, "What's a business that doesn't exist but should?" or something like that. And I said the Thought Patrol. It's basically like the ice cream man, but with hot chicks, and they just drive around. And I mean, I don't really know what they would do. They could just give out ice cream, I guess.
so far. Right.
But it doesn't drive around your house.
That's the big that's that is missing.
No, no,
Shit.
no. If you really want to know what the business is missing, it's well, there's a huge market that's not being utilized, and that's the milk market.
H2O removal. H2O clustering. As a chat GPT, how many degrees it drop temperature by removing the H2O and then how different do it with like
Dude, you want to remove all the water from the air?
But greenhouse gas. I mean, you want
Yo, dog.
to
Since water is the largest greenhouse gas, how much could we on Earth lower the temperature if we were somehow able to remove all of Earth's water vapor from the atmosphere? Um, it would if we were to move it, it would lower between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. So 36 to 54 in freedom units. So that means losing water vapor would push it down to -5 Celsius to -15 Celsius. That's ice age territory. Most of the planet would be frozen solid.
Well, I think that's pretty much impossible to do currently. Right, so, yeah, but like a little bit like having to go without that.
How could we remove just a little bit of water vapor from the atmosphere? Like, is there like a huge dehumidifier or something that could do this? Or what could do this?
Big ass
You could use a dehumidification, condensation, or absorption methods. But this is on a planetary scale. So condensation, cool the air below its dew point so water vapor condenses into liquid. That's what household dehumidifiers do. On a massive scale, you need to cool trillions of tons of air. Desiccants, so use materials like silica gel or zeolites that absorb moisture. Works well in enclosed spaces. You would need mountains of this stuff to impact the atmosphere at scale. Cryogenic cooling or air separation. Use industrial to separate gases from air, but it's energy intensive. Water is one of the first to condense, but again, it's a scale problem. So yeah, it could be done, but it's a scale problem. That doesn't cool down the planet, but it does get you into outer space efficiently.
definitely does cool down the thing, pump water out.
Okay, let's do that. What's a cool name for the space elevator?
The owner of
Why not just Earth's boner? The Earth erection. Got it.
it doesn't rhyme like there, but
It uses alliteration, dog. Earth erection. I told you before. There is a certain ranking of things. Hold on. Of things that are funny. There's a certain ranking of things that are funny. At the highest level is puns or wordplay. The second highest is rhyme, and the third highest is alliteration. Yo, can you come up with a pun for space elevator? Give me a list of 50. Going up to orbit, the final lift, stairway to heaven, but vertical. Lift off, elevator to the stars. Hold the orbit express. Thread level midnight. Grab elevator. Geosynchronicity. Tether or not. Zero G, please. Sky's the floor. Cable, maybe. Vertical horizon. The climb forgot. String theory in action. Up, and hooray. That's cute. Orbital Uber. No stairs required. Ascendonauts. Cosmic cable tow. Suspended belief. None of those is as good as Earth's erection. That's a score for me. But I would make the argument that you should get half a point because boner thing. All right, next one.
how what technology third person elevator. It
It's pretty easy. It's supposed to be mostly for freight, but it's pretty easy. You just have to put like a really long string into Earth's orbit, and then it just stays up there. It doesn't need to be like taut at the bottom. I mean, it stays taut, I should say.
how like like one like it was during Napoleon.
Yeah.
There was like fully system of like one side is going up while the other side is going down. Like it's like in ice with an up while the other side down. If I have cars by something and like um,
I understand what you mean. You don't need, it just needs to be tethered into the sky, and then just have a car that goes up.
the one car like
Yeah.
like a ladder. River that called children and whatever where they have to actually kill them or something.
Um, Not necessarily. I'd rather have AI do it though.
I think the first technical problem is with stuff like this.
Well, it depends how gruesome they are. I was thinking like a movie like I don't
Or
know.
horror.
Yeah, but some horror movies are like really bloody and violent and gory, and others are just like um psychological thrillers.
Have you seen any psychological
Um, well, I mean, I've seen some that are also good, but they're gory, like Saw. Saw has some interesting psychological elements to it. Um,
you ever played a great dog?
yeah, Saw 2, and then Saw 3. I like Saw 2 and Saw 3. Um, Actually, Saw 3 is my favorite. The Trey one. Then there's like what's that movie? Uh, they're 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 all the same. I just remember. Oh, if you don't know what happens, basically they're like, I think Saw 3. They're stuck in a house and they can't get out, and there are all kinds of booby traps that are set up, and so like they have to like, I don't know. I just remember like there are ones where like they have to stick their head in like a fishbowl, and the fishbowl is like full of like needles, or like they have to like there'll be like a key, and like it would be like this. They are handcuffed and in order to get out of the handcuffs, they have to stick their hand in a key or stick their hand in a fishbowl that's full of needles to get the key at the bottom to be able to get themselves out. But okay, like silence. Yeah, exactly. And okay, Silence of the Lambs. If I recall, there's not like any murder in that. I mean, I don't recall that there is. It's not like bloody and gory. It's just a psychological with Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, I like it.
And making like short, I don't know how long ago. I'm making a liminal with dog one after I got generate all those like like simplistic houses and stuff, and then I have to model them and creating siding, a little bit of a hindrance because I'm not that great at I'm gonna see what happens, but we've been a movie so far. Some girl, like, their thing or whatever, just interested in her, and he's walking around the neighborhood, and what I don't want to do is sort of like a monster with actual evil, like, evil things like I want the evil stuff to be all like outside of her perspective, so basically like, but it's being like like neighborhood and all this like weird stuff going on there. What what stuff would you think is a good psychological horror?
Okay, so I think like the what you made in Sora, where it's like really bright and happy and stuff, can be really freaky. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
or
Uh,
like the environment just like objects that are like are just it's like familiar but strange at the same time. It's like the environment stuff. But just walking around the environment is like boring after a while. You have to use like that whatever furniture and moving around or like one thing I want to do is like characters on the house there's like a mannequin whatever like one way and then they like turn around and it's like facing them or like looking at them but they don't notice like talking so on the mannequin in the hose that is like flowing into the backyard pool nothing real like lots of mannequin and there like the water like that's
I think I get what you're
part
saying.
of I want like a reflection or whatever like like listening after the reflection of like those like still or something like weird stuff like that. So brainstorm ideas that are like psychological and
So, like a Five Nights at Freddy's, but you just there's no way to escape.
So that is a idea of industrial story.
I almost think that like those kind of movies or ideas or whatever, just frustrating the audience could be good. Where I don't know, like they're almost like dreams. Like I've had dreams where all I need is like to be able to talk to somebody, but I can't talk with them or something, or I'm not saying the right thing. That doesn't happen in dreams, but like um, the idea would be like a Five Nights at Freddy's, and every time you try to get out, I don't know. I don't like this game as much as I like the game about coming up with ideas for paper. But you want to make a liminal movie, then just make it. I don't know, like whatever your idea is, just almost like a scary toy store, I guess. Like something with bright colors.
I'm looking for stuff that like happens to the character along the way that is like whatever.
Dog, I've got a kind of crazy idea. Okay, imagine. So it's a movie. Imagine it's a toy store. All of the toys are meant to damage the people, but they don't know how they will damage them. It's like imagine some freaky serial killer like guy starts a toy store. Everybody's like, cool. It's a new business in the neighborhood or whatever. But like, he makes sure that the toys have like I don't know, like lead paint on them, the ones that'll go in children's mouths, or he has like time, like some of them on timers, and then they'll all like just like with it'll be like one day. Oh, dude, this is a fucking cool idea. All right, so there's a serial killer, or not a serial killer, but like somebody who's done something bad. He gets out of jail, and the first thing that he does is start this toy store. Toy store is like all of the toys are actually like could hurt you. Like the all around the what do you call the pop cars, the weasel thing, the thing that Jack in the Box. Like it normally works fine, but if you use it after 1 year, it explodes like a bomb. Or like the paint that he uses on the toys that little children will put in their mouths. If you do it for a year, it will cause lead. Uh, he like that could be everything. Okay, so then you have some police officer, some detective or something, who is like suspicious that this guy, and then eventually figures it out that this guy's like this psychological creep and has to get all the toys back from those children before it does damage to them. It's a thought.
Yeah, that's a thought. Like the cop goes into the guy's um, toy store and buys and it's just like one day just hears ticking, and he like takes it apart and realizes that there's a bomb, and that this bomb is meant to go off on like I don't know. This guy's like the first date that he went into jail or some kind of important date for this guy, and then he has to go and track down all of the toys in the town, or they were really good people. I mean, I guess they could just do a recall. They would just be like, yeah, anybody who bought this Jack in the Box, like return it or whatever. But other than things that return it or there's a form. Yeah, but as I was wash my hands and use the restroom, this is fucking really good one. This is a really good one. And I think you do good things for height. All right, so imagine some kid, like let's just say like an 18-year-old kid who is working at McDonald's and chooses never to wash their hands and then go back to work. And it would be like up close and personal. So, like, not the place. Yeah. Um, but the idea is that they would follow the people. Like, okay, so yeah, exactly. But basically, this they would go and they'd make like your burger or whatever, and you would follow the burger to the person when they eat it. The person eats it, the person gets sick, and then it ruins their life in one way or another. Like maybe they throw up in the car, they get in a car accident, or maybe they give it to their child and the child gets really sick. But like basically everything. Yeah, but with hygiene. Yeah, and then at the end, you can either make it so that they can connect the dots that they know, or even cooler if they just never find out. Like the guy, like bringing guys up the bar, and he like pick up his gun, and like some guy like pick up his guard up, road, and like and it all these like flashbacks, and I'm like, oh, that could be the fucking guard with the road and dartboard. That could be, but I almost like it when they never find out. So they had their whole bike room because of this restaurant, and all the only people who know why it happened are is the audience. Everybody else is like, oh, that was just a normal thing. Because that would make you think as an audience member, like when something bad happens. That's so right. I guess I guess it'd be like a health inspector. But okay, so you could, if you want to get into that really like psychologically, psychological element, you could have it be like there's someone who is purposefully poisoning these things. Yeah. But I almost like it where they don't, where it's just it's almost just like what actually happens. Like that's the scariest part about it is that shit is happening every single day in every single city, and it's affecting people's lives and they don't know it. It would make them rethink about going to restaurants. It would be like
I work in a restaurant and they made me want to really bring my knife to every single place that I go to at a restaurant. Things like, oh, they get more whatever, but every fork that's touching other forks and knives.
I do.
Watch it once, twice, they're not 100%.
I don't understand why food service people don't have to wear gloves.
They,
Yeah, but you know they don't.
or they have
Exactly. All that shit. All that shit. I just don't understand why.
Right? It's somewhat dangerous and nice.
Yeah, all that.
And probably pissed.
Dude, that would be that movie. I don't know what you just gotta call that movie hygiene. That hygiene movie. But imagine like it's just a normal thing. Like you have one person who doesn't wash their hands, and not hand washing makes someone sick. There's another part of it where the person who works in the restaurant sneezes, and that makes someone a different kind of sick. There's another kind where they use some kind of like I don't know lip balm or something that someone's allergic to on a straw or something, and that gets someone sick. There's another thing, but that could be like an allergic reaction. There's another thing where that could be the person, somebody's like no pickles, and they accidentally put pickles on there, and it like causes somebody immense trauma. Did you ever see the movie Crash? Crash is like that, where like there's a bunch of different stories intertangled into like one event, and that this would be similar where the one event is just a bunch of people go to it would be like 5 minutes in line at a McDonald's or the drive-thru, and all the shit that happens, and they don't know why it all happened, but it has to do with this person. Did you ever see the movie? Look, I mean, that's not hard to do. It would just be like just every single day, X amount of people go to restaurants, but they never know how the actions of one person can affect all of their lives. And it would just go through the different scenarios.
It'd be like, in coming to here, a food, that man, and then there's like, literally like some Batman character, like, trying to protect you from like some guy like,
Exactly. It would be the help of the factor.
right? I don't know, I mean, there has, there's some movie like, somebody like how it's more specific. I am like,
Yeah, but those are all like global pandemics. This would just be like the actions in a small town. And like, okay, so yeah, this is a good idea. Like, and the person doesn't even have to be a bad person. They don't even have to be malicious. jokes about it. It literally could just be like, they're going to the bathroom, somebody's knocking on the door. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. And so they just didn't have time to wash their hands. And then they're going to, make somebody's burger, and they just barely undercook it. But nevertheless, it gives somebody salmonella. And then, they just accidentally sneeze and don't use the Dracula method, and that gets somebody the flu. And then they accidentally give somebody regular Coke instead of Diet Coke, or not even that. It could be like the tubes were switched or something, and the person is diabetic, and they go into a diabetic shot, and like every single thing, and it could just be these little things that maybe the person couldn't even really control, or at least were influenced by other people, and it causes havoc amongst all the other people.
Okay, Mark Scorsese.
All right, how about this one? Name a comic book character that doesn't exist that and their superpower.
Krusty Kingsley name. The Tony the Tiger. Yeah, the giant. And I got giant.
Fair take.
That's like a weapon.
All right, and uh, hero or villain?
Alright, just like on
Right.
a
Okay. Name a villain that doesn't exist that should. Rusty.
like
Okay.
she broke up with man divorce because wanted to get a extra but like
Dude, I just had an idea for one. I don't know if it would necessarily work, but let me think. I don't know if it works as a superhero. It's more about that movie, like a movie, but it's almost like it would be a comedy. I'm trying to think of how it would be funny. I'll think in a second, but like I want to give an example.
no, I have
Give it to me.
the angry I got fired. I was out for like no problem. That's real. And so, like, it,
Did you ever see Jackass the movie? The Jackass where they roller skates in a in a in a disco themed U-Haul truck. I think the Jackass, the early the first Jackass. I love it. Don't you love Jackass?
I realized the other day that I had never seen freaking movies, but I never watched the show at first.
Okay, the show's amazing too.
I just don't watch the show. So it's wild.
So it's just basically it's hilarious. They're in a U-Haul and Carson Lacey, the fat guy, driver, and then they're all dressed up like disco guys on roller skates, and he just drives in a parking lot, and they just go flying all over the place. Anyway, when you said disco roller skates, I just figured, oh, he's gonna say that. Yeah. All right. What's the name of the disco roller skate?
Yay.
Um, no, it's just a funny premise.
How would you market a friend?
Disco,
Uh,
yeah. But you can even change the phrase. DIS.
how do you have to build a UFO? Come on, man.
That's good. Disco, like when it's DISCO. So it's like disco. You ever play Ultimate Frisbee? Did you ever play Ultimate Frisbee? You know that they used to call Ultimate Frisbee until the Whammo company threatened to sue. So now it's just called Ultimate.
Or are they going to say like the name of the game?
They sued like the tournaments that use their trademark without permission.
Everyone can just call it Coca-Cola if they want. You know,
Yeah, they will. Trademark infringement.
they're like, they're going to sue the kids in the park or all Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
No, but when there's a Coca-Cola tournament, the Coca-Cola company will go and sue them.
How is it different? How is it different than people have to Coca-Cola?
Well, you can get sued from advertising it on Facebook as well. Coca-Cola will report an issue. The issue will be it infringes on my trademark, and they won't let you use that advertisement. Yeah, I don't know how this could be funny. It would be a comedy, I think, but it's almost like it could be a game. I want to think of it. Okay, so
Game show?
this would be
Wait, I'm looking at data stuff first. There's
so. Don't they have a dating show? Don't they have a dating show called Love Is Blind? But does that have real blind people? Okay, okay, perfect. I thought that show actually had blind people. So my dating show would be for the blind. Exactly. Love really is blind. But yeah, that would be my thing. Um, okay, so okay. Oh, dude, no, I got it. I got it. I got it. I don't know if this is funny, but it might have been. It'd be more for like a YouTube channel. Okay, so they go to Pornhub, and I don't know Pornhub, but I don't know. I guess does it look like YouTube with different things? Okay, yeah, they could work, but that's too specific.
Hey, this
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, no, that's not it. Though. No, you know how? Okay, so like Pornhub gives you a list of like randomized porn out on its main page. So it'd be like bingo. Basically, you know how bingo, like, like you have like a start or whatever. You can have like people play bingo against each other by just whatever the front page of Pornhub. So, so like if you have like a milk on your front, and you put that. You get what I'm saying? It would, that's pretty easy. That would just be like milk and hog, like facial, and like
right, so everyone has their own file that is just whatever your home code is. Really,
all the cards are the same. All the cards are the same. But then when you open, it's always different to each person, and so then you put one down for each that you have. And then if you don't have bingo, then you refresh the page until bingo. It's actually not a bad idea. It's not dating show. It would just be like it would be more like a YouTube show, but it would be way for um. It would be really good for Pornhub, but it would be a way to promote pornography. That's like a thing that people want to do, which it would be. Yeah. Well, okay. So, so like Kill Tony has a similar version where they made Kill Tony bingo cards, and every time they mentioned like Tony being gay, it was you put one down, or every time they mentioned Redman being fat, there was another one. Or every time somebody found you put one down. So it'd be basically the same, but I don't know where you would show it. Because you could really show it on YouTube, and you could show it on TV. And Pornhub, that's where people go. But I don't know. You asked me a question. I came up. Okay, how about this one? And this would be big. I don't know if they go for it, but you just have celebrities on, and you give them different food combinations until they throw up on camera. Yeah. Oh, you want a look show? Okay. I already gave it to you. What really you want?
I want
Okay. Um. Okay. Here's one. You get a 10, like a really good looking chick, and a guy who was like a five or below, and you get like three pairs like that, and the couple that can stay together the longest amount of time gets a cash prize. But here's the catch: they can't know when the other people broke up with each other. So some of them might just be together forever, for like for 10 years, because they think that they're tied to the end. But in reality,
Like on that 10 grand.
no, it would be like $1 million.
I had a very similar concept for a Mississippi. The idea was like two, but I've never heard of people that would whatever, 500 grand. And it's very simple. You just have to survive as long as you can. Yesterday, in like a isolated box, but you're locked in a box, you can't tell if other people have left or not. And so it's up to you to how long it is other people can last. How much of it will last for? How long is it going to be here? How long is it going to be? We have no idea if they're left or not.
Okay.
So then you create a recipe.
Um,
It could also be not against reality. I was using blenders, making it now, and the first thing I mentioned was scavenger hunt, like a bunch of AI celebrities, and then they have to find the case for the $1 million ticket, like a warehouse filled with like 1,000 construction.
okay, so you have one person versus a bunch of kids with like pads and Nerf weapons, and you just have the one adult fight the children so that nobody gets hurt. But see how many children the adult can fight off before the children overtake them.
And page that like simulation, like or like 1,000 volts of like a million within like
Yeah. So essentially, that I thought of a game that I think could be very profitable if you just made a game where you could set people up like that, but generally using animals. So it would just run simulations of like 10 hippos versus 30 giraffes, and you see which ones would win.
fire the
But I think that game would be fun. You could just keep setting things up. Yeah, so there's this.
on play with half a bunch of robots away.
Hey, that reminds me. When are we gonna play table soccer? Okay, you suck dick. Just so you know. All right, give me another good idea before you go to bed. How's it work? Dude, I've got one. Have you ever seen? I think they did this in England or Australia or someplace. Um, okay, so they got a bunch of people with the same kind of dog. I've seen it done with like golden retrievers. You have a golden retriever, don't you? Oh, okay. Well, so not. I mean, not that. I mean, sure that, but there aren't that many they spend on. All right, so just imagine like golden retrievers. Okay, so this event that I've seen is like they try to break the Guinness World Record of like the most amount of the same kind of dog with its owners in one spot. All right, so you host one of those events where you just have people and their dogs, and the object is to see which dog can identify the owner fastest, and you just do it that way. Be like, who's the best dog? Yeah, so you could maybe put them behind like behind a tent or something, some kind of wall, so that they could only use their scent. I guess it would be like dog or like animal game shows, but I bet those are difficult to do. Nevertheless, that's an idea. All right,
People that train their dog.
dude, this would be so big. Hold on. I know I interrupted you. This actually is the best fucking idea I've had. Okay, you ready for this? You get two fighters, two guys who are like MMA, UFC guys, who both agree to this. They're both wearing parachutes. They go up in a plane, and the object is to kick the other guy out of the plane and throw him out of the plane. Isn't that a good idea?
I can see that nickname like I because grab on to it, like the other person
Wait,
knows.
and if that happens, then you go right back up and do it again. You go until there's no tie.
That I would love to do it.
There you go.
I'll write that down.
That's a 10 out of 10 idea right now. We got to come up with a name for it.
Uh, ultimate fighter.
Yeah, that's be something like that. Um, that would be so cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I feel like there needs to be practice on the inside of the airplane, but then
Absolutely,
also
absolutely. It would.
fly, not fly. Maybe like spice it up. Like some of the times they have like little like cool videos where you have like a stick with like two padded.
Yeah, anything like that. Just basically a battle in the air, and the loser gets thrown out of the plane, and then they have to kayak back. So here's the thing: they could have like a team.
A skydiver on standby that'll
Yeah, and they do that. Like there was this video, a Red Bull video. They wouldn't insure it in the United States. I think they did it. They did it in another country. But basically, Red Bull paid a guy to jump out of a plane without a parachute, and they did. And then they had other parachutist guys go fly up to him and put a parachute on him midair. Okay, so your fantasy? He did? Oh, I thought. Hold on. I've seen like every. I don't think jack off is necessary. That's fucking funny. Jackass. It's called the deck. What's it called? Skyjack. Skyjack. That's so funny. Skyjacking with people.
How like he's so chill. If I can't watch all I got my bucket list, I like the whole thing is that you know oh man, everybody does that shit. It's not enough. I ever go to because the first time you have to transfer but fucking furiously jumping y'all until back in like I want to pass the true breath.
Alright, this is super long. I'll just have to watch it another point. Lena and Steve O Skydiving. Alright, well that's hilarious. Alright. I like the idea of I think you just call it Sky Fight. Dude, I would see that. That would be so cool. That would be like the better than the UFC. It's just like okay, so then how about this one? Hold on. How about this one? This works. You get a big net, like a big circus net at the bottom, and then you just go up in one of those helicopters without doors on the side, have him fight in that, and then throw the guy over. Then he doesn't need a parachute, and he just lands in a net. No, no, no. The net's just barely above the ground, but enough that if you fall in the net, you won't hit the ground. Like, like 300. They're like 300 feet in the air. 300 feet. Okay, maybe 100 feet. Yeah, but you bring up a good point. Like if the guy gets knocked unconscious, you can't really control. Like he's gonna die. So you just have him fall in the net. Right. So that's why if that happens, dude, can you imagine? Okay, so imagine it's not UFC where you punch in the face and stuff. It's just grappling. And if you both get thrown out of the plane, then you have to go and do it again. And that's the next round. So it would get so intense where these guys are exhausted and it's like round six, go. Oh dude, I've got an even better one. Instead of having the thing with the instead of having the thing where you have to fly out the side, have you ever seen those C-130s where it's like out the back, where like the back comes down like a garage door?
Oh, I thought that's what I was originally thinking. Like those army planes, where like the front crack opens up.
Yeah, that kind. Well, I mean, I was just thinking like a regular plane that you jump out of, but see,
The log, the outside.
the C-130 would be tight. Okay, I'm down for that. That would be cool.
Right? Which company? Red Bull or something?
Yeah,
It's probably because you guys know the Red Bull and got like wrestlers, people, good, and then they might hire you as like a out of the sky fighting. You'll be the next Dana White.
I love it. I love the.
People will actually tune into that. Like, there's no way that doesn't like go through never becomes
Right.
and then you have round like the microphone is good and we're both commentating it.
I love it.
Like that.
It's phenomenal.
Would you actually do that?
Absolutely. Hey, I've got one. This actually could be done. I don't know how much fun it is. It's not as cool as that idea, but you just have. Okay, so let's say you have. This is a game show where all you have to do is we show you a picture. Let's say there are 16 people. All right, so we show you a picture, and you have to guess whether it's AI or a real person. And then whatever people are right, then it goes to down to 8 or whatever. Whatever people are right from there, it goes down to 4, then 2, then 1.
The issue with that, in my opinion, is at some point you're just, I mean, like the whole thing is stress, but it just becomes like guessing. AI, shit, that is like, okay, there's no way to tell if that's real AI.
Yeah, but you could make it so that you could. You could make like little freckles or whatever, birthmarks, or their hair is.
For everything that is that AI, in there, like the extraventricular,
Right. No, it couldn't be that obvious. But that's a game that I play on Reddit. There's a Reddit subreddit dedicated to that. And people, it's called like AI or not. And people just like will show a picture and you get like AI is so good that it stumps you a lot of times.
that's right. I mean, it's not a bad idea. There's an actual game show where, like, it's just like a bunch of pictures and then you can do it, and all you have to do is name picture. Like, the category will be like animal, and it'll start off. It'll be like girl, cow, and then it'll just have a hide in or uh, like other Instagram that's called
Mastodon?
yeah. Sega is not but it's very hard to. It's kind of boring to watch. There's a place where I'm playing and it's just like a race. You get, or no, that's not what it's like. But there's one that was like there's a song like a yellow. No more.
Dude, you know how I had that idea about the dogs? What if you reversed it and you had to have the people find their own dog?
Without using sound.
I mean, I guess you could just use whatever sound you want.
That's pretty
Yeah. Okay, so then no sounds. The dog's in a soundproof room.
Here's one that you'll love. Called Olympic.
Oh, fuck you. Dog, I live that. That's my life.
Would you watch that?
No, that's boring as fuck. Oh, just who can solve captures the fastest, like Rubik's Cube?
Sorry, keep in mind that there was a world championship in Excel spreadsheet, and it was like two people had to hack within Microsoft Excel, and it was an event that was like on YouTube. They had a freaking audience of people that were cheering and clapping doing Excel. So I think that's the
I like that. I like that. That's a good idea. All right, how about this one? It's like Judge Judy, but it has a celebrity judge, and they get to choose whatever they want to happen. Yeah,
I think it'll be good if the actual like procedure parties agree, uh, whatever the celebrity decides, the outcome.
that's exactly right. That's exactly what Judge Judy is. Arbitration. So, like, let's say there's some disagreement. Steve is the judge. Steve could be like, all right, you arbitrate.
That is a really good idea. That is a good idea.
Exactly. So Steve can make it like, all right, you have to drink his spit, a glass full of his spit, and he has to smell your fart.
I thought you have to do like you are worthy of not hang up.
No, you do. You do. You still have to do that. But then Steve could put his twist on it. Like, all right,
Okay.
it, you know he's going to want to do that.
Gargle my spit right now. You win. First
Yeah,
one to gargle my
exactly.
spit.
That's going to combine two games. So it should just be celebrity judges, and they just listen to it, and then they just make their own decision. But they have no legal background, so they're just like so it'd be like I don't know, two people fighting over a dog, like a couple. Let's say a couple bought the couple adopted a dog when they were together, and now they need to find like where's the dog gonna be, what owner. And so Steve would be like, well, we cut the dog in two. And then the true lover of the dog would be like, no, 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 let the other person have it because they don't want to see the dog hurt. And then Steve would be like, all right, you love the dog so much that you can.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. I have this episode, hopefully our cars with higher life insurance premiums.
Like Mercedes Benz car.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's made by Mercedes Benz. Yeah, what about it?
make it have higher life insurance premiums because you're like so much more likely to die.
Not life insurance, would it be auto insurance?
Because life insurance covers die.
Well, auto insurance can't. Well, and usually that would be covered under your auto insurance. But I can here's the thing, if you end up dying, then your life insurance is going to pay out. Um, I don't like those kinds of deals that they make in the insurance industry. So I would say no.
I
Because
think that would be justifiable because if you're choosing that is so easily like made by a coach, then I need to compensate for that.
okay, so then why wouldn't you say like, oh, but if you're a bicyclist, which would totally be insured by any other vehicle, basically, then your life insurance should be through the roof.
Well, maybe is there a better class of life insurance policy that if you get run out of your biking, you're not covered?
No.
Maybe there should.
Yeah, that gets complicated though. I don't like the no. I kind of like flat feet. Like, all right. Uh, what
Here's
other?
just like a random thing. If you've ever been to everyone like the 5 team drive cart, like goes around the driving range collecting balls.
Yeah,
His job is trying to fight that guy.
I still do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody.
I don't know. No sort of challenge or thing that is based around.
Okay, I like that. Um, I mean, that really could just be a game show in itself where you line up 10 people and they just have to get the golf cart.
Yeah,
Guys get really good at it. They can aim their shots really well, or like be able to like lob their shots perfectly and hit that guy. Not a bad idea.
I mean, I feel just like a video segment of okay, it's got like 7 people and we're gonna upload it like second challenge or something.
Dude, I think it could be an Olympic sport. They already have like the biathlon and things where they like shoot or archery and stuff. So it's just like archery.
Or they could be a combination of like that and then grocery.
No, it's just
There was, I did see a video of the competition of unloading groceries from a car, and they had to really like, just had a car full of groceries and then like fitness unloaded.
essentially it would be like archery, but for the driveway.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Or,
I think it's entertaining in itself. You give a guy a bucket of balls and see how many times he can hit the thing. If you've got like 10 people going at once, it'd be a pretty intense competition.
yeah, I know. It's very line
Exactly.
or like first goal.
I think it's a good idea.
like, okay, we're gonna start this on the computer. So I'm during any flight ever, and I'm just gonna oh gosh, I'm flying out of my seat and flashing my head to the top of the cabin.
Yeah, I actually just saw
Something
some.
that's so high turbulence.
I I saw something about this. Um, uh, there's a there's an airport in Chicago, Midway, that has like a really short runway, and they have to make sure people do that because they have to brake so quickly. So yeah, I think it's a necessity at some airports.
And it's supposed to be on Aspen, like, right before you start descending, it's like, not too much time.
Right. So you're saying why do they need that sign?
I get it, maybe just like a landing of this, but like, it should be like 3 minutes no landing, no flying, I'm down, not like 25 minutes, you know?
Yeah, I mean they.
Like, it's there's no crazy, like, like that, but they're still walking down the aisle.
Yeah. Um, I think it's just so that you do it with enough time remaining, and you never know. There's stuff that you can hit, but it's really for the landing, as I understand, because sometimes they have to brake really hard, and everybody and everything goes flying forward. I've never been on a flight like that. I've been on some bad turbulence flights, but never anything where, um, well, like you had to have your seatbelt on during it, but never anything on the landing like that. I think that GeoGuessr should just be could be its own television show.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos, and even videos of like,
Well, this is different than GeoGuessr, but I think it was a game or something that I saw where they put you down in a random place in the world, and you have to get to an airport using Google Earth, and then that gets you home or whatever. It's different than GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr is like how many miles away from you are you from the pin? This would basically force you to take streets and stuff to get to the airport. But I guess there aren't that many airports. You can memorize where the airports are. But okay, this is a good idea. They put you down somewhere randomly on Earth and then give you a place that you have to find. And it could be sponsored by different companies. So like find the nearest Starbucks. And so the person would like have to geoguess to the nearest Starbucks in that little area. Or the nearest McDonald's. Or the nearest Home Depot or whatever it is. Exactly. Exactly. So like they've never been in the city. The city may not even have a McDonald's. They may have to take they may have to go and take a like a train to another place that would have it, but they would just have to assume where they're going to find these places. Where would they find the Starbucks? Maybe at an airport, maybe in a mall, whatever it is. That's a thought.
just put into a ball and then just have to go like a race.
Yeah, I don't know if they had this where you were, but they had this show called Supermarket Sweep that I always thought was a really good show, where they just have people in a supermarket and they just try to get high priced items and such. It doesn't work that well anymore. I mean, I guess it would, But
I like the videos and art, but okay, but yeah, I don't know how to use that. And the budget is like $250, and then each person goes spend that money however they want. On like one guy's been like college drive, one guy's like gasoline power, like inflatable, one guy's just like math buying web page, and then they all have to go like,
did you say a hollow drum? Did you say a hollow drum?
like a barrel, like,
Yeah. Okay. I know what you're saying. I didn't know what you were referencing. Okay. Um. What about? I think this would be a hilarious show. It reminds me of this thing I remember when I was a kid. Okay, so here's what you do: you spit into a glass. It's a race. The race is this: you versus somebody else. You spit into a glass, and you have to fill the glass up with your saliva. And when you're done, you have to drink the whole glass. That's the entire show. Yeah, I get that, but I don't think that would be that. Like that could get somebody really sick. So if you drink your own spit, I think it'd be fine.
this sounds like a crappy beer production.
Yeah, it does. But it's
There's
a
a beer factor one where so that's not factor. So that's like how long after food like wine, like from the helicopter, and then literally across the map, like it was like 45 seconds. But it's not like never burns, but like out of plastic going. Did you
oh
see the Mr. Beast episode where it's like, I can see like series of like,
yeah, I saw where they had like a really big trampoline, or not trampoline, treadmill, which was really cool.
it wasn't treadmill, but like it was like just like a little plastic that everyone stood on, and then you could just drop them like through a bit. There's one challenge where like there's like $1 million of cash in like a giant cube. There's 10 of them, and that's like a house. And so they before they like the challenge started, they did like trustworthy, trustworthy. Trustworthy person one second all that. So the challenge was very just like a like magical. And it's like okay, the first person out, however much money on from next person that gets kind of making of money. And I just go down the line. So the first person came out because I was not the second guy comes up, takes like 235 and then the third guy comes up and takes like $100,000 and then like $30,000 left like there's like people. And so the guy on the floor Yes, and everyone is so pissed at
Why didn't they just take the full amount?
why did the first
Yeah.
they want to be nice and fellow the title.
That's bullshit.
I think that they're making a million.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the smart thing. I don't know. Right in front of you. But you also have to look like more
Winner's gonna win, baby.
that's some guy like the third guy said like all
See that? All right, but
You know, it's been fun. Unless you're gonna play me and you're gonna play me and or are you going? Just go take a nap. I'm gonna do the same. All right. Thanks, Big Dog. Enjoy your and marathon out and fight.
yeah. Have a good rest of the day. What time do you go to sleep at and wake up? Right now?
I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be back. Zoo comes in. Peace.
Towards the end of can't play Darwin, nations to a competition. All of it. Get in. You get this combination. So, if semitism, the racial thinking in the 19th century, in the 19th century versus the the middle of you can be a German and be a German education. As long as you speak the language and you just think back to your culture. At the end of the
look at this athleticism. Where's my thing?
sense, and that's when that's just and it, that at the end of it, by the way, just drops this thinkers essentially recite which is written in the 1920s that pervades this. So nationalism in and of itself is to share culture, language, and sense of common belonging. And I think about it, interesting. But this becomes frequent views, especially on nationals, becomes dangerous. And especially dangerous with group shared geographic location. So they would choose. I'm a Russian Jew, and it's a chance of pride, tradition. For me, I love America. I love these countries that have tradition in religion, science, art, but often, but sometimes correct. And I'm not Russian. I'm a Jew. And it's a nice yes, that is always there. The desire to vision groups. And I wonder why is that there? Why does art have so easily took this kind? That's a big question in and of itself. Human art is full of everything, right? It's full of hate, it's full of love, it's full of indifference, it's full of energy. So, I mean, you can do something, I think, and along with hate, the hurt and injury is something that's within all of us. And it's just something that's part of who we are. And part of our society. So we're shaped by our society. Our society contains so much the difference in society like that of the democracy in the West instead of in the Soviet Union, right? Because you have more or less freedom to what you might get in situations in which nasty kind of people some societies we talked about before are more ethical prudence towards nasty things. Forcing so freedom is really people choose not to be very good. Whereas in some societies, you feel in some ways for not so much of a handtaking losses, but the guys on the ground, in the 1930s, were not so much for the Nazi bosses, the guy that we're told go to those schools. And so, not necessarily as they perceive, but because we're so your social situation, encourages you to live. Yeah, I was just, because I don't really, Frank's he said something, I just, if you're not either a camp guard or a prisoner tells us all something, human kindness can be found in all groups, which is on the whole, would be so that's to you feel for those people who always love to get orders.
Yo, how are you? How are you?
If you
You don't have to use the echo from your other account.
Yeah, you can mute that one. Hey, how are you?
I'm so confused. What do I do?
The one with the podcast. How's your day going? Good. Excellent. Just take excellent. What question do you? How are you doing? Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
My what?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Okay.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot out like 24 hours a day, 7 weeks a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing it for more than 3.5 years, live on YouTube. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived to the internet than any person I go to listen to. I'm like a real life streaming show. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything.
Is this a script that you've written? That's true. I believe it's true, but is it a script that you've written?
No, it's just in my head. I just said it like multiple times a day.
But it's a script you have memorized?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
We talk about some things that are really discussed in society, like ending world hunger, through the use of technology such as floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming,
There's a bee.
cloud seeds, just people that might Discord. I talk about things like animal thirst through the use of desalination technology, pumping earth seawater on the land to make it drinkable. Sponsored by cryptocurrencies worth tens of billions of dollars, actually close to $100 billion. It's known as Harry Potter monetary penny. It one of the things that we do within that community is build wells in developed nations such as Nigeria. Talk about other things that may be of interest to you. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, things like alien exposure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex.
Wait. Okay, so I'm assuming that's like bringing something back that's been extinct.
Yeah. So the Pyrenean ibex was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France that was once extinct. That scientists were able to de-extinct. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossus Scientific. They've made it their goal that by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates. They've already reintroduced the direwolf.
I actually know about that. A little bit about that.
Excellent.
Kind of.
They then reintroduced the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the turtle bird, which I just think is really fascinating. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you. The fact that data is a resource more valuable than water, coal, air, petroleum. And I have more data online than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person today. And if that's true, I want to help. I want to help you. I want to help your friends. I want to help your family. I want you to be able to never have to work again. Start charities to help the world and other philanthropic organizations. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was about 80. I'm going to increase that if you want. 100, the use of technology. This is all with your consent. But things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, thermal therapy, cold shock therapies, things like perhaps immersion therapy. But eventually, you may be 120 years old and you say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, if you want, with your consent, you may be able to utilize technology known as mind uploaded technology.
Yeah, the conscious test.
Absolutely. Where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, every atom is from their system and for a nervous system. For later download, it's an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic a clone of yourself, a robot, and whatever you would be.
I mean, that's the goal, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's not something right or close to you.
No, we're already doing it with mice, and scientists expect to be starting to do it within the next 10 years.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Like it's like your hand.
Look, I love your honesty. But that's hard to say that you didn't understand. I understand. What he's saying is a very ambiguous idea, but I think he's really discussing like the idea of being within a mountain and being able to experience the different feelings of being within a mountain.
Yeah, okay.
Some sort of roaring of the plants like birds and it's like for the love. And I have some sort of resistance to that. And I'm expecting my body to be more before that's like so that's why I'm in the middle of the mountain. But
Whatever floats your boat, big dog.
Do you want to be the mountain? Or you want to be in the middle of it?
No, I want to be inside. Like, I don't know. I didn't really, like, as an active visitor, I didn't think about part loaded. I think more of biological. Just so I can put my body more now. You know, my brain, my consciousness inside of the computer, like connected. So
But I don't really get it. What's your experience of life at that point? As a mountain or as in the middle of a mountain?
computer is inside of the computer. You know, all you can do is interact in these spaces.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's still consciousness.
Well, I wouldn't say I don't think of it as separate from my mind. I think I know what
Consciousness uploaded without the further step of it being uploaded into another being.
yeah, without it like removed from my brain.
I mean, with most of it, your brain is, part of your body is going to die.
I don't know. I was thinking if there was a technology that would keep my brain alive.
I guess, if your body was frozen.
Yeah, I
I don't either. Not even whatsoever. But like if you're having some sort of oxygen system, maybe, I don't know.
Wouldn't it just be life support?
right at my mouth.
Yeah, some sort of life support. That's what I meant. Yeah. Well, let's do it.
Once you're ready to start, maybe you will be star in the sky. You can press the button and see if there was an afterlife.
Whatever makes you happy.
Eject button, like delete your existence.
Well, no, I'm saying actually die. Like, I don't necessarily, like, I want to believe in an afterlife, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like on that one.
The key is living forever within reason. You don't want to live forever because that could be a major punishment. You can be tortured forever. You want to live forever within reason. When you no longer want to live forever, you want to be able to end it.
Yeah.
Or if you were able to like uplift consciousness, maybe you could live forever, but edit the perception of time so that you weren't fucking rotting.
There you go.
I think it'd be fun. I'd be playing all the games that I like. I don't want to be playing.
Well, that's a little bit about me. Nook, did you find me from the Fish Tank Discord?
You just invited me here. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Do you know about the Fish?
That's the BFF server. I'll invite you to that, by the way. And you can bring one of your.
Okay.
It's all right. Server.
All right.
I don't know very well.
Well, look, you should know that you're always welcome here. I do my best to be a positive person, to have a positive outlook, and optimistic outlook on life, and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
I appreciate it. I can't say the same in terms of outlook on that, but I do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
No, I'm not trying to work on it. If I needed it to change, I could do it next time. Don't worry.
You're a lovely individual, Rabbi.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate the opportunity to meet you.
Yeah, word up.
Excellent.
Nice meeting you.
Excellent. Well, with that, I'm going to continue with my podcast. If you enjoy. And
I'm not in the garage to play for propaganda, but I'm going to be hanging out and get that set up with the
pleasure meeting you.
There's a love community. There's a country. But if you can just love community, anyone is there. And if you fight for that country, when your story that you write, I'm sure there's so much was so that story. I know. And then when you're in the military, you have a gun in your hand, or you're you're over around this place. And I don't know what to do. So it's fear, it's a mix of maybe convince yourself, what the person needs to do over time to get that to control. Okay, feel big protest, feel very ineffective. So if you actually help yourself, you can't give people up. You have to give a family, so you want to make sure you tell them what they do time. And naturally, it's just something that yeah. Most of us have one of my counselors, right? Is on Jeff's side. We have now, but the one on Jeff's side, we cast it from the try to get kids to understand it's not about where you go, live far away in kind of place. It's about families, and it's that way, but it's it's all of us. So there's nothing, and you just try to encourage yourself to try to figure out ways that maybe you won't make your place. Imagine turning out stand by your president's area. It's extremely difficult. And you can't. And the interesting thing about it is not particular. But a lot of studies have where stage Jews, but homes of stage Jews versus those who it's completely unpredictable. Sometimes it's the wish because they don't believe they should make it. And usually it's not human system. Consistency. What and staying ready to take up and to do it's not necessarily. Sometimes the good people do it, sometimes they do it really simple reasons, and sometimes it would extend one thing I learned was in social media is choosing people of integrity who do the right thing for the life. That particular because there's so many ways to be gay. Declaring that it's a simple quiet books. That's obviously it's more scale, just show character or some person being the surface of the heroes. Those are really surprising, but they're also quiet. As long as they're still and claim that they do the right thing. They did kind of seem pretty neat. I did a memoir of a English figure out from here. This is my dad. It's just interesting mix of different kinds. On one hand, sort of thing. On the other hand, he was something that ends. Sometimes it's risk things, that they encourage. Sometimes it's really mean. You can do various things, concentration cases. Social experiments. kinds of questions. Why was just happening? It's there. It's frequently lived. Why Hitler didn't what we wanted to work with this year. I'm sure he more time but it's traceable to that. You mentioned it yourself. You mentioned Hitler in the 20s, being in the kind of mass murder he ended up being. So it goes with the Witcher's Mama. So you get that essentially critical, but it's where the seeds to find ideological party to go party. This direction where Pascal takes place. The other question is a great question. The other question is why do we everything? Just because the fact that it's just ordinary. It's not just the same. It's not a cooperate. But also the everyday people that dreams like here, these people that got to keep kids where money out in the yard, towards the river where the machine gunners could shoot them down. And those are some different questions. The question of especially the older people who actually together is a question which I think we've been talking about, which is that within all of this, there was the capability of being murderers and mass murderers who participate in mass murder. We'll call it laws of social psychology, but the character of social psychology. We looked at those cases and one of the shocking things that I learned just a few years ago is that the Holocaust was meant to pull out. In other words, if they ordered the police to shoot, they never killed anything. They never executed. They never fucking killed second line. So people doing it come on camera. They may not want to do it. But they can try to, well, hey, say no, there's but and so it's the we are in society in groups. Highly influenced by the groups in which we operate. And we talk to who our friends are within that group and who is the head of the group. And you see this even if you see it in a group, whether it's in a campaign, right? That's whether it's in the labor union or whether it's in Tennessee, where people get very happily and they're willing frequently say things. This is wrong. You go on, think it's right. It's wrong. And it just helps them. Especially in societies are authoritarian. Because it's hard because there's back to the right. There's like a stop and there's the people. You just they may not force it, but social process. Yeah. Distance. But then when you go on the parody, the very top tier dictator, presumably, you can live and democracy. Get up with that more direction of the Titanic. Right. But he seems to do it. What happens if it does happen? It happens in the case of the Armenian genocide, where we know that governors who say no, it's what kind of businesses. So stand up against the study of the governors who said no. But, there are other people who do skills. German generals who say, hey, this is cool. They start to kill Jews or and they just push this aside. They're hurting their job. So, they end up doing it. And they usually on the regiment certain looking at what's human nature, that you would find the victims of genocide. Like Frank talked about, they just don't need even in suffering. So there's something to be said about, you're studying genocide, you learn about human nature. Well, again, I don't. I have to say to come out and study genocide with very right? The victims of Robert the hierarchies within the so let me give you an example. Again, I told you I was working on my gun. And there's at a certain point some Jews were arrested and sent to my house. Those black Jews were they were very common. They were many of businessmen. And for a variety of reasons within the camp, the guy who did also, these images of black and white in the camps are not great. They were basically had all the jobs in the camp, including jobs for Jews. And persecuting other peoples, which they did. And this Polish guy went, which is were hated because what they were doing for the Poles, right? And he, he's they don't like to, and they do. So, this is down like there's certain cards that, were in the spot. People who come to shoot each other, warm to each other. It's very heroic. Having a video called Video by Now, which they were the women's camp, which is, spirits, and they songs, do all this stuff to try to keep themselves from the horrors that they're experiencing around. So you do see, things acting supportive of each other. But, Primo Levi writers about the Holocaust, about the camps. I don't think Primo Levi saw anything. But he had talents, helped him. He describes this kind of, human environment. Don't escape. He ends it's we don't know exactly, probably because this happened in the it becomes a record. So I don't, especially the concentration camps, that's really different places. In a positive way, what happened. But there were reasons, there's no question. People hunt together, they try to shut them, but it would help them go on. It's random to us. there's a kind of like full of compassion and kindness and love that waits, that longs to connect with others, that has all this everything else. If you just look at the story of human history, it's the it's a mass murder and genocide. It feels like a force that's there. It feels like a force that's more powerful than whatever the dark momentum that leads to genocide is. It feels like that's more powerful. And it's hard to tell the story of that little flame that burns within all of our hearts. That long to connect to other human beings. It's a pretty active human nature, not the story. We're not good at telling the stories of that little thing. We're better at telling the stories of atrocity. I don't disagree. There is a way. I just think it's just something else. And I think it's to me because like I said, a couple of more here's this work I remember sort of second which is not very museum. It's it shows over time. And initially I was pretty skeptical of what it mean. I thought it was quite convincing. That over time the incidence of homicide goes down, the incidence of rape goes down, the incidence of genocide, particularly in the 20th century, goes down. Not Martin, it goes down. That that go on. Think about this. I thought it was pretty convincing about that. So fast, so many things. We should have been some time of look. How is it that we're still facing this is a genocide of the heart of Tigray, potential genocide. All over the world, we still have this thing that we cannot that we can't. And, again, electric cars, it's the 5 years of innovation. The difference is the 50 years ago or 50 years ago today, but the difference is the genocide. It's not all that great. I mean, the incidence has gone down. The courage demonstrating your problems with this methodology, but a whole lot with it. I feel very lucky to have this. It's quite well. So, I have to say I'm not an optimist about what this film is like. And someone said, when you post this kind of question to someone, a friend of mine said, remember that's Catholic. I don't really think in terms of sense. In some ways, it's very nobody cares. Really, usually, nasty, too much. But we care to love. That's part of the deal. You have a bias in that some of the darker aspects of nature and history. So it's difficult for impressions to see it possible. It's not obvious that it's not. You mentioned electric cars and rockets and airplanes. These are the powerful thing is the internet is only 50% of the world currently has access to the internet. That's quality information and knowledge, especially in the world that grows. Right? A lot. Yeah, it becomes a lot. Because people think the people have power. are able to think. They can see the full time of, first of all, when they can study your work, they can know about the practicality that happens. What are called the promises, great, need to great, destructive, fast jazz. Just even letting the fact of all of us happen to a large number of people is a whole convention. It's a history. It's just knowing that this is going to happen. How it happens. That normal human leaders get big things can also become evil and destructive. In fact, knowing that that can happen is normal perfection of that. And in fact, wake up and say this. Go and here. And the in your small way. You fall up. I believe it's possible. It's not so obvious. In the end, I think in the end, well, that's not true. It has been funny. And I have a sense that this genocide is, I don't know, to be an artifact of the past. I certainly don't think that. I mean, I certainly think you're right. And, it could be you. We don't know. But the evidence is it's just different. And, that it can trust me. I mean, it's repeated, demonstrated. Whether it's a Masters, Mexico, or, ISIS, Haitians, or you can just go on Syria. I mean, look what that is to be a it's been a mass grave, and people have left in other places. I'm not seeing, I'm not seeing, I mean, the Turks, that is sort of serious. The Turks welcome in a very actually reasonably absorbed into it. Saying bad things. Bad things. You're absolutely right. Yeah. But don't think bad things from it. I don't think there's any facts straight from it. But I think it would not end. Otherwise, it's just an article of well, it's perfectly fine. It's better to have that article. Article of paper which says get bad or anything. Well, it's not the only way if you want to know the future. So obviously, the prerequisite for future about the future. It's like, so a historian has to see clearly into the past. Right. An engineer has to imagine the future and for the past. Doesn't matter in the past. Because without that, future. So there's a thing you have to consider the facts well, and everything history. If you are yourself to be too grounded in the facts of the future, that's kind of a chance to imagine that better future is possible. But one of the ways to do that is to study history, which is really from related to this. A lot of this science is one of them. Right. So let's go read it. 1962. It was called the Great Leap Forward. Calls it that went to the death of millions of people. Arguably the largest in history. Yes. I mean, it was a terrible set of the numbers. 50 million, 17 million, 14 million, 20 million people died. 30, 40, 50 million. That's right. That's right. Essentially, the Communist Party was mostly Maoist who decided he wanted to go to the country into part of the idea that was rivalry with the Soviet Union. Mao was a good Stalinist. They had they didn't like what he thought were reforms. And also protections to the Soviet Union. So Khrushchev started talking about power to the party, to the state, to the party, to the state, moving into communism. So what Mao decided to do was to engage in this program of what were called communes. Communes, conglomerates of essentially collective farms. And what happened on those farms is places for the places to be raised and, essentially setting homes, bakeries. Everybody returned over there with what potentially turned out to be an entirely negative phenomenon. Their metal pots and pans developed to then make steel. Steel pans. Steel is a whole transform. Well, like any of this, megalomaniac, like some of Star Wars. And this particular project that, the people didn't know this, they were forced to do this. It was incredibly dysfunctional for Chinese agriculture. And it created that everybody was as a result. I mean, there were also some problems in nature at the same time, some flooding and bad weather and that sort of thing. But it was really a famine. And now, I think 1 million years, if it just doesn't matter, we've got more or less periodic examples like this that show the lifestyle of the total to cannibals and to terrible all over the country and the and there was just no stop. There were people on the party edge, right? And then you should back off. Catastrophe, and all these and then they how they political elite which masses would object to certain people would say they need that. That would be who didn't they wanted to see this instead of events opportunities the Chinese countries and people wrote about it. We what's going on, and eventually wrote books about it. So we have pretty good documentation, not so much on the numbers. Numbers are always a difficult problem. I'm facing this problem. This is still where people die. Most people is somewhere in the neighborhood. Wildly different kinds of numbers, as you mentioned, too, with so now only that we had to, with guards when he was upset that democracy was resisting it when it came to the back off. Such a terrible disaster. So one of the things about numbers is that we should talk about that. They have often about the number of people and the degree to which they were suffering. That's the number of those are important numbers of and the intent of what we try to do. That everyone else teams, their physical and their ability to work, all those kinds of things. Ukrainians are working on this subject now long term. This is some of the kind of long term effect on Chinese message. Okay, you're destroying African nation. So, it's really, right. It's terrible. And it lasts a long time. So much survive. But, in the kind of shape where you think you can't do it. You can't function. Now you break this creature. I notice really these families really cool. You're right. That's what I'm talking about market. And this is so in the newest part of the Greek, where it was masturbating, described starvation going on now, but about genocide, atrocities going on in place North Korea. So they were always they were set up for Bosnia and the other genocides in the 1990s. And then the decision was made by the international community that basically set up an international court which would then try genocide in the modern period and the contemporary period. And the FCC is three tribes, basically, the genocide, crimes against humanity, and some crimes against humanity, or a lot of the kinds of things you talk about in Korea. It's torture, it's artificial, it's children and family. That is not necessary. And there are other kinds of, mass rape and stuff like that. There are other kinds of things that fit back into the crimes against humanity. And that's sort of where I think about Korea as committing crimes against humanity. Not just, again, remember, genocide is meant to be. I mean, some people, there's disagreement among scholars and jurists about this. Some people think of genocide as the crime of crimes, the worst of the three that I just mentioned. But some think of them as co-equal. Is dealing more or less as co-equal, even though the genocide is the worst. So I think what I'm trying to say is that, I don't split hairs and sort of morally and ethically, there's genocide, there's crime against humanity, there's a story of criminology, they go. You want to get into that because the relationship with the clear Bush administration had the genocide in the West. It's, genocide is a crime against humanity. And they confuse things versus clarify. I mean, get attacked. So, on the one hand, I think the whole concept of thinking about history using genocide as a part of history is crucial. On the other hand, I don't like to develop hairs that's genocide. So then, North Korea, I get, like I said, as committing crimes against humanity and forcibly incarcerating people, torture, that kind of message out that this is happening. There's more people who understand it, more likely it is the United States government is trying to do something about it. The companies different we are and everything, right? And so, and around books, shows, I don't know much about books, but and between but this not like I said, yes, certainly is in terms of the voice, in terms of words, in terms of books. You are, I would say, a rare example of somebody who has powerful reach with words, but I was also referring to the United States government. What are the options here? So war has conflict, and war used to, as you described, sort of potentially increase the atrocity, not decrease it. If there's anything that challenges my for the future, the fact that some things were not always done, but very close to always now, because trying to help, near term, more negative effects than positive effects. That's exactly right. The consequences you do very quickly. Big as bad as not working with and trying to live difficulties that people are having. So I think your cost is also true. I think we can't be more forced. I think we can be forced without necessarily there is this idea of so-called responsibility to protect. And this was actually came up after Kosovo, which was what 1999, and when the Serbs looked like they were going to go to genocidal program in Kosovo. It was a crazy program of ethnic cleansing, but it could have gone and gotten worse. Not just driving people out, kill them. And the United States and Britain and others determined that Russians would go to this and I think that this is which genocide was prevented or stopped. The Serbs were stopped a few times and bad things that happened with Belgrade, Chinese embassy, things like that. But it stopped all with them on the international consensus to do something and it was no longer publicity. A positive example of that genocide did not happen. So I think that is anyway. And this notion of the doctrine of being responsible being protected was adopted by the UN in 2005. And what it says is there's a hierarchy of measures that should be welcomed. Take a step back. It starts with the principle that the sovereignty of a country is not, you don't earn it just by there and being your own country. You have to earn it by protecting your people. So, this is all agreed with all the nations, Chinese and Russians too. That sovereignty is there because you protect your people against degradation, including genocide, crimes against humanity, torture, and that sort of thing. If you violate that justification for your sovereignty, that you're protecting your people, that you're not protecting them, as the community has the obligation to do something. Right? Then started with, I'm not quoting it, starting with kind of push, trying to get this, to Myanmar. Don't do that. You get back, right? Then you go down the list with sanctions, like we have against Russia. But you go down the list, and eventually you said that it can have unintended consequences, right? Anything we military intervention, but it's necessary that can be undertaken as well. And so the response to this project, I think, is it was not implementable. One of the things it says in this last category, right, for interventions, the intervention did not create more damage than it. So, Syria, we came to the conclusion, that said this in many words, even though the Russians were there, obviously, we ended up being that's basically said, there's no way. That's just not without causing more. So, in some senses, that's what the international community is saying. But, can you imagine what happened? Of course, trouble, threaten the Chinese. But, you can't get in that list with, Myanmar, you can go down that list with the Communist Party, and you can go down the list with others who are from Ethiopia and what it's doing in Tanzania. And you can go down that list and start. And I think that it was almost this in the 90s, right at the turn of the century, to do these kinds of things. And when Tom Rabbi did it, he basically said, America was the end of the world when you couldn't do any of this kind of stuff. And now I asked trying to redo things as something how you deal with these kinds of things. I think it's not impossible to be here and maybe one enough just to get I think it's not impossible that you can much some internal fortitude and push harder, short of the to get the Chinese, to get Myanmar, and to get others to kind of back off of violations of people's rights. So that's basically your politics. This is basic politicians, UN, and so on. Yes. The interesting thing about China, and this is a topic, but there's so many financial interests that how many forces power and speak up against China. Because it's a very interesting fact, because it costs a lot for an individual to speak up. Because you're going to suffer just cuts off. If you have a product, if you have a company, and you say something negative, okay, and then they knock you out of the market. So any person that speaks up against your financial position costs as millions of dollars. Right? So what happens? Everybody financially but it's extremely hazardous. It's a different kind of situation. It's financial nature. I don't know if that was the case. It seems like why? Because of fear, because of violence. Here, there's this interest in preservation of financial. And I don't say something that financially selfish. Yeah, that's correct. It's not only Asians, it represents American people, but also compel challenge this but human rights issues. It's not just, I don't know about China. They got enough they're also business. They take is that the country has a very interesting structure. There's a lot of elements that any goes on with. So you can work with for companies. They operate either and sense not the kind of word that you would have in lots of marketing. It's very kind of like why as financial. That's a problem. That solves the money problem. Has this knowledge of it's like that's and that's what those are. It's like I don't know if you follow. You kind of say, okay, take monetary system problems away from government. Give it just a lot of different that. That's not hopeful. That's a lot of people argue big cryptocurrencies can deal with some of these authoritarian regimes that need manipulations of basic human rights. Control the if you or control the right of people. That's another sort of technology might be able to do. That's different in the 21st century than the 20th. It's technology that has the I don't understand technology, so it's wrong or to argument because I don't really spend much time with it. I get very much, and I'm not, and I'm not the source. I just don't know what human history. That's a big statement. I don't want to pretend I can tell you what human history is. But, technology, and I think that's a perfect example of what happens when you discover. It's a perfect example of what's going on with Facebook now. A perfect example. I once went to a lecture. About the future. About all the things that we're doing. These wonderful things like that. You have to translate yourself. You wouldn't have to drive a car. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do that. What kind of life? So, my view of technology is it's political, social, and cultural needs of our day. That it's not going to solve anything by itself. It's going to be your penis. If there's something or political technology is control. Basically, now about intelligence, is going to do this, it's going to do that. I'm not so sure there's anything necessarily negative about it, except it does something. It's like email or process. All that stuff is great. But actually, human relation with others, international relations, or other human beings. As technology is playing problems as results. Maybe even the main question is if you said technology, I agree. Technology is a tool set that enables humans to have higher power. The printing press, the I would argue so. First, the printing press, the internet, Wikipedia, I think has measurable humanity. Technology is a double-edged sword. It allows guiding information bad things and good things. So ultimately, it boils down to people, whether you believe the capacity good or the capacity bad. And so you said that I think this is true. Easily optimistic. I would say easily cynical. So here we have really I don't know for evil and but the trajectory of the tree seems to pivot a lot of random. So we don't know. As a builder, I mean, and that's just like, when you are optimistic, it is all it's not. I'm not sure. People who kind of are cynical or intelligent. How are you? It's not an optimism. That's not cynical. The question is, how can you be realist? Realism depends on a combination of knowledge and good instincts. That's what we strive. It's a realism. We all strive for realism. But I mean, again, we've got this population, right? It's created. It's created. Quickly and gas and this. I mean, there's where's the right from us that don't not everything comes from it, but technology is providing us for life, and it's it's incredible thing. It's not something. It's not now. It's not all. You know what's going to horrible control. It's the only way we direct ourselves to actually the wisdom being and the sense of purpose. What's your name? Something like that. She's heard it. About the we just have it. I think somehow we got excited. We realized, man, it's really new to the whole world. So we started and but up to that point, it was just something about his big bomb which he exploded. The times I think it was the anniversary or something like that. It's like we're done to each other. That's technology. I agree. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of nuclear weapons. They would have more than 3. So nuclear weapon sure does not lead to like we've reached certain strictness with our weapons where before people to catch ourselves not to create, like you said, in the car. This is the interesting question about kind of hard to be hard at the head with the environment. I would argue but I would argue it's the pressure there's already because of this free diversion of body innovation. Sometimes it's unrelated to kind of excursions and then before just argue do with electric vehicles. Space that's happening. I've been seeing climate change resulting in more positive innovation in was across the world than actual catastrophic events that we're describing. You cannot even predict. Like there's going to be more extreme weather events. We're saying a gradual increase in the level of water. That's one degree gradual migration of people and predicted that in response to that, too much today and have faith and will build the places and dimensions states to be able to talk to the world and the location across the world. All these kinds of things that will unmask, unambiguous across the world. So it's not all obvious things. The things, the technologies that are creating climate change, global warming, are going to have a negative effect. And I'm kind of inspired by the dreamers, the engineers, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the build that work the problems in the world, and they're going to solve those problems. That really true. It is true. We need to be freaking out about stuff. And basically, it's the history and the history is that you can say, oh shit, this is going to happen. It's a slap in the face. That if you're getting complacent and you're lazy, this is going to happen. And that, because there's a lot of dream, intelligent people, ambitious people that dream, skilled, that build make sure this doesn't happen. I think that might be optimistic on technology, not in a naive way, but in a realistic way. Like technology, but the future is a weapon. That's been done. It's a lesson about that lesson serves as a guide to be right, to be positive. Saying everything is to be and teach women to do it better. And without that, what's the source of hope in civilization? Yeah, that by looking for it's true. Where, yes, guys, the universe, the future resides in, because the said, which is the persistence of this civilization over time, despite said, if enormous numbers go with the career standoff, we're experiencing things with climate change, migration, stuff like that. And it's things, beyond the existing. If we are to, again, like I said, to enlighten them, to try to solve these problems, and we continue to evolve as well as hate. And, basically, children and grandchildren, I think they're going to be just fine. I'm not they want to get you in. I mean, some of them end up, working around you. I mean, that's right. But the percentage of surveys you got, all of these statistics, you know, maybe when they get a more family, that's financial. But right now, if you compare to this young generation, that's fantastic. And they're not, they're often portrayed as I could be correct. This is something they're not like that. They're not they're finding it. So that's a source of what advice would you give to young people today, maybe in high school, college, Stanford, maybe to your grandchildren? About a life, pursue careers that are in the public interest. You know, multinational, another, not just in your interest. And that would be, but it's not bad to pursue your own interests, but it's it's something that's useful for the, you know, for families, whatever. But, you know, so I try to advise this, find themselves, find it, they want to be, what they want to be, try to pursue it. And then you will destroy it. And a lot of young people are throwing themselves into it. And you know, human rights watch stuff. And, you know, they want to do that kind of work. And it's very I tend to think that we're human rights. If you integrity, the and all of us, just in our lives, when we're going through decisions, and maybe you've written about you get to choose what you want. It's a choice that is difficult to make. It might require sacrifice, but it's a choice that that person will make. And it's what you sort of say, but having the integrity is the very thing that really takes the general piece off from my good to say, but those simple actions. And I feel like the most intuitive Kevin and I feel all of us to live that way. To again, those moments, the way that actually do human rights, do anything else. So take those actions. And that all of us know the right thing to do. Yeah, that's right. Because we're available. We're very we couldn't have done a better result. No, I like it. Yeah. To live through possible model is to say this can't be dissident. Talking about living in truth, but also that's really smart. Basketball, playing the whole thing, you know, almost letting it pass up because that hardship, you know, brings up the best of nature, the best of human nature, the rest of the world. As I've already mentioned, hardship, you know, is not a good thing. You know, it's not the best thing. I mean, it's better. It's better to not be suffer, not be to yes. I think it's you know, as I mentioned to you, sending out yeah, you know, it's a place for pain. It's a place for torture. It's a place for killing. It's a place for inaction. And also, as I said, those who are suffering, not just between those who are and there were gradations for the same thing. The gradations all the way from the prisoners being down, political prisoners, you know, that and others below them, they be down, you know, so everybody's getting down on everybody else. So I would not idealize in any way suffering as a a source, being a source. But see, I think it's a whole lot for people to be relatively prosperous and not so much prosperous, but to be able to feed themselves and be able to feed their families. And also families take care of themselves. To foster loving relations between people. And, I think it's no accident that, poor families have much worse records when it comes to crime and things like that. And also to wife beating and to child abuse and stuff like that. And we just don't want to be poor and not able to afford their and homeless. I mean, it doesn't mean again, homeless people are people. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that, what kind of foster this country around the world. What is, I mean, it's a very critical change. In a lot of ways, we have to become thankful that country is poverty, right? And, I mean, there's still people on the countryside, there's still problems, the Chinese people, but, the Chinese who are there, just nobody, where again, lost compassion and getting. So, let me be clear, I didn't speak, right? I like giving you the story of the 19th century. I really thought they were speaking, I don't think that way at all. I think I understand being with my own points of view and my own opinions, but
I'm trying to remember in this conversation that you're, despite the fact that you're brilliant, written brilliant books, you're just
yeah, that's absolutely true. And make sure you understand this is what it's about. It's been a long time studying and have enjoyed it. Obviously, but my views of the myths that I've developed over time is that human life is a real tragedy. And I can also whatever some difficulties. Right? For people who are I feel for people and integrate whatever they need and I mean that's not people love each other. I would people don't love kids. But it does it's hard to do that.
obviously it's hard. Very suffering, but the numbers are talking about that. But the numbers we're not quantifying the history of is all the times that people have about friends or romantic felt. And I'm not so sure if it's the suffering as well as can't be discovered with the numbers. I'm not so sure that it's obvious. There, again, I suppose disagreeing with Rachel Frankel, maybe stupid. He says that if at all is bringing suffering to suffering is part of life. There's something about accepting ups and downs. Downs go very low. Starts with psychology, but just this incredible gift, no matter what. And it's easy to look at suffering and think of things escape the suffering, all but you will die in the whole thing. And it is true. It is just, from all the stories I've read, starvation is just horrible. It is horrible suffering. I also just want to say that there's nothing that you can't forget that. Oh, I don't forget that. And I think it's one of the stories. I don't want with that training, but the intensity of much more. Intensity of more is very much. So I'm not sure what to do with these calculations, but if you look at the stories, some of the people closest with, I think I've never experienced anything even close to any of this. But some of the people I'm closest with, some people I've gone to different times with, it's about that. There's a society of things that easy. Intensity of connection is not as strong. I don't know what to do with that calculus. I agree with you. I want to a little something that I want as possible. But we have to remember that the love and the depth of human connection and find the right balance. Hey,
Yeah, so there's something what you said. There's something interesting. I was just thinking about some meaning that you go to the streets for something never smile. You grew up there. No, I grew up okay. So anyway, I remember just how hard people were in the streets. And you got inside people's apartments when they started to trust you because the friends were so intense and so wonderful. So in that sense, they did live for a time. But there was a certain line. There are lines. There's one line. It's like the other story I was thinking was story is Street History. The book wrote about gangs in the so these were Jews mostly. Some survived the camps in awful circumstances, and then they were put into the house, which were not places. Sometimes the Germans basically control, and they were trying to get to and how many papers a couple of them. But this is after being in the country, in the country, so being free, yes, to more or less free to express their emotions and to be and for this whole thing which they suffer. So I wonder whether there's, as you say, some kind of calculus there where, the level of suffering is such that it's too much. It's too rare. What I'm going to suggest, I have to stay. What my remarks. It was very inspiring to read about these couples who had met and started to couple up, get married and try to find their way. So, what you've been memory of that. Well, so there's a long time ago. But also, so it was daytime time. But it was also certainty and also hardship, standing in long lines, getting it almost impossible at the time with Jews. We're trying to get out. We just talked about those days who I helped get up. Boston. In the United States after they left. Fired doors, their daughters, once they declared that they wanted to emigrate, that's where it started. So it was a very, it was a tough time. Just, hung out with some distance. Nobody knows exactly me, but he had a serious underground. Just a small, not intense.
there was a exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union. And New York has enough countries. Slab, the church, so this exchange of sense. Historians, literary people, some social scientists are actually some scientists would be good for
As knowledge of Russian language, very helpful to understand. But
I can read fine, and the speaking comes and goes. Depending on whether or not you've been there recently, I have just Russian, so when I'm there, I can communicate pretty well. When you write it, I mean, I can't, but I get it.
it's from me and Russia.
Oh, there was they're not much of a drinker, so I would they just make fun. I like myself. I don't drink a lot of that. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. That's good stuff. But one friend I made, Victoria, was an laboratory for foreigners, some Siberians, and so I met a couple of guys in one region, wonderful friend, and we talked outside, we're listening and stuff, and we can say, well, this is He's what is this against? Well, roll, killing. So, these conversations. When I was we're still friends with he was in and he thought I was I had this kind of this idea. See what ideology. I said, I don't have an ideology. I try to together reason, facts, accurate stories, and try to tell them that way. No. This or that. So we would have these kind of arguments. I mean, sure enough, we corresponded for correspondent because he became a kind of local official. So he migrated more to being a Democrat instead of being a Democratic under Gorbachev. And which they set up elected as a Democrat and had a political career through the election period. And once it was over, he liked and Putin didn't like the Elsin people who tried to and some sort of I mean, I translated this is like the translation problem. It's a different translation, very different. But it's the only deep except lost of this and translators are treasured good ones. Just having those translations. Things and translations that take like whether it's Russian, Polish, German.
There, talked to translators of Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and there was several conversations about it. You can just sometimes just grab a sentence, just
would be the United States versus Russia. We talk about the way the two is really things fascinating. History also has an perspective. That's that way. Well, I guess the history job is nice. Well, and thank you for one of the worst parts of history. And talking about so I would appreciate your time today. Thank you. Also, promote podcast description. Word balance. Tragic. Thank you for listening. The following conversation. Always love. New word. Two groups of people throughout history. First group that only think was true. The company will say the company will decide as the authority of the act. The second group will say only they that's the truth. Will hurt you. The sign or the institutions will hurt you. Both and they're heroes. And I think when it tells you absolute certainty, you have to use your mind. It's the main three. Don't blind follow me. Either the word nor and I've seen hundreds of millions of lives in the past century. In general, the advanced medicine saves billions of lives. You ignore the power of science. You're not being honest with history. And corrupting nature than an institution. Companies. That's hundreds of millions in the past century. Once again, not being honest. I know, but I'm thinking about now, I would like to say I have more and always will listen and learning. My opinion, realism, development, the rest, safety net, and economic world, and small number of all walks of life, right here in England. I took aspects. I was this, but I certainly don't want to this here. You choose not to be fascinated. I actually want that this conversation. The questions I ask is saying my words fall short. It's only because of the limitations in my mind and my it is not to put pressure. I'm not afraid to fall by money. It's what without integrity is not. People sometimes think and you're right. I am. I think this is this motivation is the asking say this lesson the development of COVID-19 vaccines, great accomplishments of science and history, what yet more resources. I hope we develop both the inspiring and the diplomatic new the day of November 8th, 2025, the team will wait for the results of the
but it assembled in a very small in another experts, and the experts that are offline, and then let's continue waiting for their call. The call came, which created anxiety. Sitting there waiting and teasing one another.
So feel like yourselves
on my shoulders, so they
I heard you said I love you.
I did. Mediterranean.
Maybe it's the Russian thing too. I love love, so I appreciate that kind of celebration. So looking back after before how much it cost to develop the Pfizer vaccine, what was it like making the decision to make that investment when the risk is very high? You know,
We do a lot of things. They different also here we go together a little bit more and it was very easy. I think that was for it. Was scared. They were scared. More reply. And we respect the situation. We have capabilities. We have. There was no question of choice.
we make decisions like that. We have the CEO of the company that needs to make money and how much those things are to calculate. So when we say obvious choice, I think it's the kind of saying when but very important. How much was that? This facing uncertainty here in the potential that in the early days was when you see how much grow and how much this may also be good.
I think I know very well. But if it was not everything, because the real. Right. Great. If you don't do that, you will never make it. If you do that, don't let it think for the population of but that's what others know that the others was not going to pay in this particular case. What we were accomplishing 100% was about bring the solution to the world. We followed this. The fear from us, the hope. Always, we ended up in the right
I'm worried cost.
Everybody knows what regulator, when I say regulator, FDA, European authorities, UK authorities, Israeli authorities, Japanese authorities, Canadian authorities, want to see how they started this product, what exactly they consider. So clearly, everybody takes into consideration how much money we invest. Instead of what kind of change they will continue. So, but very well. Very high percent. Those are there, mobile, with a great.
You went into it why FDA tried to get 75 years. The fight did try to request that people not be released for 75 years. Maybe the broader version of that question is would have sort of full transparency and on a scale of 1.
I think the regulation, regulators will have always very transparent. Of course, regulators and without their interactions, but go into specific details.
So let me just say, my side of this, it doesn't look like a race. It looks like maybe we can help people. It's not you saying this, it's me saying this. There seems to be a bureaucracy, there's transparency, there's always a challenge of government. There's rules and there's oversight. So I think create slow things down, which is going to change. In this case, it slowed down so much. They can do it in 75 years instead of writing them. What they look for data and things like that. And we're kind of bureaucratic. In reality, it just goes. And it's not like something that being hidden. But in the middle, when people's trust is part of the side, it gives a transparency. You don't know that. It has a production to be one great solutions for our country. This is one example. It was, to me, like your perspective, you say, should have, to you, the FDA is a black box that you submit things to or state approved. Know that the rules approved. That's it.
But this is not black. No, very important. Everybody knows that. The process of something is very detailed. They have science of very it's very regular. But the Europeans read the FDA clearly. They have very, very high percentage that they are going in a lot of studies. Also, every study is really released by law specification. So that this is basic answer for that. No.
A lot of this stuff you effectively get the work about the done on the processes that we do.
I agree with
It's just, it's not that there's a process. in eloquence of communication and silence. When clearly a lot of people are bothered and have questions. You speak up, explain as the letting the distrust build up and and like vaccine. I asked the folks I know. They had to. Yeah. Folks out there. By the way, I'm sweating. This is a conversation. But it's also hot. This is Jordan. He's a very knowledgeable intellectual author. He suggested to me that I would consider there's Pfizer, FDA. We talked about FDA. Do you worry that this affects Pfizer's big drugs? The fact that they're that work that with Pfizer, FDA, they're pipeline. Does this worry you that it affects Pfizer?
There. Buy it. This also reinforces that by creating significant time someone moves from any okay, and then for the topics that are related to the company, he or I think it's sometimes mind it, but technology rather than trying to snag this regulator always very trying sure checks and balance behaviors. Internal expert. Well, agreement daily. So have I agree with what you said before. As with and relaxing. Part is being high, but
You don't read don't worry about corruption and see it. So there's not like there's protection for this.
the fear, corruption, but the reason is very different country by country. And about I think
So I grew up in growing up at the sense that Brian is not like stuff done in the they got Brian. It was like the way of life. And then rule of law. To do the best work of their lives, but they're still that one again, it goes back to perception. People that have FDA, you look at the resume, they have those things in the resume. You're these group leaders that you're supposed to see as authority. Are they playing games?
I would say, not what you said, absolutely. What you described, I can't put your name on. That's how you explain it. And I know that there are other countries that stay. So I don't think it's the case in this country. But very transparent. And also, I don't know that there are a lot of people that absolutely like everyone ignoring. The Americans, the Europeans, what FDA, or EPA, or CDC, or MHRA,
Still, there's currently this stuff that they farm something that not the human company. This is just a sign and put up with corporate institutions. They have to be tangled up to scale. Oversight individuals trying to scale the things. How do you advise their on the European public? Not because take steps.
is something that you can lose, but you can impact the progress. And once you lost it, you are going to and very that means that I do there is one lesson, the main lesson is the power of science in the hands of the private sector. I think it was the private sector came with solutions that can I think that very clearly thrive life sciences sector to society. Very positive. But make the mistake. Given the mistake that because our potential is high, remains so. It will turn everything we do, we say, we hope, we will do that.
There's like 28 years. It flies when you become CEO. Here's a company you believe in. Drugs. So get another on this topic. In 2009, drug vaccine and it did $2 billion. I didn't this happened.
Things that happened in 2003, several label promotion. So people will get now about off the product. And
label things that we have to prove. This drug does extra stuff.
Correct. When you see some suspicious feeling, it doesn't allow for the to reflect these areas that happen in the play. And apparently several parties have meeting. And we had said made a few this party was related to the size of the Rabbi. Funds there was a small product. It was a product. It's fine. But you can cover three. I don't think that these things happen. Now of a compliant regulation. There are processes to make sure the rest remain right. Things that are right. And we more in this company that the real side of everything different. So we a lot has changed.
So you're developing solutions. There's risk. So there would be lawsuits. A lot of lawyers. That is losses might actually represent your pain.
And that's, as I said, don't right now. Yeah. Treatment. Try to find significant surplus. Done. Yeah. Not only what the same. Another project on that. And
I believe that's like, and also creating a focusing on the core of the values. Advisor, marketing. Do you see that might want people channel? What kind of authority? What the heck's going on? And their response shows perception that they would influence what response. Subtle, but that's the scale.
I think go one way or another. People think we have we are having cannot say things. Every time we go to the answers, I said, remember something that takes more time than and I think aggressive. Well, so the other media,
Yeah, it's the pressures you mentioned. Yeah, it's the such. I have a ton of sponsors this weekend, for example. None of them ever asked me anything. Just, like being a kind of great, like I'm either. But just fine. And I worry about that a lot because academia, typically most people are good. When I lived at MIT, I was a little disappointed with which pressure pressure people felt financially. Because you're I think a lot of people still feel this way. It wasn't the best stuff. They weren't supporting each other, they weren't loving each other, but celebrating the successes. I don't want to put money on everything, money, but yeah, sponsors, if there's somewhere it doesn't bring the I feel like I want to be some responsibility for a great company like Pfizer to not get in the way of the nature of what the sponsor is. It has mainstream media. I don't know.
so very the deep everything between $1,000. What is the reputation of the persons or the programs that we use? So I don't think I don't think good right but of course not have
Having a negative effect on
not even having aggressive
when you put them all together.
and also relate organizations rather than not to sponsor. Can be perceived. This is not the case.
So, with the incredible fast, tell me the story, right? Science to the human story of how you get so fast. Right? Even at the initial days. How do you get that time? How do you show see it safe? Given that immediacy is a decent.
Years. The time that it takes is basically the vast majority of the time the final phase to start different. But you know that because the phase to start in our case was almost a billion. So we don't want to go to a billion like data. For you to experiment, I'm sure, but not everything is experiment. We didn't do that. So, so where we place all the time for space, but basically starting get follow all the rules, but it is not follow what
Just briefly describe the basics of what space one is.
let's say that there are so many phases for the find what is the right person, right when they even understand. When you have that, then you go to what you call the phase 3. This is the very big study. Thousands of people where you use the vaccine that you think is the right one. And the placebo and the vaccine. They infect them, nobody knows. It's exactly the vaccine. The physics of the injection. The other is exactly because you don't know the vaccine. You don't get the barcode. Only the computer knows. In order to go into the computer and the vaccines, there are at least people that need to store the data. They speak them. The legal obligations never do. Right? So before this is involved. So that is why the idea is that when you go into this study, you need to make sure that you are going to the right one of my patient. But the study is the same. You need to fit this number of people. But if the two let them make their lives at least, and you then get the disease, and then you see there are differences in percentage of the patients vaccinated compared to others. At the same time, you're wondering all of them, you see, there are differences in the safety profile. You thought the single thing is saying, even the times, those that they didn't, they got the vaccine, it was going to actually happen. You had 50,000 people that it was going to fly. Concerned that all these forces are very established. I think the last one was exactly the same. It's us, the new start. Instead of 50,000 people a year, because we have the hospitals doing very good. We went to 150. That was a lot of money. But instead of doing them in a year, there's no use. So I did this type of things by taking internal investment, taking costs out of the equation, and worry about what's happening. It's not the cost of building, it is the how. People don't know what they can and what they cannot do. If anything, they have this serious tendency to underestimate what they do. And always, when you ask something that is seemingly impossible, how they discuss about time, but here, there are some doing 6 to 8 months. How function year production of 200 million doses of vaccine every year. Otherwise, we are going to have to we must make 300 million doses for a new vaccine. That's 23 billion doses for a new vaccine. The discovery phase of the technology, like the treatment, it's 4 years. We ask them to do it. We ask them 4 months. When you are setting this time goal, they do immediately. They can just thing with it. Where the human is identified. The surprise of
It's what's bothering that the conversation in the public is all about that. Yeah, about one of the that's not today, Elon Musk yesterday. Similar situation, life sciences, that there's NASA, these private companies, and that's a source of incredible inspiration. This is part of the thing I'm trying. I'm hoping to do our little part in this conversation. Reveal the beauty and the power of the things that looks like other things that are being up the road. Let me safety. What do you say that a lot of people think are concerned that minds are actually by the shot numbers to you? It's safe. What do you think?
years of regular others. You, what you're saying is the same way. But there are few things in the society that are not very society. And data is data is another one. Okay? Say that it's just kind of exactly like people that they're all the time. I think that is wrong, but I think receive in the future.
But I definitely do think that scientists, the public science communicators have listened to it really because they have not spoken with empathy. They have sufficiently, in my view, put their ego aside and really listened to people. Yes, people that don't have a PhD, people who have not, maybe not even taking like biology or psychology or something like that, but still, they have children, they worry, they fear, they don't know who to trust, they don't know if they should listen to the advisor. Might have other incentives in mind, but just care about money and nothing else. So they just use common sense. They ask questions. They think to them, looking down at them because they're not intelligent or smart. Scientists have also rolled their eyes at this point because I think that's kind of what's the source of division.
Nearly things are
Yes.
and
Yes.
the fact that you're educated doesn't mean that you are educated for empathy or you have good for this person and another big metric it's not different. Those that they do they I mean actually the survey the public health and the money for us they be respected and if you don't respect their name well it doesn't affect their health other way. So I fully agree with him. We should be very patient to explain again, again, what is and the vast majority of the people they don't get us. They're friends. It's not for any other reason. It's not that they have what I'm saying is there is a small number of people that they have made things for them. Dropping anxiety. I give you an example. I have been arrested by this is what is not wrong. I laugh. Okay. This is where there was a reason why we wrote advisors, brokers, everything to create power in the minds of the people that they're afraid. They say, okay, yeah, I arrested, I don't know, but they lie. Quickly, the why the fight is dying. There is a picture of this what I would like. Someone says to me, no, I'm based not life. If you read something, mom is fine. Then I remember that she has very old time. Like, I'm calling it like because you know that I'm really tough. Hey, those people wrote this thing very well. My wife died because she was vaccinated. The narratives that they are to from stress and anxiety of good people.
And people that listen is that kind of dominance. I knew I was going to say quite a few people realize they can make money from saying the man is lying to you, the government is lying to you, it's all corrupt, it's all a scam, big pharma is lying to you. I'm surprised that just that people use their common sense to be skeptical of listening to politicians, policymakers. They should be skeptical to also everyone can be manipulating you, but also everybody has this capacity to manipulate. And I think science, in zero form, not when it came to institutions, is a beautiful thing. And in the hands of many companies, it's a beautiful thing. Still, you have a lot of it as having created the vaccine advisor, this incredible technology to so there's a kind of people are skeptical like how much you can trust all the cited algorithms. For example, Twitter, but I think he tweeted something about the vaccine or stopping the transmission or whatnot. Do you representing vaccine practically saying things, which is highlighting positive things that people misinterpreted, still not 100%.
That everything I speak, I must say, biology there is not 100%. Because already proving to me, things that were 100%, for example, or in South Africa, when we tried to 100% efficacy, here in South Africa, when the numbers would become bigger, 100% control in 90 United States. So still, the point. So I'm very, very careful how I try to intend how if people they're looking at it, they're having but we don't mind because they know that they were listening. Everything is saying and taking to improve. They continue not only here, as we were going to say, but also maintain the truth. Don't think that someone only emphasizes positive things. Some is the one to be trusted. And advisor to be trusted.
Many felt the vaccine was presented as a cure. Was that something you believed early on? Believe that the shots would be one. Do you think that the Pfizer vaccine is a shot
Yes. First, March. People ask me to, I'm interested. We don't know. I was very clear. Then, I started. And I made statements that I think around 8 to 12 months after the second dose. And then, after that, I'm your recommendation. This is what I said. We need to put one of the components and it was basically then Delta came. Because I always think that with Delta, it was proven that the booster 3 to 6 months. This is what happened. And I did, I think, 6 months, and then I think in time we vaccinate. We only use the data. Now, Congress said that the might be challenging. Exactly. But yeah. So here, a lot of countries already started. 6 months. But there is that people with I don't know how long this frankly I don't know if it's tailor made to all based on everything. We're monitoring it to know all in it, actually, I'll have it. And if it must be I can also develop. At 1 billion doses per quarter. sweets, and fat, and then you have that. Well, to still feel. So I think the world should feel very comfortable, but if be ahead of the vibe.
Produced 3
Yeah.
next year. I mean, a lot more time we would talk about. Let me ask you a question. What are your feelings about vaccine mandates in terms of, do you think the most effective way to vaccinate the population is to require or to go with the American way with the freedom?
I think it is a decision. Whoever measures to make clear to me, it is the public that they have to make this decision. They have to make the decision to find. I had to balance the fear of the world, the hope that the bill that the others are vaccinated, the fear of those that they don't want to be vaccinated. And eventually, they get the decision that they it's fine. They're flexible, they're giving exceptions, of course, reason, but we decided to mandate it. Now, at Pfizer, when we did this decision, we were at 90% vaccination rates. We said we're going to mandate it. And that took it out to 96. Right? That percent was never going to move, I felt. Because no matter what, you have a small number of people that really okay. It will so because a lot of something like that. But it's not me. Because debate, serious debate, there are a lot of those people and give them freedom and it's the territory. You are elected to the country, just be ready to make
And no matter what decision he makes, it makes noise in everybody.
we're not here.
Well, let's say that I take it from the Soviet level at the federal level. It's a really bad idea, even if it's good for the health of populace. This preserving the harmful in this country seems like a hard one. Convincing people to get vaccinated. In June, to get vaccinated, they want, but still, that's a really powerful feeling. It is super easy to mandate. People should understand the science. Want to get vaccinated. Do you think children need to get vaccinated? So, 5 to 16, there's a lot of parents that fear for the well-being of children. You empathize with them, and you man their arguments against the vaccine.
No who I am. With parents. There were so many things that and they were the ones who speaking about the vaccine when fear. I feel that this is unfair, but my husband is protected, my own son is protected, and my sweetheart because is not protected. Now that those that they are affected with the vaccine, not the vaccine, they're smaller. Admitted. If they are afraid of that, more about their kids. I would say more than 100 times. So, situation. The same. How it turned into to win the fight.
What do you think about that cap? risk for kids is very low. Kids do die, do go to the hospital. The biggest thing about
Rate is over to die. How can you say that I'm not going to protect a kid? Something that is like nothing. And it is not only that. Stop the education process because it got the disease and they don't have vaccine. It is such a big issue. It's a big issue for the health of the kid. We shouldn't be independent. Even kids are having polio right. Wait, your number, they're having problems. It's
polio was deadly.
it's not now. So why is something needs to do it? It needs to be protected.
Well, the unique thing about the COVID is new. Now, there's an extra concern. Using to vaccinate your child. Any choice that can potentially. That's the way past that are hesitant about the vaccine.
I think choosing to makes it so that something potentially happens, which is that's why we are doing vaccinations. Everything. I know that there are people who are concerned for themselves and for their kids. I know that I'm a scientist and I'm a man. And I am telling you that vaccine is a very good thing for kids and that we're developing.
So, talking about the vaccine, different COVID, antiviral COVID. Where does that stand? How does that work? And how are you able to develop it in months, like you said, and all of that just
First of all, this is the real game. This is COVID treatment that you get only you get COVID. Then what happens is that 5 days, it's a day and twice a day, 5 days. And instead of from those that it is only one. This is and from the caveat that the numbers are not known what's happening. Of course, real world, when the numbers 99 instead of 100. These are spectacular. For example, that you take home and stay home. The biggest problem in the US, and you have surgeons there, surgeons. The problem it is that the US hospitals are not mine. They have small surgery, other places cannot give capacity out hospitals home without something that didn't happen. And this is a significant.
I have to ask, what are your thoughts about ivermectin? It's been studied. It's like I said, it's antiviral, like a murder, that kind of thing. Just investigated. The reason, I've read like a few criticisms since the facts flow with it, and I think we should look up. There is a camp that describes that, and it's playing quite a lot of people that are against that research, but there is a lot of people that kind of see this as a free drug. Can you just speak to that comparison?
These are the first time. Remember, there are other compounds that they are and there are compounds that they're supposed to I, as a scientist, reason why medicine, ivermectin, decide to be able to act. So because we said for example, the MS paper that describes some of the beauty that we had any results in. Because anything, I don't think that there was any very negative magazine, very light. So we are focusing on saving people's lives. We are not focusing on
Well, the pushback, there's quite a lot of papers, but the studies are small, so they're evidence, and
I
that's
haven't seen that. I don't know where smaller people, they rely on.
what some of the big ones have been retracted. Yeah, this is definitely something that people need to look at. People that kind of question, so it's definitely something to think about. And I think
Going on.
yeah, this is this is this thing.
And will be under the scrutiny, not regulators, but will go. They will monitor. Let's say that once it's out there, within a few weeks, they will know, or they will see the statistics.
Going through human history, like a society, what gives you hope about the future for human civilization? Look into the next years.
I think although there won't always be a of things that in the society of 2020 better things people different right from civilians or like and people that the humans can create and always create better future and will continue to do so.
Saves a life. Their lives, but you yourself are just biological.
I think that's a very interesting question. I was discussing with a lot of people that I was feeling of that I could care less when I was young. The first time that I started feeling that I want to be around them was when I had kids. And then I started feeling that there's, I hope I will be around to see them. And I hope they will be around to see their children. So if there is something that's here, please, possibility I will not be part of their lives anymore. And I will not be watching. I hope it is life is theirs. So I will be able to watch them from there.
Upstairs. Yeah, that is so good. Let me ask you a ridiculous question. You only have 2 minutes to answer it. What is the meaning of life? What's the meaning of this whole thing? That anybody is the thing that gives people. If you're always busy trying to help each other, trying to build a better world, why would you do that?
I would have been. Steve Jobs has said death is life's biggest invention. Eliminate your own and they give you ways to make it. Life is all about, or life is all about creating new things. Maybe everyone is a contributor, but no one is.
No one's creating something, adding something to the world, maybe a little bit of love. Albert, thank you so much. You, Jonathan, wrote some difficult questions for me today. Thank you for extremely valuable time in this conversation. they should do. But I was thinking back 4 years ago, but if I knew about the 15, this is a philosopher. Someone they would pull me up, praise me, and truly specify that I am absolutely sure. Recommendations ranging from not to verify stuff. So here we are. This Let's Drink podcast. Recorded, check out our sponsorship distributor. Now, here's my conversation. Like, one of the most impactful humans in the Python ecosystem. So you're an engineer, but you're also a philosopher. So let's talk about this conversation about programming. First, programming. What to you is the best, or like the most beautiful feature of Python? Or what do you think that make you fall in love or stay in love with Python? Well, those are three different things. I think it's also for me, fall in love with these things. When I first started using it, was when I was a C++ computer graphic expert. When I needed it, yeah, late 90s, and that was my first job out of college. And we came trying to do more and more abstract, higher order programming in C++, which at the time was quite difficult. The templates, the compiler support wasn't very good. So when I started playing on Python, that was my first time encountering the first class support types of functions and things like that. It felt so incredibly expressive. So that was what made me fall in love with it. And also, once you spend a lot of time in a C++ environment, the ability to just whip something together that basically runs for the first time is amazing. So really productive scripting language. I mean, I prefer like Dash and both, but Python just made everything, it made the whole world accessible. Like I could script this and that and other network things, little hard drive abilities, I could run all these things. That was really, really cool. So that's what made me love it. It is something specific that you think about that you cannot go back from. So there's not a specific thing as much as the design of the creator of the language and the core people that built the standard library. There was definitely a taste to it. Steve Jobs even used that term in some arrogant way, but I think it's a real thing that it was designed to fit. Rothschild actually expressed this really well. He said, "I just fit my head." And there's nothing better than that. People might argue modern Python, there's a lot more complexity, but certainly as version 5.152, I think the 5.1 version does put my head very easy. So that would make me more fun. Okay, so the most beautiful feature of Python, I think you stand on over the years, what is like, the double take you refer to often as the thing that's really was fun. I really still like the ability to play with independent classes and express higher order things. I have to create some new object model to model something, right? It's easy for me because I'm pretty expert as a programmer. I can easily put all sorts of methods together and use properties and decorators and other kinds of things and create something that feels very nice. So that I would say that's tied with NumPy and vectorization capabilities. I love thinking in terms of making it easy for vectors to have data structures. So those two are tied. So the elegance of the NumPy data structure, like different. Yeah, there's just enough things there. It's a very simple tool. It's easy to use about what it does. When you don't speak too much, you grow up when you figure out how to design a language so that it fits your certain things, like the colon or certain notation aspects of Python that just kind of work. Is it something that's kind of right out on paper? It's just right. Is it a taste thing versus the process? It's more of a thing. But one thing that should be said is that you have to pick your audience. So the better defined and use your audience in search word, the easier it is to build something that is near time because the needs will be more complex to you. It's possible to find projection between companies.
large the user base, the hard base. And so as Python has grown in popularity, that's also naturally created more complexity as we try to design many different multiple thousand opinions about the design approach. And so I do think that's the downside of popularity. It's almost the intrinsic aspect of the complexity of the problem.
What's you have the audience of one is all the greatest projects in history. The problem that you yourself had.
Well, so Clayton is crowdsourcing, or his thoughts on crowdsourcing. He identifies the first step of crowdsourcing is the first collaboration. First have to be something that works well for yourself. It's very telling that when you look at all of the individual big projects, well, they're fundamental projects now in the sci-fi system, they all started with people in the domain trying to scratch their itch. And the one you scratch your own itch is something that the open source or the free software has done for a long time. But in the scientific areas, these are assistant professors, electrical engineering grad students. They didn't have really a lot of skill necessarily, but Python is just good enough for them to put something together that fit in their domain, right? So it's almost like it's a necessity for the prevention. And also, it was a really hard for utility, expressiveness. Like it was hard to use that it wasn't built because there was just like trouble, right? And all the stuff they create
Deadlines, projects are quickly thrown together. And first step, even though it's flawed, that just seems to work well for software projects.
Well, it does work well for software projects in general. Particularly, one of my colleagues, Stan Siebert, does this that all the projects in the SciPy ecosystem, we'll rattle them up. SciPy, different collaborations, all of them at the heart of both of them. And then you have Pandas, Jupyter, there's Huntlet, there's just so many others that but all of them are actually different. And as they rolled out their projects, the fact that they had resources meant that they were without scope. A great famous hacker, Jamie Zawiski, dream the ultimate thing. Right? And the thing is, these scientists turn programs, they have no such thing. They're just trying to write something that was a little bit better for what they needed. And they were going to leverage what else. So naturally, almost like this enabling process or whatever, we built a very modular cover the basic needs of a scientific computing library.
If you look at the whole human story, we've developed all kinds of methodologies for communication. It's kind of like this collective intelligence civilization group expanded. We wrote a bunch of books. How big of a leap is is it just a nice little trick with temporary history, or is it like a big leap in us becoming a higher level of abstraction, something else?
I think programming using grammatical constructions of some underlying primitive, that is something that humans do, or generation learns this, and humans learn how to do this. What makes programming different has been that up to this point. When we try to give instructions to computing systems, or computers, well, actually it's not quite true, but I'll say tell you why it's not true. For the most part, we think of computers as being these iterated systems. So we have very precise iterated systems that run at comprehensible speed and run instructions. In my experience, some people are just really good to systematically iterated systems. Iterated systems in their head. Some people are really good at that. Some people are not. And so when you have electronic systems that make it really easier to think, the issue is you can have drag and drop things. Once you start having integrated systems like conditional logic, case statements, branch statements, and all these other things, the initial drag and drop part doesn't stay the same. You still have to giant iterated system with all these different conditions around it. That's the hard part, right? So in iterated logic, use that in order to facilitate these things. Now, the one exception is which is a data flow and a data transformation. And it's actually not an accident. That's the most popular programming system because it's so accessible to a much broader group of people. I think it has we're actually already seeing this a little bit. It's a much more of a competition of modular blocks. They themselves actually all their them are what. And so to stitch these things together using like IFTTT or Zapier or compositional scripting kinds of things, I have a little bit of vein to most people. It's really that implicit state that's so hard.
Yeah, because you're on the shoulders of giants, so you're building levels of abstraction. You do that a little bit with like you develop ideas, and so on. It's deeper and deeper conversation. You can build complicated systems without knowing how everything works. You can build on. It seems like you're developing more and more sophisticated ideas in a computational.
It's worth pondering the difference here between complexity and complication. Okay. Well, not quite back to Excel, but the idea is we have a human conversation. All languages for humans emerged to support relational communication, which is that the person we're communicating with is a person, and they would communicate back to us. And so we sort of hit a resonance point, right? When we're looking at some concepts, there's a validity to it. With computing systems, we just try again. We can make many virtual worlds of having so the one time we expressed ourselves, we're kind of put in production, a few days down the road. So I think the one has to really pay attention to the difference between when the user is expressing something onto a system that exists versus when they're extending the system through to for someone else to language for both of those in most cases. And Excel is actually a great example.
Okay, so what about the idea of messaging?
Mm-hmm.
When you would software 2.0 idea, it's like you machine learning into the further stuff into the yes. So you kind of use that communication. You see that with machine learning is on they don't have messages. It's Python that can have more power. There's networks and ultimately data, and so the programming is always data. It's not a program. So that your software 2.0 is a lot of the programming happens in the space of data. So on road, we back in space of data and also parameters of the other things. All of those are a lot of this is the same kind of message.
It does, but I'm not going to I took like 2 CS courses in college. systems that if you just connect away from and the reason I bring this up is because I have the additional stuff. So if you build mission systems to write the correct code that is actually so select, right? But I don't think that drivers could have only want the performance values for transferring some set of inputs into some outputs. Now, the process itself is intrinsically sensitive to the kinds of inputs we put into it. It's quite sensitive to the boundary conditions we put around it. So I think even as we move to using automated systems to transformation, as opposed to humans explicitly down perspective, well, this database, these columns selected for this algorithm, and you were put a Fibonacci, human design, computer design. Ultimately, what we hit, the boundaries that we hit is when the representation of the data hit the group is where there's a long stop and a representation. And that's where actually I think a lot of the work we go in is actually understanding in the view of these live data systems, how to better include the semantics of the world for these things, less on the details of how we write it.
Okay. The message what does the word correct mean here?
There's a lot of connections to correctness. Historically, and this is one of the reasons I say that we're in the era of software. Because for the last 40 years or so, software correctness was really about functional correctness. All right, a function, it's got some inputs. If so, you turn it on, you have to log data and it goes. And more now, we have what I think the line in the sand between the systems, or modern data-driven systems with this classical system is that the values of the actually have to be considered. So this whole thing is performance SLA, like finish was that serviceable agreement, time budget, of accuracy, right? So I think that we're not traditionally in those computing systems for the last 20 years at all. But now we have value dependence on functional dependence. So that software is just this thing that you can do relation with some test trial input in a very very sort of standalone environment. We quantify how does it scale, how does it perform, how many nodes do we allocate to scale this, what is we to predict systems, real cyber systems. You're going to find scenarios where you get inputs that you want to spend a little more time thinking about. Inputs that are it's not clear what you should do, right? The software has a varying amount of incorrectness with regard to input, and that is a different kind of system. Now it's a full outside that system. It's a next generation information systems.
What is a cybernetic system? So is it also interactivity software, or is this concrete?
Well, when I say cybernetic, I really do mean that the software itself is closed or decide act loop. So humans being closed loop is what, for me, makes it when humans when the machine is actually sort of deciding on its own what it should get more information, that makes it a cybernetic system. So we're just at the dawn of this, right? I think everyone talking about MLAI, it's great, but really think we're talking about when we really enter the cybernetic era and the question of ethics and governance and correctness, they really are the questions.
Linger on this cybernetic system, because cybernetic system that consciousness and purpose. At the bottom, the turtle. The turtle is a human.
They have said something. So for instance, I just read the other day that earlier this year, at some point, sent out some drones. And loop at that point, they target like a truck or vehicle like this. Boom. not a human in the loop, right?
The less human there is, the more concerned you are. As the original designer and engineer was able to predict the consequences.
That's right. There are some software systems that are quite complex. That's like the electronic market. All the time. The heyday of hybrid trading, market microstructure, people doing all sorts of weird stuff that market never really thought about, contemplated. So when we run these full-on systems with these automated pipelines, now they become automated, you know, and all sorts of other stuff. We are that's what people what and the end of the era of software.
Are you more concerned if you're thinking about the system, like self-replicating systems, systems that aren't just doing tasks, but are able to sort of multiply in a digital, or are you concerned about the lobster boil, so the gradual that's not noticing collapse of civilization or big explosion? It's like kind of a big thing everyone notices.
I think that a different experience with I do share a common point of view with some of the climate people are concerned about climate change and just this big existential risks that we have. But unlike a lot of people who share my concern, I think the collapse will not be quite so dramatic as some of them think. And is that I think for certain tiers of, let's say, economic locations in the world, people will experience dramatic political scenarios. But for a lot of people, especially in the development, the realities of collapse will be managed. There will be narrative management around it, so that they essentially insulate. The middle class will be used to insulate the upper class from pitchforks and the flaming.
It's interesting because it about second systems for soft. I think it's interesting. It would nevertheless perhaps be class, so the effect of algorithms might affect less was more thinking about what actual robots, if they're going to be and don't recognize who we are, or is it something truly dramatic, like Donovan, you like Chernobyl, like catastrophic events, and are almost scaled itself too quickly.
I'm not as concerned about
Oh, what?
because the big explosion is
I'm listening.
goes on.
What? Oh,
Citing the Bahagavad
okay.
See,
I'm just listening to you. Yep.
when you have social media, when you
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
aspire to create a layer of people that that's very
5 hours.
they've chose it's in there. So
Which you objective of knowingly virtual sensation of perception. You're getting the context that it's like. So let me ask, is there a hard line between reality and virtuality? Or some kind of reality? What is the line?
for me, it's not about a hard one about this reality as much as a simple question of does particularly technology connect in a more integral way with other people, with their environment, with all of the full spectrum of things around. So less about, oh, this is a virtual thing, this is a real thing, more about how do we create work recommendations so that those things
with people all the time. It's different when you meet somebody in person. I've seen you on YouTube blogs, right? But seeing in person is very different. And so I think when we engage in virtual experiences all the time, we do that. There is absolutely a level of embodiment. There's a level of body experience or participatory interaction that is lost. And it's very hard for you to get that way. It's hard to say, oh, we're going to spend $100 for your system that pressures this behavior with 90% higher fidelity. So when you rush heavily into a world of simulacrum and universalism, the things that are lost are once everyone moves there, it's going to be hard to recover. So this is the recover from loss or rather you put it all on the table. Is it possible for the game that is lost? If you look at video games, they create virtual experiences that are real and create with a lot of people and can get people a lot of trash. To bring out the best and the worst in people. So is it possible to have a future world where it flows out with economies? It is. I mean, it's possible to have that in the current world. But when literally trillions of dollars of capital are going to using those things to the worst of our inclination and to have a weakness of the system, in person actually, and those good things don't stand a chance. There's a lot of money, connection channels. Is it possible, I think, to bring up the best in human nature to fulfilling connections and relationships in the digital world and make shit? If I give it all, what's your intuition about buying this? My intuition is that a lot of our digital technologies give us the ability to have synthetic connections or to experience virtuality. They have a moment with sort of the human expectations. It's sort of like sugary drinks. As people have more sugary drinks, they need more sugary drinks. Let's say, right? So with these virtual things, and with TV, and that cut, and TikTok, and all these other kinds of things, we're creating essentially humanity now. Sort of has to keep those things. It now becomes very difficult to get people to slow down. It gets difficult to hold their attention on some things and actually feel that body experience. Right? So now more than ever, it's so important in schools and as a therapy people, as our environment has been accelerated. And actually talks about this in the literature about the television before talking before these cameras. So I think for me the concern is that if not, we can never switch to doing something better, more of humans and technology. You're not independent of television. With the technology that we use, kind of holds what we need for the next generation. Yeah, but is there intelligence issues that do it? It can reflect on it. For example, there's been many years in my life where I had some sugar and a sugar on my apple pie. And said, I don't need this. This doesn't feel good. Like, anything. So the TikTok process and realizing, okay, that's just bad. Actually, that does not make me feel good long term. I realized that, and then going to libraries, going to places that are away from the sugar. So, in so doing, you can realize that they can make more money. So, they actually make particularly well beings. And it just feels like humans are more intelligent than mice, machines. They're able to sort of think, they contemplate our mortality, contemplate things like love, and have an object here, some things like mortality. We can contemplate whether the experiences, sort of the drugs and daily life that we're taking is making us happier. And then once we contemplate that, we make financial decisions. Using solicit services and as better people. So it just seems like we're at the very first stages of social networks. And just we're able to make a lot about the book in breaking out the bad parts of human nature. They didn't destroy you. They just fed everyone on sugar. And now I want you to wake up and say, hey, we're going to start having like sugar-free social media. Right. Well, there's a lot of them out there. Some people certainly have forgotten that. I certainly think, I mean, it's very interesting. Like you said, if you woke up one day and thought that this feels very good, well, that's still your living system. Right? Yeah, but your brain is working around your gut, right? And so maybe that exaggerated, that was really making something good. It's far more than just like achieving what you for that. So let's let us get later. Argue it's more than just that, or at least that, or very, very self confident. So, I don't usually disagree with you that, or that better time that people are willing to do it. Helping others, like Facebook. Now, it's a thing where I don't know, I know about it. I know about it, right? That's going to be a hard thing to say. And that's a good thing. But that's again, you're talking, that's the first generation of front-facing cameras, of social pressures, and you as a self-starter, self-aware adult have the capacity to say, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go and spend time on one I'm going to spend time and try attention to the things that that. If you're a 15-year-old in high school and your entire social plan is everyone doing these things, so it's pretty good. You're going to have to just say, hey, I need to the guy or the girl effort and that's what we do. And so one of the things we have to think about here is the social media system sort of, social media is our first encounter with a technological system that wants a bit of a loop around our sort of cognition of attention. It's not the last. It's far from the last. And it gets to the heart of some of the philosophical things of the Western philosophical system, which is each person gets to make their own determination. Each person is an individual that's saying that they are agency of their sovereignty and all these things. The problem with these systems is they come down and they are able to manage everyone at once. And so every person brings their own decision, but together the bigger system is causing them to have to live dynamic. That's their so this is the issue that we have. Is our philosophy is actually not here to understand what is it all about first and high trust connection our collective and for that collective to have this plan to coherence and agency. That's something like when a social media app causes it's not hard to just individual. Right? So that concept is not something we really talk about or think about much, but it's actually the principle that we're visualizing all of these units. And then we're hitting all the atoms with certain things that's like, well, there's just another atom. Our understanding anchored at the individual level, big emphasis on the individual level. Society and these apps also for us to understand the progression and development of this civilization at the collective level. I was in multi-tier, individual social collectives. You said that multi-layer, just like stigma, ways, multiple strata, physical, biological, social, cultural collectives. They're going on layers, cake, that and then the human. So I'm just stealing wholesale here from Robert Persig, who was the author of Zen and his follow-on book, as a sequel to it called Live. He goes into this in a little more detail, but it's a crude approach to thinking about people, but I think it's still an advancement over traditional subject object metaphysics, where we look at people as a dualist would say, well, is your mind and your consciousness is that just really the matter that's in your brain, or is there something you have to go beyond that? Because yes, there's a soul, sort of integral soul beyond just the physical body, right? And then not a lot of people, right? I think that we don't have to
sort of biological structures. Those biological structures give your body its physical ability and biological ability to consume energy and to maintain homeostasis. But humans are social animals living here by themselves. It's not what we do. So we also, part of our biology is wired to connect to other people, to connect up with mirror neurons, to language centers, all those things. So we are basically, there's a part of us that wants to be part of, like, around other people. I'm not saying a win, but there's something about jumping in. I think we're going to feel better, right? And there was no exchange of physical anything. They didn't give us like 5 out of chemicals, right? But there's an induction in our sense of self, that is at that social level. And then beyond that, first they put the intellectual level kind of one level higher than social. I think they're actually more than that. But the intellectual level is the level of pure ideas. That you are a vessel full of philosophies. You will conduct yourself in a particular way. I mean, I think part of this is super new with this perspective here. There's a joke that this is like approximately well, a monster is scared of a cow. Right? You're not scared of a cow, you're not scared of a human. You're a messy human. And we can't really say what the dynamics of the will be unless we analyze all 4 of these spheres. Right? If you're Muslim, you're going to guess what you're going to be able to do in the brain. Right? And it's nothing to do with your biological need to get on the ground or it's an intellectual belief. It's a cultural phenomenon, an intellectual belief. So that's what the 4 layers of that is that a person is not only one of these things, they're all of these things at the same time. Superposition of that one to less than equals
So no layers.
I wouldn't want to know layers special. Layers just layer is a part of who you are. You're all these things, and if we try to deny, so many philosophies do try to deny the reality of some of these things, right? Some people say, well, they're only atoms. Because there's a lot of other things that only atoms do a bunch of soup, and it's not the same thing, even though it's the same atom. So I think the patterns that emerge with humans to understand, to really think about what the next generation of philosophy will allow us to use about extending humans into the digital realm or to interact with autonomous intelligences that are not biological nature. We really need to appreciate these and hear what these actually are. Is the superposition layers.
Humans and consciousness are each of these layers of consciousness. Is consciousness a particular quality, one of the layers, like a slight, consciousness in nature as these layers. It's something that just permeates all of these layers. It just takes different forms.
What humans experience consciousness is something that sits on a gradient scale of a general principle in the universe that seems to look for mirror and reach for one possesses energy. It's obviously pretty much the body, right? If you want to say a molecule of hydrogen gas is a bond. But there's something we can make assemblages of these things that all of them have organic aspects to them that will create structure that will, crystalline solids will form very beautiful structures. This gets kind of into territory. Penrose about the geometry itself, like hyperreal numbers. But without looking down that rabbit hole, I would say that there seems to be a tendency in the world that when there is excess energy, things will structure and they'll actually furthermore try to create an environment where there's continued stability. It's a concept of externalized extended field structure. So this is leads to certain kinds of amino acids forming certain structure to get to the flood. So when we experience as consciousness, I don't think self-conscious at that level. But is there something beyond here in biology and biochemistry that drives what makes things work? I think there is. This constructal law when you look at life sciences, look at statistical physics, when you look at things far out, we have
what happens then? Like, it doesn't just make conversation. It starts making stuff. There's something. Order when they're you did it, not me. Like most other times, I have to on that for. So cellular automata, I get it's a white for order when or reaching for but then like this voyager of just oil to construct structures. So uh very elaborate type thing. You can draw from this. Well, I like to put it around his head and look at this. What if every single one of the patterns created life or created life or created interesting patterns and sometimes you make cool gliders. And other times you make gliders and other things that construct like and gates, computers on them. All these rules that create these patterns that you see, those are just the patterns. What if such a things actually our ability to perceive people are really all. What are some of the things that we think are random? Actually, not that random. But at a fine enough level, across the and again, like I said, we go down the rabbit holes and the pedo stuff. There is something deep in smallness that is those questions, but there's something there. Ceiling to how much there's a ceiling to how much you control. There's cognitive limitation. You're perceives a pattern. Yeah, something that maybe extends your perception capability. It's just like the mathematics we use is mathematics in our head. Did God really create the integers? Or did God create all of it? We just have time to be able to perceive integers. Did she we she just put it all up with zero. But we did. We created mathematical operations. So we did to approach greater problems. Right? I mean, the entire point of the original system is for mapping a certain set of operations into a simple expression. But that's just the operations that we do in our heads. There are many other operations besides. The way that we're speaking and humans. The aliens are all around us, and we're too dumb. Yeah, see them. Yeah. Let's say just like all kinds of organisms. Just the intelligence of organisms. It's interesting what goes to that stuff like that. We're taking I had a lovely professor of Asian religions, told us a story about a musical music play certain instruments. He went to Japan, and he would ask me, he was basically looking for things in the style of the Western that experience, and finding none of it. Music in Japan, but there is a difference. They're playing different, right? The same thing using a metaphor for religion as well. West, you center a lot of religion, certainly religions that you center them around belief, and the East is more about practice, spirituality, practice, rather. So anyway, here to your point, because so many people are so fixated on certain aspects of self-replication or based on some whatever. But if we in generalize this thing of things reaching for further under those conditions, then create an environment that sustains that allows that. And that's this interesting thing. There are some mechanisms are those of your and it's not like there's a complex actually the cells that rise up, but they never know. So at some point, death was something to kill us. I mean, periodically, right? There's death. And why is that? Along with the sexual reproduction,
there's something about the renewal process, something about the ability to respond to a changing environment, where it just becomes, just killing off the old generation and letting the new generations try seems to be the best way to,
Historians relate about fire is the greatest inventions, but it seems like death seems to pretty good. And I kind of essentially mentioned at the very beginning of American.
well, we didn't have that, right?
Broadly, I see us as one particular Homo sapien did not be together. It's a team project. Just because
I think the greatest Homo sapien invention is collaboration.
So when you say collaborate, Peter, where do ideas come from, and how do they take hold in society? Is that the nature of collaboration? Is that the base of collaboration? Is ideas?
It's not ideas, but something. There's a start being a distance. It's a really fascinating thesis, which is that humans are the only non-specific. The early species that killed the species from range. Maybe there's a few examples, but you look at the animal world, you see butting heads, right? You see alpha, they take each other down. Humans, each other, they chunk rocks at each other, and prey, but also each other. You see the chunk of rock, and the alpha male, and take them down. And a lot of rocks, actually, which is their ones. So, this ability to actually have this species without a themselves create essential evolutionary structure. If we had more cooperation, if we just they failed. Are the ones respecting the range. Like there's sort of had to. Let's talk our.
So that's also part of collaboration.
Maybe the better way is the recognition that we have the prisoners was defecting.
All is
right? I mean, some more hands aimed at each other. I mean, Russia and the U.S., but it's like, we proxy wars, right? We have another world war, like hundreds of millions of people died to like shoot on fire, and giant,
so the original nuclear is Iraq.
the original, yeah, well, the original super world for any human being was their. It still is.
Eric Wine speaks great. Very surprising to me at first because I didn't know there's this depth to you. And you as an amazing leader, engineers, and engineer yourself. So it's fascinating. Maybe just something that we can take. What's your nature of your friendship with Eric? Other than such interesting past that your interest in philosophy.
Yeah,
What is
it's very random. It's found and I Oliphant working at a company called Intel back in the 2000s, and we're doing consulting around cyber. We made some tools, and Eric was trying to use some background tools to visualize. He used a fiber bundle approach to certain aspects of the company. He was doing this, and that kind of got in touch with us, and so this was really it's 6 or 7 years realized that they tried to use Python. It's really funny. But then, it was really interesting in the wake of the 08 kind of financial collapse, he helped organize with these people. Okay, well, clearly, guys can't be trusted. Government pockets with regulatory capture. What the F do we do? All these people that seem to leave was there. Was there. I mean, just a lot of willing people. And another Kern. Anyone in the sci-fi knows Robert. Great guy. So the three of us also got invited as well. And they could be famous for like, but, anyway, so then
You have a uh, about the world, you think their interest in programming. He'll bring up programming being quite a bit as
right.
like what brings you your interest in programming. I think it's cool that you do a lot of physics, but the programming would look like in like in the space of
Sometimes it's still so hard. Yeah. But actually,
programming.
yes. Well, not programming, but certain things. But he actually, I think, listening to some of his stuff, a lot. So I think instead of or discourse, I have a pair programmed with him.
Previously,
Well, like put together some of these things, but like, right? I mean,
how legendary would it be to get an airplane?
honestly, the whole things I think that are right is the silent quiet but incredible individual. A lot of those things Eric was trying to do. But we did have, in the as we were starting the company in 2012, he went to New York and was still living with time. He hadn't moved to this before he joined Teal. He just had like a big dinner somewhere in New York. It was me, Travis, and Rick, and Wes McKinney, campus. And then Wes's then business partner, Adam, sat around having hilarious, amazing dinner. I forget what all we talked about. It was one of those conversations which I wish was down creative. Ellen, we come here. We're here, right? But yeah, we're here. Yeah.
So he uses source code. We figure out our own source code. You and somebody who's quite a bit of an source code. Figure out our own source code. Either way, you can figure out my reach.
Only working that problem. I mean, I think we'll make more. There's something that I really doubt. I don't really doubt that one day we'll create a synthetic, maybe not flexibility, but a synthetic approach to cognition that rivals the biological 20-watt computers in our heads. Cognition, which is perception, attention, memory, recall, asking better questions. That to me is the measure.
There's some room go back and think he did that. Just ask him.
So,
I asked questions of what is this book? He didn't know what teacher asked is this or not, apparently.
yeah, a lot of our pure cybernetic systems, they will put it
You just released vacuum. Just a commercial.
stuck under my first one. In any case, these cybernetic systems we have, they are all designed to be into a relatively dynamic things happen. Right? They have a very limited capacity. 18 months of age has more capacity to manage its own attention, its own capacity to make better assessment. Okay. They're both astronauts today. So again, my kid will do a better job too, and they're both pretty clever. So I do think, though, back to my point, I think that for me it's not a question at all that we'll be able to create synthetic systems that are able to do this better. It's also for me not a question that we will be able to alongside humans so that they capture the full spectrum of what we are seeing as well. And also looking at those you may be measuring certain vitals. So in this type of society, where intelligence could use us in our whatever year of life to explain itself. And then we're very different about what
So who is picture
the baby version of our emotions.
okay, so once the baby was that
I think so. I think that out of epistemic, and I would hope that making those systems with nature, right? And help us do the things that we know. And then the unknowns that we don't know. But the unknowns we don't know. We can all know nature is one thing that's interesting. They survive us. So we should keep biological response very, very important. Even after our moral selves have transcended and gone on the world, it's gone to the lighthouse or whatever else. So, I think that's the these are these seem like things that are going to happen. Like I have a question that didn't happen. So we don't totally resolve.
is it possible to create an AI system that you fall in love with and it falls in love with you and you have a romantic relationship or a deep friendship?
But that is the design criteria. If we cannot have a relationship, it's just a
What is meaningful because that sugar.
well, sugar doesn't love you back, right? So computer doesn't love you back. What is love? Well, this complex for me, I would take a picture of the love means that it wants to help us become the best version of ourselves.
So what brings us love today in the human condition at the individual level and at the level? Because we're kind of saying that humans purely at the individual system level, what's the role of love? They talk about sex, talk about death, bacteria, at which point they create that love, but that isn't also
No, I think love is the start of it all. And in this case, sort of beyond just, romantic, sexual things, but actually genuine love that we have for another person. Love is used in religious action, right? I think that capacity for love, more than consciousness, that is the universal thing. Our feeling of love is actually a sense of generous with a moment of another person. And so it can be something more than the owner, and more than just your own vision with my statement. You see, I think there's in any religious text you'll find voice this concept that you should see the grace of God in the other person. That they're in the spirit of what love that God feels for his creation, for her creation. And so this thing is actually the so I would say before that, I don't think there's a lot of knowledge in this, but there's some real that's the sensitivity when there's equilibrium. And that some of the is something that needs to in my mind one day in undergrad. This is I walked in and walking for a long time it was out and it said the end was created by the earth to carry itself up. Now logged in for myself. I logged in and I saw that and I said, gonna step up and watch. No, it's not. It is. Yeah, right. So when you look at it that way, it's like, yeah, okay, now let me go realize this is the thing. And so when we think about love, we think about these kinds of things. Um, so I don't think that in the modern day human condition, there's a lot of talk about freedom and individual rights and all these things. But that's very alien, it's very involved in the Western philosophy of the individual as such. But it's not really couched, I think, the right way. It should be helping maximize people's ability to love each other, love themselves, and love each other, their responsibilities to the previous generations, to future generations. Those are the kinds of things that should be on our design criteria. And those should be what we start with to come with the things themselves, the responsibilities. But that love being at the center, but I think design systems or cognition, it should absolutely be built that way. I think if you simply focus on efficiency, and let's say these kind of very industrial era, all things that are issues with those, that's going to go and really end up. So one of the interesting consequences of thinking life is a way of an individual human, and then there's no society is I believe that you believe that corporations are people. So this is a political dense idea that often has to be built on society or outside. In which sense do you believe that corporations are people? So think of this as the right. So voting against that groups that people have some kind of higher level as a necessary. So where do I come? Let's start with this. Most people would say, okay, individuals have claims to agency. Nations, we certainly have nations, so at a very large scale, nations have rights to sovereignty nations. Like everyone plays the game on others, that's true. I believe France is a thing, the United States is a thing. But to say that groups of people at a smaller level than that, really is in our laws, we actually do include this concept. I believe that in a relationship of marriage, right, one partner is sued for loss of consortium, right, if someone breaks up the marriage or whatever. So these are concepts that even in law, if you respect, there's something about the union and about the family. So for me, I don't think it's so weird to think that groups of people have a right to rights as sovereignty of some degree. And we look at churches. These are, we talk about these collectives of people as if they have a real agency to them. And they do. But I think that we take it a step further and say, okay, they have resources. Yes, check. They can. They can engage in contracts. They can do all these other things. So, in legal terms, support this idea that have rights. Where we go wrong with this stuff is that the most popular version of it is an absentee owner corporation that then is able to collect larger resources than anyone else in anything else, any entity of size. And they're able to essentially only around individuals, whether it's papers, whether it's people, resources they want to capture, they're also able to hold around our representation, which is still tied to individuals, right? So I don't think it's good that they're people that they're assholes. Corporations people actually assholes. So good. But the idea that there's a collective of people, we should treat them like it's at a microscopic level. That's I do underappreciate sometimes is that relationships have individuals have relationships with each other. If you have 8 people on the table, each person has a relationship with each other. But then if it's 4 couples, each couple also has a relationship with each their children, their that relationship with the other something that we navigate the social landscape, but it's not something I hear expressed like that. It's really not something that is, I think, taken into account as well to design these kinds of things. So I think the reason why I care a lot about this is I think the future of humanity requires us to form better sense-making units. Something, Dunbar, and that's very different than right now, where we defer sense-making to massive Asian zombie institutions, or we just do it ourselves.
So that's our talked about agency. I think calling it fiction on all these different levels. Even at the human individual level, fiction, we all believe. Like you said, Adam. I think there's nations, fiction, but it seems like some fiction is better than others. A lot of people that argue that fiction is a nation of that idea. Lives Michael Malice. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are in meditation that believe the idea, fiction, agency, Trump, that in order to truly, like, I don't know, what words you want to elevate the experience of life. So you're kind of arguing that, okay, so we have some fiction agency, we should add stronger fiction that we tell ourselves about the agency of groups in the hundreds, half number, or 5x number.
Yes, or right? Rules
when I lose Monopoly. When I'm winning, I
play Monopoly someday. It should be a version of
what?
Contract is just you can write contracts future or land other things and out like you can land first 3 times or license for a year. You start trading those contracts for money and then you create so
it comes into
me and you and Eric sat down to play a game. Contracts we wrote, we can make money. It's a terrible idea, but I mean, we could actually sell the NFTs.
I have other ideas of money that they're all terrible. It's so good. Some of these rules of the game, some of these things it seems like they're
to organize human collective action.
something about, especially this technological age, whereas fictions. Why? Also, Dunbar number. It has the sense that for you as a kind of law that somehow can have a connection at this scale. Like some of it feels like an interface problem. It feels like if I have the right tools, I can connect with a larger. It just feels like there's a huge value to interacting person to share experiences together, beautiful experiences together with other experiences. That share. It just feels like spend a significant to the millions and billions, but it feels like it could be the right interface. You think?
You're right that there's many different ways that we can build trust for each other. I read Joe Middleton talks about a few different ways that mutual communication, trust, conflict, with experiencing something. There's a variety of different things that we can do. But, all those things take time, and you have to be present. there's just a principle here. The less you are, the more you can do, the less. So I think there is sort of a human capacity issue around some of these things. Now, that being said, if we can use certain technologies, so for instance, if I write on I can read it asynchronously from one of them, here's mine. I read it, I'm like, wow, right, this is awesome. We can be friends. It's been 10 years. You know, together, we just read each other's. You're like, oh yeah, this guy's exactly. You know, I'm doing that. Vice versa. You know, we can then and we can hide us to negative example, but it also requires individual themselves to have a certain level of capacity, to have a certain honestly, but you want to use like the people have a good center, or the field that you can build or the time. It just takes more time. Other people have to come around. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you have to deal with if you are not so well known, right? So yes, people get better relations faster, and then you can maybe expand on one number of things, but you're not going to do it. I think it's hard to get it beyond 10 minutes, kind of a rough swag.
That AI system, in addition to number, what more one system, we have so that they have integrated the society. That was the same experience to be an individual. Because we could get you make sense of it for us. Yeah. Like you're going to like Voyager, like this like the increases that they have. We may have an ambassador that's on the annual basis, but they're like fantastic or something. We might have this system. The biggest sort of, I won't say AI system, but the biggest cyber system in the world is the financial markets. It runs alphabetic individuals control. And you have an entire staff of people at Wall Street analysts, to CNBC, whatever. They're all helping communicate. What does this mean? You know, we'll get you all of these people are part of that lowering of the complexity to sense making for people, whatever capacity. Right. See this changing with AI system. I think you would have commentators talking about all this stuff. This AI system is going to go here. It actually is super intelligence. If you want to talk about interface, we do it very poorly. Power and money. What happens? People simply exploit their distance. Financial gains. So you look at that and be like, oh. But we're already doing this kind of future. But to bridge this. Yeah, I just feel like there could be the AI system have agencies. You have it's able to solve exactly what there's an aspect of human that's necessary to integrate into society. So not financial markets, sort of systems, logistics optimization, or things that you interact and it requires personality. I believe in your own personality, right? Like it's that experience condition is not deep connection.
I don't think having a deep connection with it is necessarily intelligence aspect. So another kind of alien or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, there's a little controversy as to letter. An octopus, it has the collective intelligence and intelligent arms, right? So there's not density to them. And they see if we can build. I mean, let's let's go with what you're saying. If we build that interface with humans that has a sense of agencies on the psychokinetic loop and also the theory of mind as well as the theory of action, I agree with you that that's the necessary components to intelligence. Right? There's something at stake. You have to make a decision. Okay, so we build one of those. And if their cognitive systems are there, we stick an antenna on each of them, bring it all back to a hive that maybe doesn't make all the individual decisions for them, but treats each one almost like a neuronal input, a much higher bandwidth of fidelity, back to a central system that is then able to perceive much stronger dynamics that we can see. And the same with phased array radar, right? You think about how phased array radar works. It's just sensitivity. It's just radars, and then it's hypersensitivity. And with a flat array, it's as good as your radar dish. Right? So with these things, it's a phased array cybernetic systems. Give intelligence much better, much higher understanding of what's actually happening.
More power, understanding the central intelligence has the door and the individual.
Necessarily,
There has to be the experience with the individual. It has to have the richness of the human-like experience. You have to be able to be programming the car and be able to see the street, and all of a sudden breaks off to you because something happening. But
we can implant those memories.
like I guess what I'm saying for humanity, for intelligence people, you have to have decentralization. Like each one is structural, each one in excess of energy has to reach for order, as opposed to a central place to itself.
Have you ever been to places I find where there's like hive minds, like the cast one of these stuff from soccer. The idea of you're in control, but you're connected with like a few other individuals and together. So, you ask, thinking is the experience of being part of this hive mind outside of all the aesthetics. Get the aesthetics. Internally, what is your experience like? As to what that looks like.
Freedom, free will.
Mm-hmm.
I obviously, biased, values freedom, it feels like to being a doing something novel.
Because I think what happens is you're still thinking about this in a sense of command hierarchy, which is not what it has to be at all. I think the experience, so show a bike car, in that robot's form, has agency over their own environment. That's making and reporting. I think the robot's experience would be it would be an experience of talking to God. You essentially reporting to. I think this is what's happening over here. I think about this will make this change happen in the environment. And God, she may tell you that's great. In fact, your brothers and sisters will help make this go better. And there's sisters hey, do this thing, which is help. We think that this will make this thing go better. So yes, we'll help it. So the whole community the sense of what does it feel like to be a cell and everyone that is alive. I think actually the serendipity, there's not random disorder or chaos, but more just needed to hear something. You turn on the radio. Right? And you feel like it's a bit of a fancy, but body must have what it must feel like to be a cell in your body. When it's sugar, when it's oxygen, it's oxygen. It needs to go and do its work and pull. It doesn't work. And it so this is all the fun. But I think if we extrapolate up, what does it feel like to be an individual? Some bounded something it's actually freedom. Then work that has more to it. I feel like it has to be really certain.
The cell,
Certain. There's no way to explain why it's getting out.
so you understand the big picture.
The big picture's bigger.
Individual is to understand the bigger picture. Like, sort of limited in. That's okay. The moment you understand, you feel like now there's some bigger intelligence in everything I do. Intelligence brought, like, even the Sam Harris thing. That's fair enough. Understand case. That's kind of, I don't know.
We got philosophical. Yeah, right? Because we're full of this stuff. Like, you are a golden, fully free individual with all your freedoms and all your liberties, and you grab a gun and shoot. It's actually, you don't actually a lot of these history. But the areas where you manifest agency, you're free to do those things. You can you create a podcast, right?
Yeah.
You're not. I mean, you have a lot of freedom, but even as you're doing this, you are actually. All of this is that you are already intelligent agents in such a system, right? In that these like lots of modified lots of they're just posting on the I mean, they can work. It's a giant Facebook. Just posting on there. They're just posting really fast. Oh yeah, well, the metaverse. That's not the metaverse. That's right. Here's the shoot it. Yeah, they're probably but we already are part of it. Online collaborative environment, collaborative sensitive making system. It's not very good yet. It's got the overhead of institutions all over it. But as that washes away, and as we get better at this, we are going to see humanity at speeds that are unthinkable in the past. Software, right? The collaboration with the internet was the ability for people to work software. Right? That created some great collaboration. So these things are not novel. So I'm just suggesting that future AI systems, if you can build one smart system, you have no reason not to build multiple. If you build multiple, there's no reason not to integrate them all into things like this make substrate. And that thing will certainly have emergent intelligence. And none of the individuals, but human designers will be able to really put all of them. And he's like,
it's so the AI system
idea that things emerge, right? You see the emergent patterns of other things, and there is there's extra energy. And you have the being crisis, but it feels like sense of sense of death, being rather than searching for. They feel like for the human civilization, though there being crises of different flavors throughout its history, why is how is this particular being crisis different? Or is it really or is this like this? A lot of people, it wasn't so much because it was just like good enough. I did once you get to the point where you can make the other thing like not even by other people. Right? So looking around and wondering what it's about, it's actually a money. And to some extent, the media tries to criticize it because the numbers not been right. Is the concept of what make consequential decisions, right? You make consequential decisions, that generates evidence. So we make a lot of decisions, but we don't see the consequences. Then it feels like, right? If there's only thinking about it, there's stuff to the right, then it'll subside over. Meaning, as far as I can, like, the definition of right is generally the result of making consequential decisions, acting on it. So, historically, just in a survival mode, you're making consequential decisions all the time. So, there's not right. It's like you hear about, or you did, like, you have to put that's great, you feel good. But these are all consequential decisions. Only if they alter the post fossil fuel production revolution and we created a massive leisure sector. I can see around things that I think there's not stars to that. Making decisions somewhat the more times not losing the consequences of any decision they make. The general sort of sense of this French term in the brain of the consumer society and the mass media for everyone choosing between is no, it's not. It's not. They're the high end of luxury person. The point is that we give people that you consumption and make the choice of discovery and selecting. So it creates all of these different things that are but really making a decision has no consequences for us. And so that creates you're saying utilization on this level. Why? It's not that it's people together, it's that you make a decision. These two brands, and you're told these brands will make me good in front of the people if I buy this brand car. If I buy that brand right? The idea, like a lot of decisions are consumption. But consumption by itself doesn't actually gaining social status. Right? So that's why this area of abundant production, so many things here in this that we had to keep somebody to think where there are status gains. We just have so much extra production. But regard those status gains, you think, well, why do they have to move around reality like they are when you're not? We in this virtuality world, social media, right? And you're putting your plane into right? There's no price. There's two aspects. One of those kinds of step escape on the kind of survival is destroying the plane because it ties to consumption. It's the greatest version of the thing. The latest edition sneaker. We have all the old ones, thank you. But the amount of sneakers we have to destroy every year to artificial sneakers to the next generation, right? This is kind of stuff that's not great. It's not great. So consumption within status is sort of bad. Not sustainable. The second thing is you can give these kind of status gains, but then when it does this, it renders you captured to the black environment. This status gains are sources.
think the you can't you decide what most of the games are played in the future. They don't capture.
It'll build. It's like that. It's not going to do it. Right? If you only play the game and the control and then intellectual level, the people, the hard resources, and player zero physically are going to own.
But it's not connected to our resources. Why we still think it's a virtual technology.
There's different kinds of money. Part of the reason that stuff is able to keep up with the edge is because the big celebrities where one spends money and just buying it with games for like money. Their ability to adjudicate the physical resources, the hard resources, and those are not the challenge.
So, what goes there, most money is not connected to resources. But it's an idea, and that idea is very close connected to stuff.
That's on the place sometimes, like it's actually kind of long. It's times this thing, so you have to pay attention to.
Yes, so we at the end of to being connected to the blockchain and physical reality. So in the case of law and taxes, it's connected to government and violence is the like
They have monopoly.
devil. Window of the back inside is an ongoing force of freedom. But control of this reality doesn't mean this status. LeBron James theory that virtual idea. So somebody else constructed a game, and now you're playing in the space of virtual, in the virtual space of the game. So it just feels like there could be games where status and real realities that give us meaning in the virtual space. I can imagine these things being possible. Oh, yeah, okay, so I see what you're saying. I think it's interesting.
The idea there, I mean, we'll take the LeBron James and put it in like some YouTube influencer. Yes, if it YouTube influencer, it is status games on a certain level. It precipitates as you give others. And it's like movies, right? It's like, right? On a YouTube video.
And also, say, like second trees,
Right? Let it all do it. Roll with whatever else. Yeah. Like, it's not just those kinds of games and nature of consequences. It's that for the vast majority of people in consumer culture, they are incented by the, I would say, both the middle class consumers. They're incented by advertisements. They're incented by their pathetic environment to treat the purchasing of certain things. They need to buy the latest one, whatever. They need to appear, however. They need to pursue status gains as a driver of it. And my point would be hollow. And that is what creates meaning for business. Because at the end of the day, if I can't put it in the palate, right, it takes to go down the shape of the brand. It's not as protein down building. And you kind of feel that in your gut. That's all the stuff that is like a special current, which is effective action. That's what I mean about the living crisis, part of it being created by that. We're not encouraged to have direct relationships. We're actually related to even in family members sometimes, but we're encouraged to relate to friends. We're encouraged to relate to these kinds of things, and then goes to do things that really difficult to us. And that's what
the roles of technology. So there's something you mentioned, but tell you, it's your technology, more about power and technique. Yeah, I guess it's a broad idea that you can see. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, technology is moving away from nature. It's really what my concern about is making the meaning crisis for technology, whether it's good.
I certainly think some of the ideas, and I think some of them are pretty good. But really, the technique is also as well. I mean, it speaks to the general mentality of efficiency. production labor that artifacts that are not actually they don't sit well in the environment. So it's essentially, I think it's as the answer. Whereas a pharmaceutical come to a problem, maybe a piece of work, maybe a chair, maybe it's to build a house or maybe to build whatever, and then we'll consider how to bring various things in to build something well contextualized that's in right relationship with that environment. But the way we implement technology over the last 100 years is not that at all. It is how to make sure the input materials are homogenized, same size, diluted and exactly the right alloy concentrations. How do we create machines? Exactly right. Really want to stand out at the same time. Which then go out the door. Everyone gets the same thing with output. And the reason wants it is because we have broadcast that tells everyone this is the cool thing. So it homogenizes demand. Right? And we're like, and other critiques of water coming in that direction. The situation was so well. It's that they're playing that at this point in time, something that drives a lot of the economics of other but they need to consume the bill status of the economy. So we homogenize, we discovered, I think this is what Renee system. In the early 20th century, we discovered we created desire in a way that was not possible because of broadcast. And when we create desire, we don't create desire for each person to connect to something specific thing to build a relationship with your neighbor or your spouse. We are now in the consume this bread. We need to drive this book. So have you heard of I've seen this movie, right? So creating homogenized demand makes it really cheap to create a homogenized product. And now you got to scale. Same thing with the road. All the kids, are like, yeah, right? So this is ultimately where this ties in then to runaway hybrid is that we then capitalism is always looking for growth. It's always looking for growth. Growth only happens at the margins. So you have to squeeze for more demand. You're making cheaper things. Everyone, you're still making meetings out of it. You're still like, so you're taking money, right? We see little bits of this dripping, critiques of this dripping, like Jimmy sees sometimes. That's what he's like here. Walks into the, like, oh my god, store, and just like millions of other, hundreds of other Buzz Lightyears just like me. Right? That is, I think, a fun Pixar dynamic. I really do 6, right here, but homogenized machine of capitalism. There's also that is able to fund a channel vertically innovation. I think that there's also one kind of experiences that in which others all kinds of it's the machine that actually enables the experience or more than give meaning. It has done that to some extent. It's not all good or bad perspective. We can always look past it and offer our critique of the path to get to this point in time. It's somewhat different in the discussion. It's somewhat different than the question of where do we go? Right? Is this still the same rocket? Right? Is it actually really interesting? Is this so you predict the future? You have the mechanisms you have now for enough technologies where we can actually, I think, sustainably produce what most people would need. We have also created the infrastructure to allow continued research and additional things. The organizing principles that we use to govern these things today have a lot of some of them are not included in industrial, but a lot of these modes the open source. There was a point. If you look at core sci-fi sort of progression of libraries, let's throw pandas in there so I can. How much traffic do you think economic traffic do you think will drive?
That's one of the things you and Travis $50, sure.
All of it. I mean, if you look at our system, when you go Google search, right? Now, some of them are TensorFlow. When you look at, when you do credit card transactions, fraud, just everything, right? Every code thing goes on. There's some aspect of it. So I would say that these create billions of dollars of direct use of the leverage. Direct, yeah. I think they could not do it. They didn't. That's really what they did. I think that's right. When you take out, when you take, and there was one example. I'm not sure, but there's one example that you fit in the van. So if you look at that, like a van of could create value to the tune of billions of dollars a day. Well, here's the thing. What do we do to do more of that? Like that's open source. We had talked about this other when we use generative participatory crowdsourced approaches, we unlock human potential at a level that is better than the communism. I would challenge anyone to go and try the right 12 people are available to build that entire stack. Like those 12 people. Hire a dozen people and create like something that is worth $1 billion a day. Every one of them is right. But finding the right people, getting it done by the right people to find it. That is a thing that was organic in nature. That's what outsourcing. A lot of open source ethos. Right now, the people started that and said, I need to have a part of a multi-million-dollar sort of enterprise. I've done this whole thing to solve my problem. Right? So the point of telling the story is that our way of thinking about value, our way of thinking about resources, our ways of thinking about property rights and all these things, they come from finite game, scarcity mentality, and evil systems. As you're entering, to some extent, we're sort of in a scarcity era. Like some people are hoarding. We are not now settled in the scarcity era. The question of how we allocate resources has to be revisited at a point. Because the kind of software that people build, the modalities and those human ecologies that there's software actually sharing working produces value. So that's different than any other resource. So it's different than most for IP. Right? So if software in this way created this much value, so because we did it for 10 years, it's really cheap. Right? That's the reason I care about this right now, is because we can't go on labor, we can in fact you're part of the Amazon, build something sustainable for you, and try medicines to your kids. That's just software, it's just code that can be totally open source, right? So you actually get to a mode where all of this additional generative things that you're doing, they don't have to be bring up and you're charge for all the exponential things out of it. That's what we did. That's what social did. Right? It's the old internet. It was connecting people to a talk. It's Facebook was literally a big joke in the post text. And it exploded. Generative network of human connection. And that's a big one. Yeah, I'm a gatekeeper. everybody's attention. Like, create the vans outside. So, the story of those they have some job outside of this. Don't you need to have a job? You have to be connected to the capitalist system. Like, isn't this the engine that to kind of take a break from it and the edges. The question of surplus, right? Is this, like, everyone working and other people, no one have time to find right? Maybe, but that's what I'm talking about. Right? They were maybe had a scarcity for a lot of people. The question that we're never encouraged to ask, especially role, is how much do you need? How much is enough? Do you need to have a car in 2 years? How do you get drive over 10 years? Is that okay? I don't know. You have to bring it to use. I mean, we use the same option in 4 years ago. Right? This should be a seasonal ad. Maybe one of her listeners will like no, but yeah. The question of what do you create infrastructure for collective of people to live on the basis of providing with excellence to handle emergencies and like pull your resources together to handle the really big, disease, cancer, the fires, the but can we actually and solve people's needs and then give them the capacity to explore how to do that version of themselves. And for Travis, this shot of 10 years, for others, it's there's a thing in the sci-fi community that sci-fi advances failed time, and that's we can do these things. We can actually do this kind of organization. It's a very cheap. You mentioned Travis talking overseas. And I didn't Travis what's really years of together. It's the like the first time I met Travis was at a sci-fi capacity here. I was working at Edel, working on scientific computing consulting, and a couple of years later, he joined us at and he came in as president. One of the founders of the event, I was the CEO. We were very excited that he was joining us. That was fun. So I worked with Texas on a number of projects. Just a really good time. And it was primarily Python. Python, NumPy, sci-fi consulting. Towards the end of that time, we started getting called in more and more shops. They were adopting Python heavily. I just worked on like a trading shop, a couple of investment banks in Manhattan. And so when we started seeing that there was potential of Python in the direction of business computing, just being this niche like lab for big computing, what we were seeing was, you can actually use Python as a Swiss Army knife for a lot of shadow data restoration kind of stuff. So that's when we realized that. And so we started, it was called Linux at the time. We started in January 2012 with a vision of showing up parts of Python that needed to get expanded to handle data scale, visualization, data stuff, etc. And that was that. Yeah, I was CEO. I was president for the first 5 years. And the and then Travis about that. After a year, oriented some open source. So it wasn't sort of like gung-ho development. It wasn't focused on stumble the package management problem. Anaconda. And we have other technology that built the open source. And Travis was really trying to push again the frontiers of computing, handling things like differentiation intrinsically in the open system. So I think that's that's how or tracks and their colleagues and collaborators day to day, working on feedback about
So, what's the big lesson you learned about life, about programming, about leadership?
Travis is a really, really good guy. Really, his heart is he cares a lot.
I've got that tracking. So interesting.
It's so interesting. Very different background. We can like not talk for a long time and then be on a conversation. I don't know, 90%. And so he wasn't of the ocean. His ship pointed sort of in the same direction. So
That's a beautiful way to
same story. Yeah, we feel the same way. We care a lot about the community. For someone who cares about Travis, for someone who cares about the details of the types of and the that matter, that stuff. He cares about the people because and I have a similar kind of I care a lot about the tech, but of what this human intelligence is, I think, a touchstone. It's an early version. We can look at it and say, this for humanity at scale. What does associated collaboration with how can we be generative in human collaboration or in treatment and systemization of that? See this to do that. It's all nerds or those things, and this because it's scientists, because it's people data, all of it exists. I think we have an opportunity
So wait for this kind of open source vision to make money.
absolutely. It's hard. It's hard. But we're trying to do that in our own way. Because we business users that needs that like business security provenance, they really can't tell investors, hey, we're having, I just installed packages for us where we're running the company. They have someone to talk to. That's what Colin does. So we are a governance for them. We take that and we just take that as a dividend. We take a percentage of that. But beyond that, I really see the development of a marketplace for people to create models, data sets, curation of different things, and to really have a long-tail marketplace that if people are stumble into
Package management. A lot of things here Condo, which is a package. So first, package managers. Second, more of this if
problem is this, which is that it would do compute efficiently. There are a lot of low-level libraries that need to be compiled. Compiler for they need to not just be compiled, they need to compile all of the right settings. And oftentimes those things are tuned for specific chip architectures. And every GPU series, you look at different operating systems. Maybe on the same chip, but running Windows on the same exact different. All of this complexity is beyond the capability of most data scientists are reason about. It's also beyond what the packaging outputs want to do. Is you're not to feel like when you go on Linux, just watch the 800. It is not my own fear of this on ancient way. Right? That's just simply not my problem. So what we end up with is we have a creative or a very creative outsource environment where people want to do the stuff that they can't. And so we end up creating a new set of technologies like a build recipe system, a build system, and then a scholar system that is able to, well, to put it simply, it's able to build these packages correctly on each of these different platforms of these systems. And so people want to install something, they can. It's just they have to set up a big computer system and all these things. So when it works well, it works great. Now the difficulty is we have literally thousands of people writing code in an ecosystem with all sorts of stuff. But each person writing code, they'd be taking advantage of something else. And so all this really complicated dependencies. So installing the correct package for any given set of packages, getting that right stuff out is a totally unsolvable. And again, it's still going to want to solve stuff by pandas, I want this version of stuff. Spatial life, this other thing. Like, why is this hard? These exist. And it is hard because it's well, you're just the version of Windows, right? And libraries are not or the latest version of build, the old version of this library, that means a different version of that library. And so it's a Python ecosystem by virtue of crowdsourcing. We are able to build up 100,000 different niches, but then we also start with this problem that because it's crowdsourced and no one is like tragic commons, right? No one really wants to support their thousands of other dependencies. So we end up sort of having to do a lot of these things. Of course, the Common Forge community also has open source, communities of recipes. That's what people want. And what PIP is a tool that came along after Monolith stuff. That it came along as an easier way for the Python developers writing Python code that didn't have as much Python, stuff. They could then install different packages. And what ended up happening with the ecosystem is that a lot of the core Python developers they don't really into any of this complicated stuff. So we have, we have
concepts of dependency that became super complicated by that, and then all these like not two or three. And it takes so long more from your perspective just see that I think you're going to struggle with the community, I'll struggle with this process. What lessons you take away from it, why it takes
Looking back, some people perhaps underestimate how much adoption I love to do. I think that some people also underestimate how much, or they overestimated how much value some of the new features of Python that they really provided, like the things they really loved, but I might not reach didn't matter for some people. Because this change was happening as Python was starting to take off really, like as like a hockey stick in the early data science era, early contents. A lot of people were onboarding whatever just worked. And the teachers were like, well, yeah, I need our notes on Python 3, yeah, Python 2. Took a lot of advocacy to get people to Python 3. So I think it wasn't any particular single thing, but it was one of those deadline else, which just really made it hard about Python 2. And also Python 3 itself, they were kind of breaking things, changing things around, and you had to stand library, there's a lot of stuff that's happening there. And you kept giving people an excuse to say, I'll put the next version. It was working fine. So I think that's what happened there. And I will say this stuff, right? Python data science, I think, is what kept Python alive in transition. Because a lot of my users get less than the user base. If there wasn't Python for data, there's a good chunk of Python users that during that transition would just left for state. In fact, some people left to go and run, never look back. The fact that we were able to grow 5 million users in Python data community, that it kept the Python. Now the usage of Python data is over 50% of the overall. So I'm happy to debate those states. So I think
the state, the idea that this is what Python 2, Python 3, if it didn't also cause just taking data science and processes data. So like the time perfect, this perfect this with the great time value of data.
it's a troubled execution. It wasn't necessary. It's possible to have resources not enough smooth. Ultimately, the arguments in Python through it, right? Text handling it like it's not negotiable data. Have language. So that's great. The execution, Python is it's voluntary. It's like the most popular language in the planet. It's voluntary. So the sources meant that they had to do things very hands-on. And I think to carry the Python the language that the data was a critical part of it. Like I actually shamefully admit that it took me a very long time to switch from Python because I'm a machine person. I was just so long. It's not easy to find Python just like. But I think when I switched, I've been working and switching myself for small projects and big. Finally, when and I'm still definitely in support, like in or something like that. So like I was like, oh, this is and right. So for a long time, it's carrot. Okay, where's my come here. Python 3 will apply packages I love, and like nope. That's when I wonder if you think somebody
some step into.
Well,
It's like
it's a chicken and egg problem too, right? You don't want to cut off a lot of users. For each of the different projects. Some projects like only releasing new features, and that was more of a sticky feature, right? Carrot. Sticky carrot. But then for others, yeah, because it's a release of the dependencies, so many things. That was the final mistake. It was a stick shape stick. People were saying, well, if I have to keep maintaining for Python 2, that's that much less energy. It's better for Python 3 folks. It might be wrong choices. Of course, so people were also pulled by this tension. The old community, a lot of core folks decided to make
loose. There are about 10 million programs in the world. This actually, we're out members develop the world. We mentioned in the talk that made with it be. So, first of all, do you see a future within the 100 million members? Second, what kind of change?
So Anaconda is a little bit about 1 million. So the idea that we programmers in the world undercounted. Traditional counting that are using Python data in their jobs. I do believe the future will what I would like to see is where people for data what they're able to use tools that let them express the question like this. And why the so I think some level of like things to so my hope is that we can build systems that allow people to more seamlessly integrate Python concepts with data systems and make sure that there's some tools. We think this thing, but I feel we got the market for Python users if we do things right is on the order of cell users, which is 300 million. So we think Python is here. Smaller thing just the right part of the system to it has to be easier to take other things to live and close us back systems of labs or visual people don't do those things that always some sort of a expectation and not a tool for the masses. Work with a bunch of folks that don't create to be and of course that inspires them to find that do a bunch of stuff that helps them and achieve their projects. I got programmers with frameworks and I got probably tools like Photoshop and Premiere and all kinds of target towards creative people. Excel is something for a certain kind of audience, that data, financial people, all that kind of stuff. If there would be easy ways to leverage Python, yeah. And there's a big application of artificial intelligence with generating programs. Yeah. So you can bridge and get a visual interface to generate and so on. But having to do search and is generating code multiple programs each other. Right. There's
sometimes you kind of what I don't know if like this is the first language which is not I feel like that's going to take a long time to understand why it's great. I think there was the theory. I mean, I mean, heck, do you have a multi-types? No. So I started because there were other pointers for you. But I think that the beauty of scripting, like there's a method called inventory stuff, which is exactly right now. Like the time I could when you shop myself, but they were actually you could write some code, basically do some things. And that feeling of the computer is a thing that you can't use to extend yourself as an operator. So you see a little bit of parts of the current day generation of Minecraft blocks, right? Python certain type of things. Could be a renaissance of shape using as computers. Extension of so you can scripting suite with Python in the graphics world. Python is language is graphics. I think it's great. We should understand those kinds of things. But ultimately, the idea that I actually will have more open. I want these things to happen all the time. I should be able to say that. You know, whether operating systems get their path through by some theory path, or they say certain things to them. And Apple's like this, Apple's uses, but you can do these kinds of things. But when you start doing that kind of scripting, then you come on, here's a learning system. This is technical thinking challenges. All of the dictionaries, all the objects, all the these attributes and parameters. Like, you just have time to learn all that stuff. So that's what then programming all the other type. My example becomes the right way to user express their desire. So there's these technologies that are pushed through. But I think as we're talking about the movie streaming thing, I'm thinking, you know, when we do something like we use things in the data scientific field, it's an expression system. There's a reason which is that it gives us mathematical system. It gives us actually quite a lot of precision over precisely about what's data from that data set. And it's the fact that when you have that precision, that's powerful as in for data. You know, you can secure it. And you if you get these expensive vendor data definition, will solve your problem. But if you give me a pipeline, you can throw whatever data you want. I won't be able to mash it in. So the ability to take it and say this like sharing the data is really cool. And I think that's why at some level we're not going to get away from some of these expressions and APIs in libraries. At the center of the Python community, if you change one thing down the road, what comes to mind? What are the values that we have? And that's been reached a little bit in the last year, but in general, people are nice. And that humility prevents them from seeing the point that they could. I don't know how many people in the Python community really understand that they stand perched in the edge of opportunity to transform how and actually, I went to everyone used to so like, you can't actually write in any of them well. And so that wasn't the pattern solving. That was the challenge of those. We, through our current what comes next, how do we seize how do we make sure we come with this? Is that hugely factor of vision creating something very new and powerful? It's not the concept. It's dynamic. People let people work together without anyone housing anyone else. How do they, consciousness is the question of life. How does singular our attention it was that emerge? You really saw it. It was for people in Virginia sense. To say, will do this, what not emerging. Us coherent, we did focus on leadership and from collaboration, being able to do that kind of involvement. Some people get in the swarm. That's a problem. For some reason, Linus Torvalds, but he, there's people besides charisma. There's everything. I have to say, I don't even know if you can say he doesn't have capability. It's such a like, yes, this is a good idea. This is a bad idea. It's not fun. Once you clear if he's open, once you clear the threshold, it's a good idea. But see, the interesting thing is, obviously, that not the community is the threshold that, like that one particular person is not actually that good. So you actually absolutely do. He's very good because as a person that leadership where someone else people just leave. That's how that's important. But at the same time, you want to sometimes be a leader, like with the because people there's some kind of but it's like to get behind big topic and I don't want to pass it like that. Leader and I'm gonna put through the articles on leadership and all that. Like I was just Python. Now I am entrepreneurial. This opportunity to use Python data, but for me, one of the interesting part of the journey was how much I started really enjoying and understanding things about organizational dynamics. And leadership does come down to a few core things. Number one, a leader has to create belief, or at least has to dispel disbelief. Leadership also, you have vision, loyalty, experience. So can you say belief in a single vision? Like what was? Yeah, belief means a few things. Belief means here's what we need to do. This is valid to do. We can do it. You have to be able to provide that belief. Leadership along the way has to help you amplify that belief. And I think that's what it is. You have to have a vision. You have to be able to show people that you have to people to be in a vision. And behind you, after the world, you become the experience of people. There's all different flavors of leadership. So we talk about Linus, we talk about Elon Musk, and Steve Jobs, these like giants, people that are opinionated. Some people are more like consensus builders. Like, what works well for you, what works well, it's a program to give you. What works well. If what leadership is best, and remember, servant leadership is one of the values that so the
economics help you as an organization become more powerful, then the leader has to live those values unequivocally. And has to, has to hold them up. So, in order to get in this collaborative around Python, I think that humility is one of those values. Certainly, you actually have to do this stuff. You can't walk the walk, not just talk the walk. I don't feel like the Python community really different that much from a position standpoint. You guys should. And I think that
That's the interesting thing is that so many people use Python when it comes to definition. You have lots of people else make whole statements, definition for particular all to it. And it's like, I think a lot of people that work with those companies kind of realize that there's something super bold. So my question is, those companies don't need. Um, how do you establish your mission? Like get to 100 million users, right? Get to where Python is the sector of machine learning and computer science, machine learning, artificial intelligence revolution, right? Like in many ways, I'm thinking about it in a meaningful way. Like the tooling is an unspectrum, right? Well, for a while, Python, people in the factory Python, the mighty company, they would submit talks. So early 2010s, mid 2010s, they would submit talks to Python, and the talk were all rejected because there was the separate sort of high data conferences. Well, they should be probably focused on high data, and instead of you get another talk about threads and whatever. And it's like that was an interesting dynamic to see. That there was, I mean, at the time it was a little more. Because we wanted to try to get more users and get more people talking about these things. And Python was pretty steady. Thousands of Python programs. But then also you'd appreciate that, parallel, having an ecosystem, a lot of parallel application is not that. There are people doing embedded Python stuff. My programming field is cyber is Python. I think ultimately at some point, if you're talking to a company for so much stuff, you have to respect the different things that go on in different areas and divisions. At some point, that has to come together to bond trust. Provide resources, different systems to get resources to the various groups to then allocate as they see fit. That would be really helpful. But again, it's a volunteer thing. You can have every resource that is government. What was there is the people program saying that people experience the time of day, making coffee, tea.
Sometimes coffee panel, but I used to have
I remember thinking somewhere with like not just work like the hospital, like family, company, and cancer was basically like the whole thing.
Yeah, I think I've gotten a little bit better balance. I have a really big team now supporting me, and so that puts a lot of the day-to-day stuff off my plate. And my kids are involved. So, and of course, I have a wonderful wife who takes care of a lot of things that I'm not able to do. And I try to get to sleep earlier. If I can get up at 6, I might get down to the so there's a hard business thing. Yeah. For a while, I used to call it basics. I'm better than 9, like I'm 2 a.m., I'll go at 5, 3 hours. That was actually interesting. It wasn't too bad. It was good. I didn't keep it up for years, but once that became a whole, then it just everything was stuff like that. I guess there were times that just go shoot with it before you get to it. That made because like I said, one of the company people nobody can you. I'm still responding to their response emails, whatever. And she posting on Twitter or whatever, she gets money. Exactly right. And you wake up and bring an extra day in it. And I read somewhere that she was actually by physics or something like that. But
I read basically everything. So every option,
everything. I will say that it worked out really well. In terms of batteries, I had a 27-inch NVIDIA proper stuff, and then I think I'll put automatic, and then eGPU and Windows. For me, what Mac was, it's got a Linux device that I use. It's got Unix prompts, I can do it myself. But then I'm not really like I'm presenting for clients or investors, but we're like to worry about any like ACPI related sick things, no presentation, that's that. It just always wait for sleep. And it won't. I mean, it is not a big Linux, except that I just I feel really bad for these things. But in 2012, I was just like, okay, sorry, my own company won't get, and Linux laptops were just not like there. And so I just stopped with these.
Yeah, actually, completely respect what you used to do. So I do Windows with Windows and Windows and whatever on the other side of that. And unless you being able to handle everything I need with the life I need, and it's basically just AWS and create that environment. But environment hanging out with this machine for people. Like on an iPhone and a Mac, and it's like what they're going to go on unless it is the Windows and unless it is the Linux that makes me feel like you're still in it.
Well, the Linux stuff, Windows on Linux is very tempting, but there's still the Windows on the other side where I don't know where, and I think I've used OS 3, 1.1, 1.2 or something. So I've been a long time Microsoft user, and I will say that like it's really hard for me to know where anything is, how to get to the detail behind something, stuff as it does, and just like changing information on sort of folders, like just everything seems a little bit more complex than it used to be. Not to say that there aren't weird things they did that Microsoft that are happening, but for the most part, and well, actually, especially now with the new one, with the intro, and when it was dark here for the last few years, so I was like, I guess, I mean, like my keyboard, like my keyboard, touch bar, they have a quick escape button, like and now they have keyboard. So I use the real board things that you it's a mechanical key switch, CPU chases.
I say that because music, right? The dark side of the dark mode. I remember flying in a very tight space, and as I'm working, this is what I would do on an airplane, and on a laptop, and on top of the laptop, I'll put a piece of keyboard that's recording. I was thinking, this is the one I have, this is the one I'm thinking. Will I be this person? I'm a piece of keyboard sitting like at me the wrong. I don't know what. All right, so we are sorry. Yeah, you know, actually, on Linux, on the yeah, on the web, and like everybody around me is using the iPhone, TikTok, like brightness, and TikTok, you know, like maybe go and put the 90s behind, and YouTube and normal, and then I did some soul searching, and I decided that this is who I am. This is me, like coming out of the closet, saying I release this keyboard all the way. I'm going to use Macs. You know, also he's a fan of West Virginia. They go to Memphis. He just beat up Memphis. I don't know if he's still using one, but so 10 years ago, like he was, if he was up to me to support group, please reach out. Is there anyone? Is there one? I don't know. How to teach him. Oh no, Max. Okay. He's the I told a little bit. Honestly, the last thing I did was I had written, I was working on my son's first podcast. Those jobs. That was the last, literally the last kind of night.
millions of people have logged into those software crises. They don't even know those are modernized systems that are from, and they're heading into a fake life. So the people in high school, sometimes as well, so middle school, people in college, you are going to have to find your own way. You're going to have a pioneer spirit, even in the middle of the most dense urban environment. All of human reality around you is the result of the last few generations of humans agreeing to play certain kinds of games. A lot of those games no longer operate at the ways they used to. Collapse on the neighborhood managed. So if you are in a particular social caste or economic caste, it's not. I think it's not kosher to say that about America, but America is a very stratified and classes society. There's some ability, but it's really not class. And America, unless you're the upper middle class, you are headed for the top waters. So it is really, really good to think and understand the fundamentals of what you need to build a meaningful life for you, your loved ones, with your family. And almost all of the technology being created that's consumer based is designed to the full stack, of people, to eliminate them and to certain portions of that stuff. And so if you want to be a human being, if you want to have your agency, if you want to find your own way forward, when you're young, you have to take time to spend time looking at some of the concepts around, what it means to live life, what it means to go connect with people. And so much of the status games, so much of the stuff. One of the things that we sort of talk about is create more technology. There's a great in technology, a great in technology, and we're creating the power. This is as well. Creating the power is not going to go away. Technology is growing so fast. Even people like stuff. I'm being trying to get research now. What's going on in games? Read some proceedings. So as the world gets more and more technological, it will create more and more ingredients for people who seize economic fortunes. And the way they make the people of our time create modern systems. They make you your narrative of your own being. Sort of. So avoiding those kinds of things is really important. Knowing when someone's going to get you. So these are things that would tell you what's going on. But it's
Guess realism for your son, from there, for the future. Said at the individual level, you have to have your mindset to go back to the classes, understand what it is human nature, but at the societal level, you're doing, look up what you're doing, what you're doing.
what gives me hope is that we have little tremors shaking people out of the fiction of modernity, late 20th century modernity. That's good, I think, because and also to your point earlier, the idea of people working on some of the social media, especially they just can't Facebook and nothing with whistleblower, right? It's quite clear. These things are not.
So do you believe I believe better social media they are working out now, incentivize their competitors.
That's possible. Well, the thing about it is that when you have return on return, you have to come in and say, look, I want to give me some exponential dynamics out of this. What are you going to do? You're going to just basically put one in every single node, every single edge, every node, protects every edge. But if you don't have that, no one's sitting there saying, hey, look at me, every target, like, and generative human dynamics is really do respect principles around on that. So the greatest and the biggest still right. So we're the issue with social media, we call it now, is that they're actually just applications. Like people like yourself, to the end. So creator economy, that's what we're talking about. But giving everyone a shot, you could also have more people could be fun the right way. That's not healthy for system. So I think if we can create tools that help people be conscious about their vision, spend time looking at them, treating them and culling, but thinking about that, I think that's sort of, that's what we get. The bigger question I think you're asking is that these sort of like shops of COVID lockdowns and remote work and all these different kinds of things, I think it's getting people to a point where they are sort of no longer in the revenue, right? There's more people with years to year now, right? With pandemic, everyone's like, wait, what years ago? My kids like how are you teaching that? What's this crap you're getting? Right? So I think these are the kinds of things that are getting disruptions. How do we actually fix this? Is, but the concern is that it's still being allowed for these things for people to do the agenda again, and to be in a relationship with each other and the world. So we still and we are really amazing technology, and I also we had to have a lot of individuals that van. The single individual positive things quite incredible. As many as possible, but I would go on one. And it is. We can do that. I think also, part of what I try to do is the podcast. Another guy going, there are a lot of good people out there it's around the current ecological, social, economic crises that we're facing. And the future years, I think there has been a lot of for people who want to find out more or think about this. What Horizon sounds like is that beyond just the career, this kind of stuff, sort of way past that now. So that I feel like I myself getting a handle on how to think about these things makes me feel like I can change it. Speaking about this question, a little place is the big difference. I mean, I never understood that part. You see me, you're saying that search for experience described as a moment of just and maybe when you see something you have created something, so that experience that you get, it feels like it all makes sense. So some of that is just chemical stuff we get in your mind and all things. It seems like we're building a sophisticated cognitive intelligence that's providing meaning in kind of ways. It's and there's a theme to the meaning. For a lot of history, I think they played the role of God for religion. I think technology in modern era is sort of meaning for people, like innovation. I think the old school love physicist. So there's a like why? Yeah, why are we reaching forward when there is an excess? I don't know if I can answer maybe why I come up with I think it's going to be. I'd have to think about that a little more. Maybe get back to that. But I will say this. We do look at the world through a traditional, I think most people look at the world through what I would say is something logical. We have subjectivity, and then there's all these object things that are not those. So I'm not yes, these things are not easy. I mean, I'm not moving to that. But a different view of the world that looks at it as a much more that realizes, oh, really, like we've been in a lot of films. So it's a way pattern kind of thing, right? Um, so when you look at the world in that kind of Sean in this particular thought experiment, which is what if it was the case that everything that we touch, that we pay attention to, that we actually give intimacy to, what if there's actually, you know, all the jumbo, like people with the magnetic crystals and all this other kind of stuff, all the energy stuff. What if that wasn't? What if literally when your hand touches an object, when you really look at something, you concentrate and focus on it, really give it attention, you actually give it, there is some physical residue of something. Whether you might respect it. Okay, now, this is of course completely this is not like I don't actually real. Let's do the focus. What if it was? What if there actually was something? Why don't you think? You know, if you feel think that this can has changed a little bit, and it's not much. Unless you put a lot into it, but all the time. Right? These things, you know, they change a little bit. But what if there's something that technological does not really receive attention and intimacy, and then allow you to transform it? So, if it's the handle of a knife that your mother used for 20 years, and you never, like, what if it's a keyboard and you bring down a Rothschild up for home? These are two objects. These are just one thing. But somehow, we feel the attraction to these objects if we have. Right? So if you look at that thought experiment, we touch another and the reason that comes into my answer to the question is that there is such a thing, this hypothesizing that it could be that the purpose of our lives is to make as many things without love as possible. That's you're an incredible person. Makes you anything so much in the space of engineering and the space of philosophy. Like, probably and really well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thanks for listening to this conversation with me. Support this podcast, pick our sponsors. And now, no words, take away stuff. We tend to think it's just a world filled with corruptible, unchecked institutions, malicious and common social cancer, organizations, and yourself. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Founder, Water Associate, author,
your book, Changing World Order. What is more important? Money or power?
They go hand in hand. They support each other and they need each other. Those who have money and power are certainly that power has all that they want, but it also has the ability to influence those with political power. So, and so you see this throughout history, this chaotic relationship. For example, the nobility and the church. So you see that people support each other in this way. And then wrestling around each other for money and power among them. So, I mean, that's what class is. You look at party power, 16th, 17th, look at Nova and the church. Agriculture, it's a certain that as those people get thrown into teaching all of this goods and have some industrial revolution, and you have this and you have a strong relationship. You see that change, and we don't see that same thing, but you still see the same, and you see those running, dealing with those power around those assets that are considered most valuable, that particularly productive assets that are
And usually centered around nation states. So that powers the nation.
yes, even 1668, after 30 years of war, there was a development of nations. And we had really development of the countries that the borders, and within those borders, control, got to control, and be intrigued with those borders and nations. And then, of course, each country, there is a statute, and there is typically a president or state level down below. And this level, so they each have power to coordinate that the country is run.
You might get the flow archetype cycle. Government divided empires, representing them with different problems. Goals are the ones in the introduction of the long-term results, the capital market cycle, the internal order disorder cycle, and the external disorder cycle. Described as a big cycle.
There are two is an order system. How or so the internal order. That is the internal system that usually set out the constitution of some regions. And then there's the world. How the world. So, for example, in 1945, African war, which is basically a fight for Germany water. They got together and created a system, things we now know, 44 around water so that the nations of New York, World Bank, and Washington, if there's some classic war determined rules of power, then are being disrupted. After that, there is a period of prosperity, peace, pursuit of prosperity, and there's the person that because he wants to fight with the dominant power, surrendering. They call up the world and say, what is going on? Who's going to control what? And you come into that period of peace and prosperity where there's working together. Usually at that point, you wipe out a lot of debt, wipe out a lot of the issues, class warfare, and so on. And then there's good working together. So there'll be a great period, such as the Industrial Revolution in the late 1800s, or the what we've experienced in the post-World War II period, are peaceful, prosperous periods with power over a period of time since really 1500 and really before, but really 1500. The Dutch invented capitalism. What I mean by that, they invented the first capital, the first stocks, the first stock market, capitalism, because it effectively producing resources into the hands of the dense people. That's when they moved from agriculture to tourism and people they got resources, and then they built that prosperity. In that process of doing that, they create wealth gaps naturally. Those that make a lot of money make a lot more than those that don't. And it also produces opportunity gaps because, for example, those who earn a lot of money can have wealth. They have the power to educate their children in a way that others don't. And the gaps, and also the debts at that time. When they go around the world with their competitive debts, they were, so for example, the Dutch Empire would have ships, and that would go from let's agree to this. It's like, it's the improvement of education. And by education, I mean the skills that come with education, but also the civility people to deal with debt. So the Dutch, if there's teams that can go out and they have military, but they're also very effective society. 25% of the world's veterans came from the Dutch. And so as they went around the world, they were so well to the currency. And then they needed to pay for things in the currency. And the more that happened, the more that becomes the currency. And they have their military, so they need military strength. So you see it involved in all of those things. But over a period of time, they become more successful and more expensive. They become more expensive. And other countries come along, like the UK, had built ships like the Dutch, and less expensively. And also when
what are some measures that stand out to you as particularly important to think about today in the United States and China?
Number financially, what you see in the United States is that we're all creating a lot of debt, and we're printing a lot of money, and our capacity to do that is very much limited because there's a signal on the government borrows more than it because it spends more than it takes in. And the world now has a lot of denominated bonds because of the world's reserve currency. They sell, and they bad returns, significantly, and so on. Means that so or more, and that means that the federal reserve has the choice to raise the interest rate to curtail borrowing, which slows the economy, or producing the debt money, which reduces and inflates services, financial assets. So, in that regard, the United States in China's case, is China has displaced the United States as the world's largest trading country. In other words, more exports to other countries, and as a result, it's economically competitive, but it doesn't have a full reserve currency. It's a real lesson. So the United States is reserve currency, but it is risky because of this imbalance. So if you look at history, you see that those gold smoke one they go quickly. So it's a risk of that future. That is the issue. So just give you I'll get to some of the other ones too. Right now, there's a lot of internal conflict in the United States, which is well, it works. In China, there's less conflict because it's a more democratic state. Also, they've created this bifurcation of what is political and what is economic in terms of producing and prosperity. So if you stay out of the politics pretty much, and you're seeing entrepreneurship, you're seeing finances of businesses and so on. And so that working, that's subject to different people's interpretation. They like it or not, but the internal conflict in terms of those is less.
To fund so these measures, I guess you don't want to romanticize taking one measure or something like that. It's not to remove any pressure, but it's a bad thing. So is this is it complicated, or do you kind of the way we think about the measure that you presented, a higher, better, worse, yeah, worse.
Well, the conflict that produces the revolution, produces revolutionary change, revolutions that lead to new stories. And so there short-term civil war is a period. And at the same time, it can be the transition during the beginning. Also, there are different types of competition, which makes everything better. There's a productive conflict, whereas destructive conflicts are not over the time. So, that's how those go.
Within each measure,
closet.
What is another big measure is because particular measure is education. Yes.
The classic sign of the most indicator is a quality education. The most important broad-based education is from the largest population, because you can never get over so for example, if you look at the Chinese dynasties, the great Chinese had Confucian growth. It was very bureaucratic. Everybody could sit for exam, so on. In the case of Korean population, and you see that if you go across society, because that draws the largest number of population to get education, and it also that creates a reality of perception that the system is fair, equal opportunity, not just one of privilege, and that helps create social stability. But education is not just in understanding. So when it is education and stability, they together. So that they're smart, they understand how to be productive, they work well together, and they're productive. And then the next stage, you can see in the lines of the charts, I plotted these so that you can see a typical cycle. Education perform leading down an indicator. And then you can see, as you mentioned, that what you see is the dependency of technology and you follow. And you see then also competitiveness and world markets follow. For example, the emerging stages of the cycle, the industries that they tend to be basic industry because they have cheap labor, something like textiles and simple manufacturing. So, but as the education rises, then they move up the value chain to greater technologies and some of the increases incomes and productivity. So yes, those but education and then civility and income. So you see it reflected in and that corresponds to trading with trading countries and where's the value of that output and what incomes. They all follow those lines.
Yeah, like you said, as many people because there's philosophy, there's wisdom, there's philosophy.
Yeah, you can see it.
It's not just your opinion. It's kind of like you can interpret it any way you like, but you just get it your own. It's about few words of American, the American flag, and the trajectory for the future. Give these measures. What is the trajectory that leads to collapse of the American empire? Based on these measures, what are the concerning indicators, and if those break down further with them?
Well, all of those indicators are concerning, except for one, which is technology. The technology edge, even in the United States, is improving at a slower rate than is China for various advantages that they put up. Computer, data, and so on. But if you look at them, so the financial is concerned. The welfare disorder is concerned. And if you look at education, the United States is losing education advantage. If you look at compare it, if you take general public education in the United States, it's zero comparison to countries. There's scores, pieces scores, and so on. Something like 38 or something, and that would be large average public education. If best universities in the world. The United States have universities that are so privileged that are uniquely. So, look at comparison. In China is rapidly, and in quantity is the quantity of educated people in the areas that they're moving in is great, and the resources that they're finding is greater. It's greater, but it's if you were involved through in terms of technology. Some areas that the United States is in lead. There's some areas that China is not lead. But China's game very good with what I China. I would bring technology calculators, and I gave them these camps to my people. They were devices. Like now, in terms of areas like quantum computing, and so you take the trajectory, not just look at the level, you have a situation they're improving at a much faster rate for the world. Is interesting in how do you have a strong economy? The United States is itself. That's the main. It's very financially sound. Ways. Project.
Simple. There's a moment things degrade. Grades when right? I mean, all of these indicators when start going down.
And there is, for example, data for those because they're seeing what they get and what they get. They don't pay attention to how much debt is. So it's always morals and the next guy. And so you inherit because the president enters in or the legislator. A lot of they have a infrastructure. They don't have money to fix that. And so that's the lay of the land that the prior generation that you in. And there you are. And so that's right. It's difficult because when you start to think, okay, what's the well, well, it's not so easy because you have to go earn more. Okay, that's not so easy. Spend less. That is okay, you have then you and that's why it's classic. So yes, that's why these subjects occur because we have to create more. What happened before created lay and plan has been increasingly difficult.
Great leaders. I mean, census leaders here. So folks do very large projects and invest in the education system. This will try to fix the innovation and development of new technologies. It feels like that just doesn't happen organically. So you have to have strong leaders, populace. Yes.
Well, I can live when we have a situation where everybody has their opinions and they exactly right. We all fight with each other about the opinions. So the most important thing is that we are divided so that we don't and we can our differences. I have a partisan camp. I would look at both parties. We're going to be able to work together. Then we one country and then deal with both um, the majority in all that. I think our greatest is not that. So I would say that's paramount because we have reasons, you know, well, some hands and everything has never been better than it is. But the notion that we have to have some calm knowledge together so that they increase the size of the pie and they broaden the prosperity. So that is the paramount importance. Whatever if they do it that way, I can because that other alternative is the security. What are the future that lead to war with China? Cold War or hot war? Is this something you think about? Is this something you think about? I'd like to talk about the wars of the world. There are five kinds of wars. There's hatred, geopolitical war, war, military. I think as far as the ones that I think it's only a time that's a big issue, and we can talk about that today. Others would be rough competition, have that evolution period of time. That war looks like a long time. A sovereign issue to and it has its roots. 100 years age, from the 1840s to 1945, foreign powers took advantage of China, Ethiopia wars, such and represented them. Time represents their sovereignty and their thing. 50 years ago, there was a great one in China, and peaceful, the issue is very accident. It's a good situation, and it God help us in all ways to inflict harm on each other. But anyway, that's that. If you don't have that military war, you have competition. Those other and whoever is on is would I most I would work is a military. I'm assuming the time of silence that you use is that which is used to inflict pain on the other party. worst case, if you weren't, there should be a lot more headroom and to market the content when you get, I got some with policymakers and circumstances that would make future rights for the state of the enterprises and local governments like entities. And so there was not control and the development of markets was so dealing with the corruption. There was a lot of corruption prior to that, and that was viewed as an existential threat to the system. So that became very objective. And as time progressed over those 10 years, there was a lot of changing in the world and their financial circumstances. Many other markets, particularly getting rates as smaller than game-sized enterprises, and the lending system that has controls on it. So right now, there's violent capital markets. They raise capital for the entrepreneur to become a billionaire. In the capital markets, the development market, the second largest capital market. At the same time, they have to deal with the rising debt. And which they began to deal with really about 4 years ago when the second term began. And the became the vice president responsible for that and deal with those issues. So you see right now that what's happening is the dealing with the real estate bubble. There was a real estate bubble, which led Xi Jinping saying houses and things to speculate on. And so that was reasonable. So they established the goal of 3 red lines, which are financial ratios. And they probably developers have to think that causing the adjustments that are going on now. They're not really helping because this bankruptcy that's over from the banks come. In so many cases, really free of the bank and so many businesses. So that's what's going on. So that's what's saying economically. At the same time, there is the changing relationship, the changing world order, the changing relationships with the United States and the country, which is becoming much less collaborative and much more like confrontation. Those two things, the domestic debt problem, has led to what's called forward with Coca-Cola leadership, which means leadership more around that is less challenging because they believe in history that during very difficult times, a more centrally controlled decision making process like itself better than more political ventures market. And that's basically what's you said it very eloquently, but leadership is hard to finance that and a lot of centralized control. That organization is a much more really is. Action. Like for example, saving for so you have to understand that it's kind of a collective leadership, and then of course there's just jockeying for power, political sense at the top. But no one can be successful against the walls of the top. So it's very politically negotiated. It's very much more like if you put
able to grow. There's also limiting I think we need to entrepreneurs, businesses, big groups, these industries, great things, whatever the space, technology, business, whatever. Look at how important that is electric for society. Well, very few goods, the idea of a dielectric which means the two things are opposites, and everything comes with pros and cons, and two opposites exist, and you want the benefits of those two opposites. And how do you deal with the benefits of those two opposites? So, you want to say you want the capital markets because it gets money into the hands of the entrepreneurs who are motivated to go fortunes, and that drives the economy to do very well. And at the same time, it produces the other crops, the well gas, the other problems, then that cycle that we're talking about is and champagne, reconcile capitalism and the market economy. Things said, it doesn't matter if it's a white people or a black guy, it's against price. In other words, if making the country richer, then that becomes the objective. So that it needs conflict. One of the leaders described it to me as follows, because it's confusion and it goes back over a period of time. There's a hierarchy, and it's an extension of the framework he described it. And he said the United States is a country of individualism and individualism. And that is its say that we see individual rightness becomes the individual protection of the individual property rights, all of those things is of paramount importance. And we're doing with organizations for democracy, operating in a company, together, working partners, working together. That is the American approach. He was describing that in China, it's an extension of the Confucian family, essentially. And so it's almost like, there's a hierarchy. And so what they think is the common good, not the individualism. So, for example, if they're on a high-speed rail to go from one place to another, and that's best in the common good, then the individual protections would see it the way it's would be a secondary consumer. So that notion of control, for example, what you're doing with video games, they control what type of video games and how many hours a day kids can be on video game operating in that way, because they believe that that's the society that's in control. In the United States, I think probably most parents would say, leave it to me, it's a matter between me and my kid. The same thing is with data. In the United States, who controls the data? Does the company control the data? Do you individually control the data? And so the inclination would be to figure that out, but nobody would say that the government is going to control the data, because of our inclination of control. In China, it would be that the government will control the data, because that's going to be best for the society of the you trust. But that's so that difference in philosophy is very at the heart of your question. Really is, in China's case, the value balance of things, right? So what they're attempting to do is to create a lot of creativity in areas that are not political, let's say. And so you see a lot of entrepreneurship, you see a lot of product development, you see a lot of creativity happening in that way. So the stereotype
spotted over that. Has their ability to democracy, which is remarkable. I don't think there's no benefits of it. But the vulnerability of it, it has always been in the World War II for democracy, chose to be autocracies because there was disorder. There was a belief with somebody bringing out to get control of the situation. That was Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain, the parliamentary systems that so all systems have vulnerability. The thing that we need to have is those vulnerabilities is the main system because it's broken adherence to the rules and the system and the checks and balances is quite amazing and it gives it a flexibility to change. But there has to be the respect of the rules. And when you see something like they will not accept elections or they will not accept that if it shows that the causes that people are voting are more important to them than the system isn't challenging. So we have a situation that's very much like that in terms of, let's say, the 2024 election. I believe that there's a very high chance that neither side will accept for example. And so we have that kind of situation. So one hope that one can rise above disagreements and rely on the system for resolving disagreements. Because if that doesn't happen, then we have our own chaos.
So the kind of the trend that started in 2020, that it's been growing. One representation of this internal disorder has been the growing trend of being skeptical about the results of the election.
It started before that. It was the emergence of populism with President Trump was elected. He was basically elected as a populist because it was a large percentage of the population that the system worked to them. And he tapped into that. And he was largely elected as a populist leader, first populist leader in a developed country. And so populism began, and it was a battle with one against the other. And so since then, it's been that right.
You mentioned the vulnerability of democracy and internal disorder, vulnerability of democracy. What's the vulnerability? What's like China? One way to put China aside and look at history. So what's the vulnerability of type system?
Well, I'll call it communist and autocratic. And not how much autocracy is that flexibility, and lack the ability. So I'm going to touch you the economic system brings motivation and productivity. So the communism or socialism has to be done in a way where you can correct productivity. Capitalism has free market, capital markets, in an effective way of allocating resources and also create the incentives and the resources, providing the resources for the investments. And so if that, what the Chinese sort of actually said was to recognize and have made a move. And that's why responsibility. It's a big risk.
The human gets taking things for granted. It's human nature concerned with nations, concerned the right, the Soviet Union was that fundamentally all the humans involved at the time starting to makes them, I guess, the representation, the flexibility.
In a democracy, you can go far left or far right. You can choose the leaders. These people become pretty much own themselves. And one of the problems of that is that they not choose them as leaders. But they have that vote, and you get what you want. It becomes a democratic, let's say, leader, and from democracies to autocracies. What you normally happen is that one is not working. Let's say the democracy is not effectively. Everybody's arguing with each other. Nobody's getting anything done. You know, like, the trains are not on time. And that would be the example. So this is places somebody get control, and then they want to, and he's enough, and if you follow these kinds of movements, it's like us making a CEO or a powerful company that can work well and can work badly. You know, most autocracies, in the sense, it's the hierarchy, the command economy, and that kind of thing. And that could work well or not. But then, quite often, when you get the populace autocratic, their personality, something that they want to like, and they become more nationalist